Now? Hey, I can hear myself. Nice. Hello, good morning. We are in Italy, so we will wait for some like 5 minutes. Also, this place is kind of remote, but thank you for coming. And let's wait for some more, for several more people and several more minutes to find us. Thank you. I will try. Yep. Yeah. Now it works. Yeah. So this is better.
No problem.
Okay. Yeah. Nice. So, good morning once again for you who have been here before. Uh, for for the others, well, you had good luck to find us. Thank you for coming. Um, I hope more people find where we are. We are very well hidden here. I have met many people here being very confused about the signage, and they were trying to find us everywhere else, but not here, because nobody is expecting you to go outside. Anyway, welcome at Bird 2 Upgrade tutorial. Well, to be honest, uh, I would expect to have nobody here because Bird 1 is end of life at the end of this year. And I would hope that nobody is ever running Bird 1 even now. But, well, I spoke with some Japanese guys last week, and they claimed that they were running still BIRD 1.0. So no shame on you. There are people who are worse than you in their situation, and they also want to upgrade to BIRD 2 because, well, we don't want to maintain BIRD 1 anymore. There are quite a lot of differences between versions 1 and 2, and the knowledge is slowly but surely waning. We are starting to forget how things work in BIRD 1, so this is kind of the last try to find, to comprehensively say everything which we can still remember about BIRD 1, which is different in BIRD 2, and please upgrade to BIRD 2 now, and this is some tutorial how to do it. People often ask me whether they shall wait for BIRD 3, which is going to be released quite soon, but please don't do it. Upgrading to BIRD 2 is the most part of it. Upgrading from BIRD 2 to BIRD 3 won't bug you much. It's mostly like slightly upgrading your tooling and slightly updating your configuration file, like by adding one line. So please don't wait for BIRD 3. We are trying to make BIRD 3 a multi-threaded version, which is the main thing inside, but the configuration and the operation should stay at almost the same. Yeah, and hello for everybody who came later. I am Maria. I'm team leader of BIRD development. So welcome, and don't be ashamed. There are still people who are running BIRD 1.0. Let's start with what we are going to go through. First, I'll show you some high-level concepts of BIRD 1, 2, and 3, because there are some major differences, and it's essential to know what's different between those versions to properly upgrade from 1 to 2, or then from 2 to 3. So after that high-level overview, we'll look into what's stayed the same, because there are many things that stay the same. In fact, for example, BIRD 2 branches are still being merged into the BIRD 3 branch, and it will stay that for a long time. On the other hand, BIRD 1 got forked more than 6 years ago, and then it got only several patches backported. So between 2017 and 19, BIRD 1 got some patches backported from BIRD 2, but then nothing more was added to BIRD 1, and new features were only developed in BIRD 2. So that's also what's changing, because we have added many other features and made some better filters, and so we'll look into how to configure the routing tables. We'll walk through the protocols supported. Basically, still only on the level that you are trying to upgrade from BIRD 1 to 2. So if you are not familiar with BIRD at all, you may need some additional learning, some additional reading from the documentation or something like that, because this is not a comprehensive workshop on how to set up BIRD 1 or, well, how to start BIRD 2 from scratch. Then there will be some possibility to learn new things about filter development, which is handy for even people who are already running BIRD 2, but using principles from the BIRD 1 filter engine. Then some future plans. what we are going to do in bird 2, what are we going to do in bird 3, what we are thinking about, and so. And then there is one slide about what you should not do in BERT. But BERT can do it, but do not do that. But that's at the end. So this is some simple drawing about how BERT propagates routes. A protocol generates a route or a withdraw, passes it through an import filter into a table. From the table, it passes through an export filter to another protocol typically, and that processes it. Well, I suppose this is simple. So let's confuse you more. This is the confusing picture. And there is something that can, no. I won't, but I can use this thing maybe to at least point at that thing. So the main thing which you need to know with BERT, and I would reiterate it for people who aren't so familiar, is that BERT is table centric. It means everything which you are thinking about, you are thinking in relationship to the table. This means that every processing of the route before it gets into the table is import, and as soon as it enters the table, after some processing, it continues as an export. Also, import is from one protocol, and then the table distributes it to more protocols. Or to more protocol instances, which is useful for you who are running BGP. Every BGP is configured by a separate instance. On the other hand, every RIP, OSPF, or Babel is typically configured as one instance. So here you can see that on the export, BGP is one protocol with one socket and with one neighbor. The internet gateway protocols are typically one protocol instance with multiple sockets and multiple neighbors then. And there are also specific protocols like pipe, which can move your routes from one table to another table to do some specific filtering, to do some analysis, to do pre-filtering for your looking glasses, and whatever else you think about. You can simulate whole networks of your whole networks inside one BERT. And what we are doing in our testing setup for performance is that there is there is a setup with many static protocols, which is here at the top. It creates routes based on the config file and puts them into the table. Then, by a multitude of pipes, it's multiplicated and somehow stored in many different tables. And then there are 29,000 BGP protocols which you can connect to, and it simulates a route server between like 10 clients and 5,000 clients, and with something like up to 2 million routes or something like that. I don't remember exactly. I was putting my hands on that several months ago and don't remember the numbers well. Yeah, here at the top, as another route source, you can see a pipe which has a table as a source. Basically, pipe is just eating routes from table and putting them into another table. There is also a direct protocol, pseudo protocol, which generates routes based on available interfaces, and there are also protocols or protocol instances generating routes based on information which you got from other sockets, from other routers, which are basically BGP, OSPF, Babel, and so on. So the full view on how routes are passed through BIRD is that some protocol decides based on some external, meaning other routers or interface information, or internal sources, that that protocol is going to, what's the hell? That the protocol is going to, sorry, I will do some muting. Do not say anything. Thank you. Now, sorry for the disruption. The protocol decides that it wants to generate a route or a withdraw. Then it contacts the table, says import, please. The table says okay. It recalculates the best route, because you can have many routes from BGP, from OSPF, from whatever you want. And then it contacts all, do not click. It contacts all the neighbors, all the connected protocols, and propagates the routes through them. So in case of BGP, it goes to one neighbor. In case of others, it goes to multiple neighbors, and so on, and so on. In OSPF or RIP or Babel, there is also an internal table which does another calculation of best routes inside, all according to the RFCs and to the specifications of those algorithms. In case of pipe, it goes from the table to the pipe. Then the pipe converts it back to an import to another table, and then the table does all of this again. And in this, there are some architectural changes which are somehow needed to know for people who are converting or who are running BIRD on something with some more elaborate configurations than just something downloaded from the internet and updated the IP addresses. So in BIRD 2, we added explicit channel definitions, meaning that on the place where the route is imported from protocol to table, there is another data structure, another object, which is doing the import for the protocol. It's like a connection of the protocol to the table. In BIRD 2, you can see in the table on the left down side that in BIRD 2 and 3 you can connect one protocol to multiple tables. It means that if you have BGP, one BGP session can transfer multiple types of routes. For example, IPv6, IPv4, VPN something, and so on. And what is specific for BIRD 3 is asynchronous route propagation. To say this, well, some of you won't probably need this information for everyday use, but if you are troubleshooting something, it's good to know that in BIRD 2, when the route is imported into the table, it's immediately exported to all other protocols, and then the control returns to the importing protocol. Do not click. So the protocol basically imports one route, it's propagated everywhere, and then the control is returned to the protocol which was originating the last route, and it can originate another route. This is the architecture in BIRD 1 and 2. This is the synchronous order of propagation, that every export is immediately after the import. In BIRD 3, we are somewhere else. We had to decouple the import from the export. So in BIRD 3, which is for people who aren't here from the beginning, BIRD 3 is going to have another alpha quite soon, and it will be released. Well, now we are expecting early next year because of some development problems which we weren't expecting. It was planned for this year's end. Well, it was originally planned for 3 years ago, but well, everybody has delays. The order of propagation was do not click. The order of propagation was changed so that the import itself only recalculates the best route and then puts it puts the I should probably stop something there. Sorry. Now it's better. Now, yeah. Sorry, there is a Firefox under that running because of the Matejka. So after the when the Q&A session comes, there will be a Matejka on the screen to show the Q&A. Yeah, so the order of propagation is decoupled, meaning that the protocol imports a route, it recalculates the best route in a table, but nothing is exported. Instead of that, this information, like what route was removed, what route was added, and what has changed on the best route side, is stored into a journal, and then the protocol gets the control back, and it can import another route. And only after this protocol decides to stop importing routes, the table starts announcing the exports, which means that if one protocol, for example, let's say one BGP, got something like 500 announcements, which are all, please update this route. Oh no, withdraw this route. Oh no, update this route. Oh no, withdraw this route. And all of those are of the same route. There is a good probability that no protocol on the other side, on the export side, would even pick this up. It would stay in the table, and the table will dump those flaps. It's not a proper flap dampening solution, but it's a architecture which allows for flap dampening much better than before. We are still trying to make BIRD 3 as similar as to BIRD 2 in functionality to keep it manageable for a long time. So also we try to not make so many breaking changes to make BIRD 3 finally released, because it's a pain to maintain two separate versions of BIRD just for fun. Well, it's not for fun. Yeah, so what's the user level changes between versions? The main and major thing why probably why probably many people are still at BIRD 1 is that the operation mode somehow changed. Yeah, and I should also say that this presentation will be available on the website. I was just in a big delay with creating it, so the last changes were done in the airplane yesterday evening. In fact, it was 20 slides. The legacy IP build was integrated into IPv6. For those who never saw BIRD 1, it means that BIRD 1 has two builds from one source. One time you configure it with disable IPv6, which is itself stupid. Please don't do it. And it builds BIRD for a legacy IP. When you enable IPv6, it automatically disables legacy IP, and it only supports IPv6. We found out that it isn't a good idea to have this way compiled BIRD. We had to we had to include different address families like VPN addresses. And also we tried to implement MPLS support, and so if you are thinking about running MPLS with BIRD, now with BIRD 2 it's somehow possible. We are having some experimental code already in those last releases. So if you wish, please try it. We also have in BIRD 2 automatic ROA loading and evaluation, which was not in BIRD 1 at all. There was a filtering mechanism, but you had to load your ROAs into BIRD manually or by tooling. BIRD 2, as I was saying, has multiple address family support, which was not in BIRD 1, so we had to change the configuration to explicitly state which address family, which address family is which table, for example. We have a differential protocol output because it has to show the channels which I was speaking about before. And BIRD 2 has two default tables instead of one. One of them is, why do I have this order? I should have done it in the other way. There should be first master 6 and then 4. Shame on me. Well, then there's BIRD 3 in alpha version. It's running multi-threaded, partially. There are some protocols that are still not made multi-threaded, and we should be aware of it. It's not a problem in a way that it would impede your performance much, but well, we didn't want to make it so expensive and so hard for us to do. So we are trying to make the minimal things multi-threaded to work. In BIRD 3, there is a kind of different show route output because it names attributes the same way as in CLI. The show route output names attributes the same way as in filters, which is not the case of BIRD 2, where in the CLI you see different names of the attributes than in the filters are used. Well, which is basically historically because BIRD was created by 3 students, and these 3 students weren't coordinating everything well in between them. So one of them used one naming convention and the other used another naming convention. There were even more architectural problems which had to be solved, but no, we are finally getting there. Yeah, and in BIRD 3 you will get in future a full Yang CBOR API for nicer tooling and to avoid all those regex hells which you are running in IXPs and in other places. What stayed the same? So if you are configuring your OSPF, your BGP, you can see that if it's protocol specific, if you are configuring the BGP neighbor, if you are configuring OSPF, the OSPF hello times, if you are configuring like almost anything which doesn't involve tables and doesn't involve which doesn't involve tables and import and export, then it stayed basically the same. So if you are having an elaborate BGP configuration, elaborate OSPF configuration, you can just take it and use it. You just have to take those table-specific parts and put them into channel config. I will show it to you. The protocol algorithms have the RF seed protocol algorithms were not changed or not changed much. There were some other parts of the protocol algorithms which were changed, but not those parts who are essential for the work for how BIRD works. So, for example, many parts of the best route selection is still there from 1998. The same is for packet parsers. If they didn't need to be changed, they weren't changed. Also, the filter language syntax has not been changed, and the principles as well. So you are still writing if some condition, and then you are writing then, because somebody in 1998 thought that it would be a good idea. I am not. We are swearing at the filter language syntax every day in the team, but breaking changes is not something we like. So that's where we are. Yeah. And also the basic operational behavior is still there. So you start BIRD with a configuration file. You reconfigure BIRD by reloading a configuration file. You can reload to another configuration file. You can undo your last reconfiguration. You can set a timeout for this to say, well, if this reconfiguration fails to work, and I disconnect myself by reconfiguring to this, let's try after some timeout, let's say, I don't know, 2 minutes. Then when after 2 minutes it doesn't reconnect, then please reconfigure back. And if it works, you have to explicitly confirm that it worked. These all things are there. The only thing between BIRD 1 and 2 which has changed is that it doesn't run 2 daemons, or it doesn't need to run 2 daemons for having both, for having dual stack. You can have 1 daemon for dual stack, but you can also stay with the 2 daemon setup with no problems at all. You just have to keep your 2 configurations and 2 BIRDs if you wish. Yeah. If there are any questions any questions or comments for this first sections, for this first section, please come to the mics, and then I will do the protocol walkthrough. I will also look at the meet echo, whether it's there or not. No, it's some RFC. This is better. No previous questions, and myself many times. Okay, nobody at the mic. What's the time now? Nice. Let's continue. So, how to define a table in BIRD 2? You have to declare a table. Well, you don't have to declare a table if you are using only master 6 and master 4. These are the IPv6 and IPv4 main tables. These are default, and if you don't say which table you are connecting to, which table you are connecting the protocol to, you just use this one. It may sometimes shoot you in the foot, so please, if you want to avoid every foot gun, please always specify your table explicitly. Here in BIRD 1, the first word in this configuration was not there, so you just said table meow or table woof, and it was there, and it was all the same type. In BIRD 2, you have to say which type it is, because every table has a different type, may have different type, and there we like the separation, so we don't allow having IPv6 routes and IPv4 routes together. They could bite themselves. So yeah, you can here you can see probably everything we can set up. It's table for basic IP addresses, for basic IP routes, for VPN routes, for ROAs, for flow spec, and from MPLS. In all cases, the records there are treated as routes. We say internally that these are routes. So if you hear me say speaking about ROA routes, it's ROA records but it's stored as a route. Yeah, and let's go through the protocols. Babel can now have all channels in one protocol. Babel is a quite new internal routing protocol. It's easy to set up, it's easy to run. In last versions of BIRD 2, we merged a patch for RTT metric, so it now can be used over, for example, VPN, WireGuard VPNs or other VPN links over tunnels, which is what's Babel doing on my laptop right now. By the way, is this? Yeah, it's charging. Nice. You can propagate both families through one protocol, and you just set it up like this. The 3 dots must be, of course, exchanged for some real stuff. So if you were running Babel in BIRD 1, please copy your configurations from the BIRD 1 thing to from the BIRD 1 config to the BIRD 2 config, and it should basically work. BGP has many more changes. And to be honest, as BIRD development is mostly sponsored by people who are using BGP or companies who are using BGP, most changes have happened in BGP. So BGP can also have multiple channels as Babel. We started supporting VPNs, we started supporting flow spec. We can validate that the flow spec rules are that we can choose only the flow spec rules which are attached to the best route selected and disregard all others. We support mixed next hops. So if you are trying to run legacy IP routes over IPv6 next hops, you are welcome. I was thinking that it was default on, but it isn't. So you have to set it. You have to switch it on in the configuration. Also, we started supporting some rudimentary confederations and BGP roles, and we have explicit JSON drip in and out. So you don't have to use if somebody is using multi-table configuration for route server, you don't have to use this probably at all. It's okay to run to have, instead of that, configured these explicit 2 tables. They have to be set up, but they are faster and more efficient overall than the multi-table setup. Yeah, many configuration options had to be moved to the channel. If I go back, the configuration of the protocol has channels, which is prefixed by the name of the address family, and then there are options for that address family. Here is the same for the legacy thing, and options for the whole protocol are outside those. You can have more of those address families in BGP. Yeah. So what's moved into BGP channels is, of course, filters and limits, because you don't want to have the same limit for flow spec rules and for legacy IP. One breaking thing between 1 and 2 is that the export filters in BIRD 2 executes before BGP adjusts the attributes, which means, for example, if you are doing some next hop adjustments, if you are in eBGP, if you are if the protocol is adding their own AS number to the AS path, the export filter sees different data between 2 and 1. Anyway, you should not do any filtering after BGP does these final adjustments, because you can break things quite badly. So as the export filter runs before the BGP does its final adjustments, and then the BGP honors those settings. If there are settings that can be somehow used, then they are used anyway. The next hop, like next hop self, next hop recursive, and the gateway settings are also per channel, which means you can have different next hop setting for IPv6, for IPv4, and others. Also, add paths doesn't make sense for the whole protocol. The same for graceful restart behavior, and also the table connections. So if the BGP has to be connected to a IPv6 table and another IP table which is for IPv4, then you have to put those table connections to that channel configuration. Also, as I was saying, there are 2 auxiliary tables in BIRD2 added. One of them is adjacent drip in, which is before the import filter. For those who are still confused with the filter, it's called policy in the RFC, but somebody called it filter in 1998, and we are still keeping with this this name, and we basically can't shake it off. I also don't like the word policy because it's longer. So there is adjacent drip in, which stores the state of the routes before import filter, and the adjacent drip out, which stores the routes right after the export filter was running. So this is what you get, what you can configure in BIRD2. This is how BGP config looks for BIRD1, for example. You are having some local and neighbor. You are having some, well, this, who was creating this this filter? Well, no, doesn't make any sense. This filter probably doesn't make much sense, but who knows, somebody doesn't like BGP paths longer than 42 ASNs. And it also states that we add paths. How to move it into BIRD2? You keep the local and neighbor setting inside the protocol BGP, and then you add another block saying that for IPv6 addresses, you import when BGP path len is more. Well, this is different. Sorry, I messed it up. So please don't do it. The meaning of those signs have not changed, but this is a mistake in my presentation. I probably wanted to fix it and didn't fix it in the other place. So the thing here, the sign should be the other one. So here you can see that the import filter and the add paths moved into the IPv6 block, and the local address and neighbor address stayed in the protocol BGP block. It can also look like this. You can have local and neighbor, and then, for example, 4 or even more, what's the name? Channel configurations. So here you can see that IPv6 has a table master 6, IGP table, which is which table it's resolving the recursive next hops. Well, yes. If checking this, you can know that this is internal BGP. This is the same AS. So here it makes sense to have IGP table, and it's basically the table where you are resolving the next hops which are sent to you through IGP to know you are resolving it against other routes, basically typically from OSPF or Babel. Then there are the flow spec channels which have to be in the same protocol to work correctly. Well, I would, or I'm not so sure about this, but when we were designing it, we were talking a lot about whether it makes any sense to have the flow spec in a different protocol than the IP routes themselves. So please, if you are configuring flow spec, it's better to have the flow spec with the same protocol, in the same protocol as the main routes. It's intended to be like this. Also, this is a specific information for people who want to employ RFC 8950, which is the extended next hop for legacy IP. Please set it up like this. There is the configuration thing, the configuration option down here in showing extended next hop, and this one sets up that you can have IPv6 next hops for the legacy IP as well. To say something about BGP in BIRD 3, it runs in parallel in worker threads. It means that, well, in BIRD 1 and 2, all the BGPs run in one thread. When if you are having 1,000 peers, it means that it takes one after another and uses their routes. In BIRD 3, you can have 20 worker threads, 50 worker threads if you wish, and it just picks them up and runs what they need. So BGP is basically fully parallelized in BIRD 3, which is, well, the main reason why we did the parallelization itself was that the route servers are getting more and more clogged and much slower than they were before. Well, because people are having more routes on the internet and people are peering more. So there are IXPs having thousands of, having more than, there is an IXP in the world having 2,700 or something like that peers. And well, that's a mess. Yeah, in BIRD 3, the adjacent RIP in is re-implemented. So if you are running the adjacent RIP in configuration, which I suggest to do, in BIRD 3 it's faster and it takes less memory, much less memory. There is a breaking change of the export table or of the adjacent RIP out, which stores the on-wire route state of BGP exports after the final adjustments. There were many people and many companies asking for exactly this behavior to show not how it looks like after BGP before the route got into BGP, but to store it as how to store it at the last. They wanted to show the route at the last stage, just as we are putting it onto the wire, to have better and easier debugging, to not have to read the TCP dumps and to have a possibility to check whether we are encoding what we are thinking, whether we are encoding what we are thinking that we are encoding. So this is a breaking change. Yeah, then there is BMP. It's I don't think it's enabled by default in BIRD 2.14, but if it isn't, you can switch it on and recompile. Because it's experimental, I would say everything may change. It's a contribution from one of our users. We tried to polish it somehow, and we published it. We merged it. You basically set up the neighbor address. Here you can see that there are completely different and configuration tokens than in the rest of BIRD, because it wasn't it somehow wasn't designed by the BIRD internal team, but it was designed by different people who weren't caring about this. So maybe the configuration itself may change, but if you wanna try BMP, you are free to check it, and if you find any bug, please tell us. In BIRD 2.14, we added L3 VPN configuration option, which is, if you know pipe, it's basically a pipe, but it's not a pipe because it's translating IP routes to VPN routes and back. It means that you add IP channel and VPN channel, and it adds and removes the route distinguishers, route targets, and so. It also has to define an MPLS channel with some label policy, label range, and so. It also has some VRF setup to put the IPv4 IP route to put the IP routes into the right context. This is not available in BIRD 1 at all, and this is quite a new thing, also experimental. If you are experimenting with BIRD in MPLS networks, we'll be happy to get any feedback on this feature. MRT has not changed almost at all. BIRD 2 only doesn't force you to put the routing table name not in apostrophes, the other one, in quotes. You can just write the table you are monitoring is that table, use it as a token. That's only change in MRT between version 1 and 2. That was fast. Now SPF. Well, default, which is a shame. In BIRD 2, the OSPF version is OSPF v2, which works for only legacy IP. It's stupid. If you want to run OSPF over for IPv6, please write protocol OSPF v3. This is a stupid thing, but well, sorry. We may fix it someday in the future. The channel setting is the same as in BGP. The OSPF v3 version 3 is able to carry both IPv6 and legacy routes if you set them up. But in the base configuration, it still has one channel per protocol, meaning that if you want to run a classical OSPF v2 for legacy IP and OSPF v3 for IPv6, you are having two different OSPF protocols in one BIRD. It may break your tooling in a way that you may have been used to write show OSPF something without stating the protocol name. Now, as two OSPFs emerge in one bird, you have to state the OSPF protocol name in all situations. So that's to consider whether it's for your consideration whether what do you do with this. There are different approaches, different outcomes. There is no approach is the right one and the good one. Everything has its drawbacks. With pipe, as I was saying, pipe is taking routes from one table and putting them in another table. We only did one change. We removed the opaque mode, which was doing nasty things. It was hiding the fact that the route is originated by another protocol, and it was claiming that the route was originated by the pipe itself. It led to some, well, we finally didn't see why to have it there, so we removed it, and with bird 3 it would not work anyway. So no other changes. You also don't need to have a channel configuration inside bird inside pipe in bird 2. You just put it there as it was there because it checks whether those two channels are connected to the same table, whether the table and the peer table config is pointing to the same type of table, and that's all. Yeah, there's a router advertisement thingy, which only needs to add an IPv6 channel and put the table and filters into channel if you are having some, and there are some minor improvements. Nothing special. RIP is the same as OSPF, so by default we kept there our RIP version 2. Sorry. Also, you have to write protocol RIPNG and the name of the protocol in the configuration if you are running RIPNG for IPv6. As I was saying with OSPF, the channel you have to have a channel. The tables and filters are moved to the channel. There is still one channel per protocol, and if I remember correctly, RIP doesn't have the feature to transfer IPv4 routes over IPv6. And one thing we added is a demand circuit mode for announcing updates on the wire. This was we were quite surprised by this request because we thought that the RIP is basically historical and nobody is using it. But well, life brings surprises every day. There is a protocol called RPKI. And this makes some confusion because it's not RPKI, it's RTR. The RPKI isn't a protocol itself, but we call it RPKI because somebody thought it would be a good idea to call it this way. So we replaced the CLI interface, which was in bird 1, which allowed you to add and remove ROAs over ROAs dynamically. Instead of that, you should use a trusted cache. For example, we are testing bird quite heavily against stay RTR, but you can use any other trusted cache, which supports the RTR protocol. We support ROAs 4 and 6 in the same protocol instance, in the same connection. You can you just set up the remote address and the remote port. We support the unencrypted TCP transport. We support SSH transport. Well, yeah, the configuration is quite confusing, but what you put there into the SSH transport, you put there the user, you put there the private key itself, and then you have to create a known hosts file. It's not the public key. It's written as public key, but it's a known hosts file. So please note this. It's somehow confusing. Somebody didn't name the configuration option correctly, and it's just stayed there. We are going to merge ASPA support for BIRD 2 soon, and for that you would just add. Where is that pencil? Oops. Yeah, you would just add another channel under the ROAs. You just try there ASPA table something, import all, and so, and then you will, as you are now having ROA check, you will just have ASPA check. It's the same. Yeah, there is static route configuration. You just have to say that it's explicitly IPv6. The statics can have only one. Is there anything? Yeah, the statics can have only one channel. So if you need static routes for IPv4, IPv6, VPNs for ROAs, every single static, every single address family has to have its own static protocol. If you want to insert routes into multiple tables, you have to create different static protocols. If you wish to insert the same route in multiple tables, consider using one static protocol and a pipe. Yeah, the syntax is basically the same for the route definition. The table setup moved to the channel definition, and that's basically all. There were static ROAs inside BIRD 1, which had some crazy specific configuration syntax. We moved it into the static protocol and created another crazy configuration syntax. It's also crazy, but crazy in a different way. As you can see, here we call the ROAs route, but it's not a route, it's ROA. And you say that ROA for that specific prefix with that maximum length is authorized to be sent by that given ASN. Yeah, it's routes internally. Sorry. We may sometime add a ROA keyword and say that ROA is also available for these situations. But everybody until now somehow swallowed this, so we may just keep this version. Now, Q&A number 2, before we get into filtering. You are all looking quite stumped. There is no Q&A on the internet. Ah, Stavros.
Yes.
Good morning, Stavros.
Good morning. Hi, Maria. Very nice. I have a question.
Please state your name and affiliation.
Stavros from Amsterdam Internet Exchange. I have a question. Since you guys now have implemented adjust and rebin and adjust and rebound, did you also consider of having enhanced route refresh correctly implemented with adjust and rebound?
Enhanced route refresh is correctly implemented. If you are reiterating on that thing that you would want to refresh only parts of the routing table, there is no RFC for this. If you wish to have this, we can find a way how to do it, but we would have to announce this in the route refresh request, and there is no space for the for it now. So we would have to add another capability, write an RFC on it, and then implement it.
All right. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Maybe to add on this, there are three mechanisms on how to reload routes in BGP. The first and most breaking is that you just restart it. You just drop the connection and let it reconnect, and it will feed you back. You can say, well, please route refresh, and the other side just sends you all the routes once again. And then you can say enhanced route refresh, and it's enhanced by two things. It sends begin of refresh and end of refresh, which means that everything else that was not sent in that third version, then it's then automatically deleted. So basically, if you don't want to flap, you want at least the route refresh itself. But if you request a route refresh, it's a good idea to for the sending side to send also some withdraws for routes which may have not been withdrawn before. With enhanced route refresh, it's just okay to send what's, well, begin of the routing table, then the block of routes which you currently have, and then the end of routes, and the recipient has to remove all other routes. But well, regarding this suggestion, we can also go for a more specific feature saying, well, please route refresh, but only for routes in this subtree of the IP tree, and then yeah, we can work on this, but it's a completely different story. But I will return to this later because there is a feature in BIRD 3 which is doing basically something like this on reloads between the internal tables. So let's continue. Now the funny part. Well, or the boring part. You choose. What's up there? There is some glitch on my screen. Something is, no, it's the Firefox thing. Okay. In filters, in BIRD 2, you can finally declare variables inside blocks. You don't have to use our, well, how to say it to not annoy anybody. Obnoxious configuration syntax, which was like putting the declarations outside of the block, not only outside of the blocks, but outside of the main block of the filter. So if I had to show you all the paw and hair variables would have to be put there directly after the cat, before the curly brace. There would be the right place to configure variables in BIRD 1. Please don't do it anymore. Please do write filters like programming in some other languages and put your variables inside the blocks. You can even have variables inside nested blocks. It works, and it works quite well. There are custom route attributes in version 2. This is a thing which I love to reiterate on because it makes working with BIRD much more convenient. There is no need to encode anything locally in communities. Please don't do it. If you want to keep some pre-computed information in the route, please declare a custom route attribute. It's ignored by all protocols. You just set it somewhere, and when you are showing, for example, if you want to keep the result of ROA check, you set up a variable which says ROA valid. And then instead of setting a community or setting another thing, you set up this specific variable, which can be also named ROA valid. And this name is then shown in the show route command output. So you can easily see it, and you can filter by it, both in filters on export and also in CLI. So you simply say that in the CLI that the ROA was checked, valid, invalid, unknown, and you can do the check on the import, and you can store it, and you can retrieve it anytime later. Any other intermediate results? This is also for IXPs mostly. If you are running a route server and you are doing AS path stuffing and other things, or you are doing some cleaning of BGP community lists, you can do this in the import filter, store it separately as a custom route attribute, and you can simply replace that route attribute at the end in the export. It's faster. And you can also see much more information in the show route output. You have pre-computed it in the import. The import runs once, the export runs many times. So that's it. It has some limited number of attribute types, but it can store BGP paths. It can store attribute lists. It can store many things. Well, we also added unknown BGP attribute support, which I don't see those people who told me that it's a weapon of mass destruction, but well, it's available since the last version. It's always byte string. It's always transitive. Beware, it can break things. Please don't set unknown BGP attributes to any values, but it may be handy for you to delete them. There are some routers which break on some BGP attribute values. If you are running some transit network, if you are running IXP, you may want to delete some specific BGP attributes, or at least you may want to be prepared for some customer to clean up the attributes for themselves, especially when they are running a buggy router from a certain for a specific company, which I don't like to say. So this is how it's configured. You basically say attribute, the type, which is int in this case. Then there is the name, meow. Or you can say that the attribute is in fact a BGP attribute number 29. I don't know which attribute it is, but it's some funny attribute which can do funny things. It's always type of byte string, do not touch, and then you say pause. I think that in the original version of this configuration example, there was bazooka. So please cheat it with behave safely, please. Do not set this. Then there is some filter, and you can simply set the attribute in the same way as you were setting another attribute. So here it's a version how to set meow to 2, 1, or 0, whether it's valid, unknown, or invalid. This is not the nicest version. We also aren't supporting storing these enum values inside custom attributes, which is stupid, but it may change soon probably, as we are making the type system inside BIRD more consistent and better working. Anyway, this is an example how to do an ROA check, and then how to store those 3 different outcomes into a route attribute. You don't have to have one specific attribute for three ROA check results, you can also have three attributes saying ROA okay, ROA not okay, ROA something, and then set those three, and then you can switch whether on the fact whether the attribute is defined or not, or something like that. Or you can also have multiple ROA checks, like checking against the official database, and then you can convert IRRDB into another database, into JSON, which you feed into stay_rtr, and then stay_rtr feeds it into BIRD via another RPKI protocol, and you do two ROA checks inside one filter and store it twice. And then you say, well, it's valid by the official one, it's valid by the IRRDB, it's invalid by the official one, and so on and so on. There are multiple versions, multiple possibilities of what to do. Yeah. Also, you can do community list preprocessing by this. If you are checking multiple times whether some community is set or not, you can store it in a custom variable, in a custom attribute. This means that you don't have to do the walk over the community list every single time you are checking it. Looking up that custom attribute is faster. You basically do the same lookup as with searching for the BGP communities themselves, and you don't have to do the walkthrough at all. It's just another integer or another thing. We added filters over loops over iterables. This is available since the last version. You can run a code block for every item in the data structure. So if you are receiving a multitude of BGP communities, and this is always is also mainly for BGP, this is handy for you because you do the walkthrough once. You just walk once over the community list and do some switching over those communities. This is faster than the common thing that if you see if there is this one, you can have 15 or even more instances of something like this, and the IXPs do it a lot. They have, if some community is in the list, then do something. If the community is in that list, do something different. Well, it's slow. If you run the loop, and well, this is another thing, but let's finish that thought. If you run the loop, you run it once over the community list. You can store the needed information into custom variables, and then you can use the custom attributes. Or if it's only local, you can use it as variables. Or you can detect whether your IS path was stuffed or not. This is a code. Well, I didn't test it, but it should work. So if it doesn't work, please then write an email to me. This will be available in the presentation, which I will upload after this session. I was just having no time to upload it. Yeah. So this basically walks over the BGP path and checks whether the ASN inside the BGP path is the same as the previous one. And if it is, it counts it as stuffed. And for every single ASN which is found to be stuffed, there is an information printed out. And as we can create our own variable of type BGP path, there is no problem to, well, do nasty things like stuffing for somebody else, unstuffing, completely mangling the BGP path, doing something completely strange, adding some loops, please don't do it. But if you wish to mess it up, here you have a food bazooka. Here is the community list tree I was speaking about. You can basically do some casing and switching over parts of, the long communities, large communities, and others and others. This is not only a syntax; it's quite a mighty thing you can employ, and it opens some nice doors. Yeah, we also fixed some problems with the filter syntax. We love the dot notation, so you can now use the dot notation on anything, and it has two different versions. If you use dot notation, for example, if you are having a BGP community list and you are adding a community, you either assign that thing as a value to something else, and then it's not modifying at all, or you can write it as a separate command, and then it's modifying that object you are calling it on. It means that you can't have a term, something like you compute something, then you have the method, and then you just don't assign it to anything. That doesn't work. But if the thing you are calling the method on, if that thing is an L value, you may end up modifying that object if you don't assign the value anywhere. This is just warning, but it allows some, I think, nicer calls, like calling the filter method directly on the BGP community, attribute. You can also do the adding. Here you can see that that command version of the object-like call. So instead of the older assignment version, the assignment is now implicit. Note those double parentheses. The outers are of the function call, and the inners are of the literal. Both of them are needed there. Yeah, so that's this. It does the same. It's just another syntax, and we will probably deprecate the old one soon. But for now, both are possible. There is in a BIRD source code, there is something called testconf or something like that, and it's a file full of some strange filter calls, and or it's tested. BIRD is tested on every build against that file. So if you are struggling with something, you can find the right syntax there. Yeah. Here you can see that the object-like calls are also possible on non-L values, which means instead of having to store that thing and then call .last, you can just do the new version in one line. In one command. I suspect that this was possible also before, but as we were adding much more strict type checking, the first was becoming more needed. Which brings me to function return values. I hope that nobody of you is returning multiple types of result from one function. From BIRD 2.14, it's not possible at all. It's even possible to declare that the function returns a specific type, and then the function throws a syntax error when you return something else. Please do it. This is good for good for checking the validity of your code. BIRD will infer the function type, the function return type from the return clauses anyway, and it would check whether it's not whether the return value type is different, and it would throw a syntax error if you try to return an empty community list and 0 from the same function. It will not work because we are computing the types through the whole filters to make it possible for those object-like calls to be added quite freely to any types. Yeah, so you can explicitly declare the return type. BIRD is inferring the return type anyway. So if you don't declare it, we will still compute it for you. But we suppose that people start declaring it just for the clarity. And we disabled multi-type return functions because it was breaking things elsewhere. If somebody was using this, please write your filters in a way that is not confusing. Then there is the interpreter performance, which has to be at least noted. In BIRD 2, there was a complete interpreter rework. It was quite a funny work. But note those 3 lines which are taken directly from our source code. This is the core of the filter engine. This is the warning at the beginning of the filter engine filter engine source code. We pre-compute constants. This means that if you have a constant something, constant BGP path, and you prepend some ASNs to the BGP path, it's pre-computed in the configuration time, and when it's used, it's the final value of this pre-computation which is used. If you write 1 + 1, it's always pre-computed to 2, and so on and so on. As I was saying, we are doing strict type checking, so we won't allow you to assign a BGP path to an integer, and if you try to do it, it's syntax error. It would not be syntax error in BIRD 1. There you would get runtime error, and if you do such a mistake, you just you load your million BGP routes into your filter, and you get million times an error about having bad types on assignment. So now we are doing strict type checking, and if you try to reconfigure to something where you have broken the filter types, it just won't reconfigure at all, and it would be a syntax error, a configuration error. Yeah, there is a downside, of course. The source code is magical, so more magical. So yeah, there is a definition file which allows you, not you, but if you are not developing BIRD, if you are using BIRD, you don't have a possibility to define another instruction. But if you want to develop a new instruction, it's just about adding a. It should be just about adding a single block in a file which looks like a C file. It isn't a C file completely, but it looks like it. But there is a 1000 M4 macro file, which is taking those blocks and spreading it all over three other files and generating the interpreter itself. Also, what I have to say, in BIRD 1, the first thing about the first data structure which which went out of the parser, which is basically an abstract syntax tree, was directly pushed into the interpreter, and the interpreter was walking recursively through the abstract syntax tree. This is not happening in BIRD2. We are walking recursively through the abstract syntax tree immediately after its construction, and we are compiling it to some bytecode, which is much faster, and well, in the end, it's much easier to debug. Yeah, this is a feature why I am still quite wonder, which would move me personally to move to BIRD2 as soon as we implemented it. The ROA checks in BIRD2 depend on the contents of ROA table. So if you run a filter, and then the ROA table contents change, you may have invalid routes marked as valid and vice versa. So if it's possible, which means if you have the original routes stored somehow, the routes are reloaded automatically. So if ROAs change, your filters may be recomputed automatically. So you just push different ROA set into your BIRD, and as a result, BIRD reloads all the routes through the filters once again, and recomputes whether the ROAs whether the filters are ROA valid, invalid, or whatever. In BIRD3, we are trying to do selective reload, which is that if ROA changes, let's imagine only one ROA changes and you have 100,000 routes. You don't want to reload all the 100,000 routes because most of the table would not be affected at all. You just want to reload the routes which are affected by this one ROA change. So that's why we have a selective reload in BIRD3. And it only reloads those routes that may be affected by the ROA change. There are some features in progress. These are obviously not going to be in BIRD1 at all. Most of them are going to be in BIRD2, and some of them are going to be in BIRD3 only. The EVPN support is something quite big. It allows running BGP over VXLANs. It allows setting neighbor tables and so. It's currently in development and should be released in like a month or two, something like that. It's like in the late stage of development and early stage of testing. There are ASPA checks prepared for merge, basically. So it will be in the next release. There is some route aggregation. For now, we can aggregate only routes with the same prefix, but one of my colleagues is heavily working on implementing an algorithm for condensing, for reducing the size of prefix of the table to, for example, if you have a little ASIC, you can still use it fully for all data. Well, not now, but after we implement it, and we would aggregate, for example, by the real next hops or something like that. What you wish. It will be very versatile. You know our filters, so the route aggregation will work. Well, the definition will be a filter. We are working on next hop filtering, which means, well, now BIRD is still capable only of filtering routes with one next hop, to znamená single path. If you want to do multipath, then you have some problems. It's basically unfilterable. We take only the first next hop. We can only replace the first next hop. We can only replace all the next hops with one specific. That's not good. It will use the same framework as the for cycle and so, and the object method model with the dot notation. But we wanted to first create the syntax model for this. So we created a syntax model for existing things, and then we are going to implement next hop filtering based on this. And then there's the Seum Yang API, which is, well, if you are using some tooling, some looking glasses over BIRD, this may help you in future, because we will have an API described by Yang, hooray, and it would be encoded as CBOR, which is a binary format described by RFC and describable by Yang. So performance upgrade, no need for any regex, and from the Yang there should be an API counterpart possible to generate for your use case, for your language. Well, I suppose most of the tooling is not existing yet, but while we will be doing everything about that, so we need a generator ourselves to generate our internal API. So we'll very probably release that code generator for Yang as either a separate project or as part of BIRD, which could be then removed as a separate object. We are running a bit early, but I think it isn't a problem, because now it's there is features expected only for version 3, so I forgot that there is another slide. Nice. In version 3, and it's probably not going to be version 2. Now in filters, you can't easily access information about, for example, the protocol which originated this specific route. So this will be probably added in version 3. Later, not now. It may be added in version 2, but I don't suppose it. In version 3, we are also already adding something called dependent routes or conditional routes or something like that, which is basically, well, it's not working this way, but you can basically use an information from other tables in filters, so you can then modify some other routes based on different prefixes, and so it will create a whole other mess for playing. And for example, you can use it for automatically announcing or retracting the default route by some elaborate algorithms, checking whether you have enough routes, for example, from BGP to say, well, this connection is okay now, and we can also announce the default route inside our network. We expect that after some time we'll stop adding features into the Yang API, Seum Yang API inside BIRD 2. So once this happens, we will get the complete API only in version 3. But it's not yet released as stable, so we can just stay with this. Now, there will be maybe some mutable static routes. Who knows? At least there is it. This is there, yeah. Which means maybe a possibility for adding static routes from the CLI. Who knows? In version 3, the infrastructure is prepared for MRI AI in BGP, which is minimal route advertisement interval, which is another thing for flap dampening. This is something we are where we are breaking the RFC because we are not implementing it, but it's in the original RFC. We also, by the multi-threading, we are adding a possibility to run to implement full BGP sec, which was completely impossible to implement due to performance reasons in BIRD 2. Also, there are some thoughts about multicast routing, but it's only for v3 as well. And now, please don't do this. Yeah, Stavros has already seen it, but now we have time to tell you what this is doing. Yes, this is a valid filter. I did the work to test it. So this is, I hope it doesn't have some problem. No, it's okay. Yeah, so basically what it's doing, it's a function which is some name, takes a BGP path as an input and outputs a BGP path. Here we have some local variables, and here we check whether the ASNs in the input are sorted or not. And if they are not sorted, we are switching the two neighboring ASs to the opposite order. So this is basically a bubble sort. One pass of a bubble sort. And when we finish it, we have the BGP path, the wrong direction. So we have to do it once again in a different order. Yes, note this. If previous is bigger than ASN and in previous is lesser than ASN. These are two different signs, and these are basically checking whether the AS path is sorted, and if it's not, it tries to fix it. And at the end, we check whether we have detected that the path is sorted or not. And if it is, we return the output. Otherwise, we try to call us once again. So, to say it, we enabled recursion. Please don't use it unless you need it. But it's possible to call a function recursively. So I can say we are now Turing complete. I wasn't shy. I didn't implement the Turing machine inside BIRD's filters, but well, contributions welcome. Anyway, please don't sort your AS paths. It's a completely ridiculous thought. But here you can see that the BIRD filters are kind of mighty. And you can also see that they can bite you if you are not aware what you are doing. So that's it. Quod erat demonstrandum. And we have, we have 15 minutes for questions, or if there is no, mic is open. I'll check. There are no questions online. Please state your name and affiliation.
Gary Javadan, Amzix Nok. Maria, thank you for the comprehensive overview. I have a question regarding the customer.
Moment, please. I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's better.
Oh, thank you. Considering how aggressive some routers when they receive unexpected BGP attributes, was it a difficult decision for you to add method for custom attributes?
Yeah, I was expecting this question. The problem is that the first and main request was to allow for their deletion. So, well, let's delete them, let's implement it. But when you want to delete them, you maybe want to also print them, so to show, at least to the log, what you are deleting. And, well, if you want to test this feature, you have to implement adding them, because we don't have any equipment adding unknown BGP attributes. And we don't want to have some strange things in our testbed. We want basically to run our testbed on my laptop. So the decision was like, well, it's like half a year that we started speaking about it publicly again. It's like 8 years since the RFC is valid. I don't think that, well, implementing it and then removing it would make the world any better. As also putting it behind some configuration barrier. Well, it's still a configuration barrier. You have to know enough about BIRD to reconfigure your router to add a malicious content. Then you have to basically sign the malicious content, sometimes by your ASN. And also, you can say to, well, yes, if you are a malicious actor, you can do this quite easily. But if you look into it once again, if you are a malicious actor, you could do it any time before as well. Just you had to do more work with it. Yeah, so, well, there is also an advantage in this. If you are trying to implement a completely new feature, a completely new BGP attribute, you may want this. You may want this feature in legitimate use. And, well, yes, it was kind of tough decision, but in the end, why should we block our users from using the software just because there are some manufacturers who refuse who refuse security? It's like banning knives in the public. In many countries it's banned. In other countries it's completely okay. Yeah, so yeah, it's a gun, but it's still something that could be and should be used for good use. And we are saying explicitly, please don't do it. That's, I think, from our point of view, it's the right place where to stay. And if you wish us to remove it, well, it's already outside. It's already out there. Yeah, so that's it.
Thank you.
Alex from F5. I have one question about the add pass capabilities. Today, you can enable it or disable it, but can you select, or on the feature, can you select some pass, like let's say like 4 pass and not all of them?
Not yet. If you wish this to have it in Bird, basically please write an email to me. I will put this on our roadmap, and we'll check whether it's feasible or not, because it's not so easy to implement it well, but it may work. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, also, I must add to this topic that we may probably return to this topic after this session, somewhere aside. That this would need some announcement and some synchronization between both sides, or it would behave quite strangely. Yeah, but let's speak about this. Let's catch up somewhere else, somewhere later, and see what's possible about this. Fine. Another question? Let's check the internet. Myself once again, but no question. So we are running 8 minutes early, but thank you for coming. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for your questions. If you wish to catch me with any other question about Bird, I am here for the whole week until Friday evening, or Friday afternoon. And well, enjoy this meeting. Don't get lost. Don't get frozen. And don't get hit by a golf ball or anything else, or a crazy bird. So, see you all later. Thank you. Come outside. Fine. This back. I'll do some cleanup.
Hello, hello, test, test. Yes, seems to work. Good morning, everyone. Good morning to RIPE 87 in Rome. This is the newcomers tutorial. It's great to see so many of you. I know there are a lot more newcomers registered, so I'll probably see they might come in still, or they'll we'll see them during the week. I'm Mirjam Kühne. I'm the chair of the RIPE community. You'll see a lot more of me during the week. I just have a question for you to start with first. Have some of you attended the online newcomers session that took place last week, I think? Yeah, I see a few hands. Good. There will be some information that you might have heard before, but this is also more specific about the RIPE meeting here. So let's get started. This is always a challenge. There's like one button on this thing that I need to press. I'll see if I can manage. Yay. So welcome to the first, to your first RIPE meeting. This is the 87th RIPE meeting already. RIPE 1 took place in 1989. And I'll tell you a little bit about the RIPE community and also the difference to the RIPE NCC and how all this started. So this is quite an established community. We had 3 meetings to start with every year, 3 meetings per year. Now we have 2 meetings per year. And yeah, so my first RIPE meeting was RIPE 19. It's a long time ago. I'm from Berlin originally. I studied computer science at the Technical University in Berlin. And then I worked for the RIPE NCC for many years and kind of grew with the internet community, you know, in my career, if you will. And then I also worked for some other organizations in the meantime. And I have been appointed the RIPE chair. There it says September 2020. So this is my 3rd year. I started right during the pandemic. There was a bit of a challenge to kind of get the community going and to be new in this role, right, and behind my screen. But I'm really happy to have physical meetings again and to see you here in person. We also have a vice chair, Neil O'Reilly. If all goes well, he is online. I don't know if he wants to say a few words. I can also introduce you to him. He can't be here in person this week, unfortunately, but he's following it as much as possible online. And he can also be reached by email. You see the mail address there. And he has actually also a long history in the RIPE community. I think, yeah, he says his first RIPE meeting was RIPE number 3, so even longer than I have attended. And he's also been the working group chair of a number of working groups. He comes more from the DNS side of things, so he's a kind of DNS expert. I'm just checking. This is the Meet Echo screen, just to see if somebody has any questions, because there will also be people following remotely, and we shouldn't forget about them. Right, just blast from the past. Well, I don't know if any of you remember the thing on the left. I didn't have any of those. I had an Atari when I started my computer science career. But the one on the right is maybe a bit more interesting, because that's something the RIPE community was providing when we started. You know, there was a working group that was called the Connectivity Working Group, and they were keeping and maintaining those maps, and they were adding new, you know, network connections. This is basically the European IP network at that time, and we'll get back to that later on. This is basically all the networks, you know, the network connections at the time, mostly academic networks. You know, all the NRANs in Europe, they started, you know, connecting, and so we were keeping those maps, and they're probably still somewhere on the net. And at some point, they kind of got too big and too complex, and then we stopped maintaining those maps. I have a question for you. I think one of you is going to start the poll, Xavier, or yes. So there is, if you're on Meet Echo, or also if you're in the room, do you know the difference between RIPE and the RIPE NCC? Yes, Gert. Some of the new people, you know, have you heard, like, why is the 2 acronyms RIPE, RIPE NCC? No, not many people in here. I don't know if you see people online, if there's a poll, is it going? Are people saying something? Okay, good. Some people know the difference. I should probably tell you what this actually stands for. RIPE stands for Réseau IP Européen, so the European IP network. And the RIPE NCC is the Network Coordination Center for RIPE, so for the RIPE community. have a bit more information about this. And you hear more about this also during the weekend. We have another introduction presentation after me from a colleague from the RIPE NCC. So the RIPE community was formed in RIPE in 1989, as I mentioned, by kind of some of the early IP users, and mostly academics, mostly scientists, physicists, people from the NRANs, from the universities in Europe, somebody from CERN. So there was kind of a handful of early adopters, and they were promoting IP, and at some point they got together and they felt they needed to coordinate certain things, like who has what IP address, how do we connect to each other, how do we find each other if something goes wrong, let's maybe write a short database where we can register all the contact information and all the IP addresses that were in use at the time. And so that's how it started, kind of small as an open community. It's still very much like that, even though it's a lot bigger, but it's still open to everybody. Anybody can join and can participate in these meetings. It's not a legal entity. It's just an open community that has these 2 meetings per year, but also operates a lot on mailing lists in the meantime. It's mostly there for information exchange, still the technical coordination that's needed in order to connect those networks together that then form the internet. And that's the core of the RIPE activities. And also a lot of best current practices for network operators and a certain amount of policy developments, for instance, like how to assign IP addresses or what to register in the RIPE database. On the other side, we have the RIPE NCC, the Network Coordination Center for the RIPE community, and it really started out as the secretariat for the RIPE community. So as I said, the early RIPE participants, they were all volunteers, and still today a lot of the work's done on a volunteer basis here. And so there was someone said, okay, I'll write this database, and maintain it. And somebody else said, well, I'll maintain or I'll host the mailing lists here on my server. And someone else said, well, we can meet here in my institute, so it's all like kind of based on volunteer efforts. And at some point, the RIPE community felt it would be helpful to have some help, some administrative support. And so they formed this Network Coordination Center, the RIPE NCC, to take over some of those tasks. In 1992, the RIPE NCC was created. It was first actually part of the European NRAN Association, so the association of all the academic networks in Europe, which made sense because most of the RIPE participants came from that community. And then later it was started as a membership association as it is today. And then shortly after, it was also formed as the first regional internet registry. Like, the community said, well, we already have the secretariat, this coordination center. Why do we still have to go over to the US to get our IP addresses? Let's just use that NCC to also delegate or allocate and administer the IP addresses here in Europe. And that's how it started. And then the RIPE NCC became the first RAR and got addresses for Mayana and so forth. So a bit of history here. But still today, the RIPE NCC very much looks at the community for guidance, and policy decisions and discussions are made in the community, and then the RIPE NCC implements them towards their members. And you'll hear a bit more about this later on from one of the colleagues from the RIPE NCC. This is the RIPE community today, all of you and a lot more people out there. We have 12 working groups at the moment. Here you see a list of working groups. They're all having sessions this week. So the Monday, Tuesday are mostly plenary sessions, and then Tuesday afternoon, Wednesday, Thursday, there are working group sessions. And you can find all the agendas. I think I have an overview of the meeting plan later on. And they kind of speak for themselves, the names, but you can also find information on the website on the ripe.net website for all these working groups, what their charter is, who the chairs are, what their tasks are, and the minutes from last meetings and so forth. It's all public on the website. Yeah, as I said, the RIPE community is open to anybody. All you need basically is email address, and so a lot of the discussions take place on the mailing lists. Each working group has their own mailing list, and then there's one larger mailing list for the whole RIPE community, the RIPE list. And a lot of the discussions that take place here during the week, which is of course great to have discussions in person, then decisions are usually made on the mailing list. Say if there's a discussion about a certain policy, it will usually continue on the mailing list after the meeting, and then the decision or the call for consensus, actually it's a consensus building process, is then made after the meeting on the list, so everybody can participate, also those people who cannot be here and at the meeting. Even though it makes it a little easier now that we have a lot better online facilities, of course, that people can also participate during the meeting if they can't be here in person. So yes, find the working group that you're interested in, subscribe to the list, maybe subscribe to the RIPE list to get some more general information about the RIPE community, and there you go, you're part of the community. Yeah, I already said all that. So there's a link to the mailing list information. Some nice artwork that the colleagues made. Nice, love it. Just to get a bit more into the RIPE 87. Test. Echo. The RIPE 87 week, so you know what you're getting yourself into. So this is the meeting plan. You also have that on your badge, and you open it, and there is actually, somewhere is the meeting plan. I don't know, the second page. So as I said, this morning there were tutorials. We are now in the newcomers session. After this, we have a lunch organized, mainly focused for newcomers. So there's one room that will be labeled, one of the coffee break areas where you maybe just been before this session will be labeled for newcomers. So if you want, you can all have lunch together, get to know each other a bit better, but it's not a requirement. You can, of course, also mingle with others, but I thought maybe on the first day, it's nice if you get to know each other, and then as of this afternoon, you'll be together with the rest of the community. Then we'll start with an opening plenary after the lunch session, and then more plenary sessions. In the afternoon, there are usually things called BOFs, birds of a feather. So that's kind of more informal sessions that people bring together, that brings people together that are interested in a certain topic. It's not a working group, it's just a one-off kind of discussion about a topic. And then tomorrow, more plenary sessions. And then in the afternoon, it starts with working groups. It goes on till Thursday working group sessions, and then Friday we'll wrap it up again with plenary, and then the closing plenary. Wednesday is a bit special. Wednesday afternoon, there's a working group. It's the RIPE NCC Services Working Group, which is a really good place to bring together the RIPE NCC members and the community, and for the RIPE NCC to listen to the community's input, and also for the community to hear reports and updates from the RIPE NCCs and their activities and services. And then after that is a members meeting, the general meeting that's here in a darker green, that's reserved for members of the RIPE NCC, and to then discuss like member-specific topics like activity plan, budget, and so forth. That requires a different registration. That's for you who are members and who don't know how to participate. The RIPE NCC's and service desk can help you out with that. Yes, as I said, today there is a BOF, and then there's also something called the best current operational practices, which kind of started as a BOF or as a task force, and it's still a bit of an informal session. It's not an actual working group, and they're really focusing on best current practices for network operators, and they have a quite interesting agenda this time. So if you're interested in that, you can participate there. And in parallel, unfortunately, we have things, some parallel sessions this week, something about sustainable networking, which is a bit of a theme this week. I have seen some related topics on the agenda. And then tomorrow afternoon, there are two other BOF sessions, an IP multicast and one about more community related topic about the community in that was used to call the ENOG, and it says there now, it used to be Eurasia, and maybe moving things more into Central Asia. So that's going to be a discussion about that. Another kind of special session on the agenda that you might have seen is the diversity and inclusion in tech on Thursday afternoon. Well, this time we'll have a number of lightning talks, and then a general open discussion on how we can continue to further be open and inclusive for new participants in this community. Again, it's open to anybody. It's not like specifically for one group of participants. During the week, if you want to participate, well, the easiest way is, speak up during the sessions, go to the microphone or use the Meet Echo app. You'll hear more about that in the opening plenary. There will be a presentation about the online platform that we're using and how you can participate through that. You can also then on the Meet Echo platform use the Q&A and the chat function. So you'll maybe want to get familiar with that. Yes, you should all have received a link to that Meet Echo platform that we're using. If you have any questions, come ask me or ask the meeting team. I think we'll have some contact information later. And also something special this week that we're experimenting with, I'm really excited about this, is something that we call local hubs. So we had some requests from parts of the community in other places, of the RIPE NCC service region, of the RIPE region, that are they couldn't come to the meeting, and they felt like maybe we can have a little mini hub, a little mini RIPE meeting together. So we come together in, I don't know, in a university or one of the operators there in the country. And so you'll probably see during the week on the online platform some groups of people from these countries, from these spaces that actually took initiative to organize a little get together to follow the RIPE meeting together rather than everybody in their own home, which I think is really nice to have more community building in those countries. And then hopefully we'll see many of them also in person at the RIPE meeting, the next RIPE meeting. Yeah, well, you already made it here, so you already have some motivation and why you want to be part of this community. But maybe just to give you some other ideas, this is a really good way to engage with experts in network operations, like all various aspects. There's so many people here in this community that have a lot of expertise in various parts of this, of internet operations. It's also a good way, to build your personal career, and start, getting to know people get to know you, and you can also obviously be part of this community and further continue to build, a better internet. And so we really need you to be active in this community, and hopefully we'll see many of you back, maybe also in some more leadership roles in the future. There is a RIPE program committee. I think, Max, you're here, right? I saw you in the back. There's the chair of the, or maybe he's not here anymore. There was the chair of the program committee was here in the back, but you'll see him also present during the opening plenary. So there's a program committee that's responsible for the plenary presentations. They have submission, proposals get submitted to the program committee, and then they decide. There are also elections this time for 2 seats on the program committee. So if you're interested, jump into that. That's still possible. Here's the faces of all the current program committee members. You'll see them around during the week, and they'll also be introduced later this afternoon. You can rate all the presentations when you go on the website. There's a button, you can give feedback to the program committee and to the working group chairs also on what you think about the topics and the presentations, so we can further improve the content. This is important. I think there are some of the code of conduct team members here in the room. So we have a code of conduct that everybody subscribes to when they register for the meeting. So please all follow the RIPE code of conduct and be nice to each other. But still, if there's something that you feel is bothering you, or there's some behavior that you think violates the code of conduct, please don't hesitate to contact any of these people here. There are some in the room. Are you here? Here's Sebastian. Sebastian is a new member of the code of conduct team. There's Salome I don't know if there's anyone else here, but you'll see posters and pictures of the people here. And some of them will follow online, and some kind of half here, and others are online. And there's of course also a page on the website that you can use to report and to contact them. Yeah, again, you can use the Meet Echo platform to interact with each other. Of course, you can also interact here in person, but if you're online, you can follow, you can use that platform. It's everything kind of together on this one platform. You can ask questions, get to know each other, chat. You can also see on the attendees list Some of the attendees have added their pictures and the AS numbers that they are responsible for and the email addresses, so you can find maybe people you want to talk to via the attendees list as well. Social events. Yes, that's also an important part, of course, to get to know each other and find other participants. There's one this afternoon. It's a welcome reception it's called the Clubhouse. I think it's one of the outside buildings here. You'll find signs later on. And then there is a nice social tomorrow that will be bussed to. And then on Thursday is the Ripe dinners, traditional Ripe dinner. So I really recommend you to participate. For the Ripe dinner, you need a special ticket that you should have seen when you registered and how to get that. There's also a parallel event for people who work for NRENs, kind of going back to our roots, the National Research and Education Networks. We still have many participants in the RIPE community, and there is a special event for academic and NREN participants if you want to go to that. And yeah, share your experience. There's a feedback form. You can always also come to me or to any of the staff at the registration desk if you have any questions or if you want to give us any feedback, any ideas you have. We especially want to hear from new participants what your impression is and what you think is missing or something you like or something we could do better in the future. So please don't be shy. You're really very important to us. There's a lot of technical staff also on site here, so if you have any questions, you can contact them, find them either in the hallways, but also there's an email address, opsmtg, like operations and meeting at ripe.net, if there's something not working with your Wi-Fi or you have some questions, and also if you have questions about your presentations, if you're presenting, they will be happy to help you. And general questions about anything related to the meeting, you can always send mail to meeting@ripe.net, and they will be able to help you there. And the easiest way is, of course, go to find the meet and greet desk. These are the people in the red shirts. Do we have any of you here in the room and any of the meet and greet staff? No, they're probably all at the registration desk right now because, you're also meet and greet, of course, Salome, yes. Yeah, that's right, you're wearing two hats, meet and greet and the code of conduct team. And the meet and greet desk is right next to the registration desk. So if you have any questions about the meeting plan, how to find the room or whatever, they'll be there to help you out. And they are very easily recognizable. And that's all for my part. I'm going to hand over to Athina, who's going to talk a little bit about the other organization, the RIPE NCC. Come on. And yes, you'll hear more about the RIPE NCC from Athina, and then I'll take over. Thank you.
Thank you, Mirjam. Hello, everyone. Welcome. My name is Athina Fragkouli. I am the Chief Legal Officer of the RIPE NCC. It's very nice to have you here for your first RIPE meeting. Yes, Mirjam talked a little bit about the difference between the RIPE community and the RIPE NCC. Indeed, the RIPE NCC is not a community, it's a legal entity, and it was formalized by the RIPE community in 1992. It is a membership organization. It has an executive board that is elected by the members, and it has employees, staff. We provide services, we implement the policies that are developed by the RIPE community. We're pretty much the RIPE Secretariat, in a few words. Our strategic objectives as an organization, first and foremost, is of course to be the Secretariat of the RIPE community. We want to have an open, inclusive, and engaged RIPE community. We work towards that. We are, of course, the registry. We operate the registry. We try to make sure that it's trusted, it's efficient, it's accurate, and resilient. But we're not just a registry. We are the RIPE NCC. NCC stands for Network Coordination Center. So what we do, we try to coordinate the members and the community to develop a global internet that is secure, stable, and resilient. Of course, this can only be happen when you have a stable organization and a robust governance structure, which is the fourth objective. And last but not least, the fifth objective none of them can happen without having a competent staff. So our objective is to attract engaged, competent, and diverse staff. So if we can group our activities in 3 categories, this will be the first category. It's the registry. We operate the registry, we maintain the RIPE database, we allocate inter-number resources, and that can be managed via the LAR portal. We investigate potential registration hijacks, and we make sure the policies are implemented correctly. So we investigate possible policy violations as well. We support, as we said, the policy development process of the RIPE community, and we ensure secure routing with the RPKI. The second group of our operations is the information services. We have internet measurement services such as RIPE Atlas, RIPE Stat, RIS, RIPE IP Map, which we develop and we maintain. We also operate the KRoot server, which is one of the 13 root servers, root name servers globally that support the DNS. And we also delegate reverse DNS zones for the address ranges that we manage. The third group of our activities have to do with the community and engagement. We organize RIPE meetings, such as this one, but also other regional meetings and events. Training services. We offer training courses, e-learning, and certified professionals. We engage with public in public policy discussions that have to do with the internet. And of course, we contribute in internet governance discussions. We have this nice web blog that is the RIPE Labs. It's a very nice website. Please visit it. We publish there articles that are written by our staff, but also by third contributors. And we run the Community Project Fund, which is a fund for projects for the good of the internet. Click. This is the executive team of the RIPE NCC. You can see on your left hand Hans-Peter Hollen. He is the managing director and CEO of the RIPE NCC. You can see me on the other side in the corner, the bottom. And in this meeting, you will see James Kennedy, the Chief Registry Officer. Hisham is sitting over there. Please stand up. He's the Chief Community Officer. Simon Jan Heiting, I saw him somewhere in the back. He's over there. Is the Chief Financial Officer. And myself, of course, will be walking around. Please approach us. We'll also give presentations mostly on Wednesday at the NCC Services Working Group and at the GM. And of course, Daniela is the Executive Assistant. You'll see her at the registration registration desk of this RIPE meeting and around, sorry. The Executive Board. The Executive Board is elected, as I said, by the members. They are here. You'll see them also walking around. Tonight, you'll see them at the welcome reception. You can talk to them. And of course, on Wednesday, we have the general meeting. You can talk to them. We can talk to them throughout the week. They are very approachable. They are there also to answer your questions. This is very important. The support desk and this RIPE meeting. This is the one-stop hub for everything that is related to RIPE NCC. It's in the coffee area. My colleagues are there to answer any questions you may have, to provide any support you may want. Please go there. We mean it. Please go there. They are ready to help you. Don't be shy. Finally, the RIPE NCC General Meeting. This is a meeting only for RIPE NCC members. This is separate to the RIPE meeting. It requires a separate registration. It takes place at 4 o'clock on Wednesday. The registration stops 2 hours earlier. So please register until Wednesday, 2 o'clock. if you're a member. You can vote online. If you have any questions, you can either email your questions to this email address. Carla, my colleague, please stand up. She's there to answer any questions. Also, I'm here to answer any questions about the GM. On this link, you can find the agenda and supporting documents. And with that, I'll give the floor to my colleague. I have a little treat for you. Angela Delara is the policy officer who's going to talk about the policy development process. From me, thank you very much. Thank you for having you here, for being here. Take the most out of this first RIPE meeting, and please enjoy yourselves. Thank you.
So, buongiorno, first of all. We have a RIPE meeting in Rome, so I take the opportunity to greet everybody in my own language. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the newcomers. It's always a pleasure for me to have new people joining our meetings, although I can understand that some newcomers of the meeting are not newcomers in the RIPE community. I'm the policy officer in RIPE NCC. You heard Mirjam and you heard Athina talking about this very important part of the activity of the RIPE community. You are part of the RIPE community, and most probably you didn't realize, not all of you, that you are all policymakers. So my first invitation to you is pay attention. Be careful, look at what is in the policies. If there is something that has to be improved, if there is something that is wrong, if there is something that is annoying, that you don't like, that you think it could be done better, please join the mailing list of the working group of your interest and start a discussion. This might bring to a new policy proposal and might bring other people into the discussion to bring their own experience, to bring their own comments, and improve what the RIPE NCC does for you. Because as you heard, the RIPE NCC is implementing the policies that are accepted by the RIPE community. So we are here to work for you. We are your secretariat. The hard work in working groups, you know, the community works in working groups. The hard work is going to be for the working group chairs to decide if there is consensus on a certain proposal. So if you do not comment, if you don't contribute with your experience, with your concerns and whatever, it's going to be very difficult for them to determine if there is consensus on a policy. Don't be shy. Already you heard Athina. Participate. I know it can be intimidating to post on the mailing list, but actually your comments and your contribution is going to be very, very welcome. So what I suggest, first of all, check which are the working groups, check what is relevant for your field of work, and look at the past discussions, what has been discussed there, what people think, the way in which they discuss, always following the code of conduct. Please be kind to each other, try to be understanding that, you know, everybody has his own way to communicate, and it's important to have a very rich and full discussion about it, about policy proposals. By the way, talking about policy proposals, we have one active policy proposal in the Address Policy Working Group that is going to be discussed on Wednesday, and is regarding the introduction of a status for PA assignment in IPv4 that is already in place for IPv6. It is interesting to note that this proposal brought up another subject for what is the kind of registration that we want for contacts in PA assignments. So there is going to be also a space dedicated to that. On top of that, in the Address Policy Working Group, you will have a discussion regarding the review of the IPv6 policies. So if you have ideas, if you have something to bring up, to review a policy that is actually getting a bit vintage, like me, a bit old, please participate, say what you think. But I have to remind you that despite the discussion in the RIPE meetings are fundamental to bring up ideas and to know what is going on, what is counting for the consensus determination is what is posted on the mailing lists. Also because the mailing lists are the, let's say, the only one, the unique location where all the comments are recorded and can be found back and can be checked by the working group chairs to determine consensus. So even if you have a talk during the meeting, or even if you have talks on other channels, I don't know, Telegram or WhatsApp or other places about policy proposals, it is important that you post your comments in the mailing lists. And if you have questions about policies, how they are applied, how they are compliant with the procedures of the RIPE NCC and so on, or otherwise, sorry, andersom, as you say in Dutch. If the procedures are compliant with the policies, please come to me, and I'm very happy to answer all your questions. We have also a new forum, and that's why I'm making this specification about the mailing lists. On the forum, you will find a lot of topics, from technical topics, where you can find help from more experienced participants. You can post your questions and so on. You can also find topics like bring your own cheese at the RIPE meeting or something like that. I was wondering why nobody's bringing its own pasta or something. Is important that if you have comments that you think are relevant for the discussion on policy proposals from the forum, you post them on the mailing list. And with this one, I think you got already a lot of information. I don't want to go on too much. I give back the word to Mirjam for closing the session.
Thank you very much, Angela. And this is it. This ends almost ends the session. Are there any questions from you here in the room, or those of you who are online? I see Neil O'Reilly, the vice chair, is online on Meet Echo. So if there's any questions online, then you can also post them there in Meet Echo. No questions here in the room. Yes, there is a question. Could you come to the microphone, please? There should be two, one in the back and one here in front. I'm a bit blinded by the light. I'm glad I saw you actually. And one thing, sorry, before you start, what's really important also in this community, that you state your name and your affiliation so that we know who's who, and that you also get to know each other and you know who's speaking. So thank you.
Hello, I'm Romain from ETH Zürich. So I tried to post my question online, but I didn't know whether this will work or not. So I just had a question about the policies from the RIPE NCC. I was wondering if those are somewhat enforceable once they're agreed upon, or they are essentially best practices for the community to try and follow.
I think Angela can answer this very well. She's the expert.
So when there is a proposal, when there is a proposal, the first step is to check, first of all, the scope of the proposal, if it's in the scope of the work of the RIPE NCC. Mostly proposals are regarding the way in which resources, IP addresses and IS numbers are distributed to resource holders. They might be LARs, members of the RIPE NCC, or end users. And then sometimes they are related to how to register objects in the RIPE database. The RIPE database group also works with numbered work items, and they might have a different process for accepting certain changes. But let's say that the first check that we do together with the proposers and the working group chairs is that the policy is in scope. Also, it might be, you're right, that the policy is not enforceable. So, for example, it's outside of the possibilities, you know, to, how can I say, to implement certain changes. That part is going to be mentioned in the impact analysis. So, whenever there is, because, you know, during the discussion, you can have some comments, some changes, and so on, and the community would like to have a certain change implemented. Then the RIPE-NCC has to say, yes, we can do it, no, we can't do it, or to apply that change, we need a certain set of new resources, can be tools, can be people, can be, you know, they can also, we have a legal impact that is making an assessment of whether the proposal would conflict with law and regulations. So let's say a policy, a new policy, of course, ideally must be enforceable, but it can be that sometimes there is a change that is deemed as getting challenges, you know, being challenged by the possibilities that we have. I hope I answered your question.
Thank you, Angela. And I think there is an online comment. Neil O'Reilly wanted to add something. Can you please give him access? Can you please unmute yourself, Neil? I can see his name there. You should be able to speak. Can you give him access? This is a good place. This is a good way to test the system. It's the first session we're having this week.
Yay!
Here he comes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes. Please go
great.
ahead.
Yeah. No, I wonder, is there anything Angela would add to that about how the policies, if necessary, can be included in the contract of service that the RIPE-NCC has with its members? I don't know. I'm asking this question actually from a position of ignorance, so I'm not hinting at anything, but just wondering.
Yeah, I think Athina will answer that one.
That's my cue. All right. So indeed, the members have to sign the standard service agreement with the RIPE-NCC. And one of the obligations the members have when they sign this agreement is the obligation of compliance. And indeed, compliance to RIPE policies is included there.
Thank you, Athina. And there's another question in the back.
No, my name is Daniel Karrenberg. I'm one of the founders of RIPE and the first and current employee of the RIPE-NCC. I just wanted to take a little bit more of a global high-level view on the question about the policies. What one has to understand about RIPE and the RIPE-NCC is that the policies are mainly concerned with what the RIPE-NCC does. So it's basically the community saying very formally to the RIPE-NCC, you should do this, you should do that, you should provide this service, do allocations like this. There's another thing that the RIPE community does, and that is making recommendations on, for instance, how to operate and things like that. And obviously, those are not enforceable. Yeah, they are just recommendations made by the whole community, and they have some weight. Yeah, because we all discuss it and come up with it. But you have to be very clear in what the distinction is between the two. And this formal policy development process is intended to give guidance to the RIPE-NCC. And now to make it even more complicated, as Athina has said, the RIPE-NCC is a legal entity, it has a board. So even if we make a policy here as a community, the board may say we can't implement it. It hasn't happened so much. But you can construct cases where they say, well, that would be illegal or would provide the liability to us. So in essence, the policy development process is not for everything. we have stuff that we do as a community. We write documents, recommendations. One thing, policies is more like guidance to the RIPE NCC. I hope that clarifies it somewhat.
Yeah, thanks for the addition, Daniel. That's really useful, and then that really also illustrates the I find like brilliant and intricate relationship between the RIPE community and the RIPE NCC, and the way it's been set up at the beginning by the community, and the way the RIPE NCC still acts as a secretariat, but also as the formal entity towards the members. So that can be difficult to understand sometimes, you know, who is responsible for what. But this is an opportunity for you to find out during this week, you know, talk to us and find out a bit more about the history and about the way this all fits together. If there are no more questions from you here in the room or online, we actually have questions for you. I think there's going to be something happening in the background. The voice from the... Oh, I go to the next slide, otherwise you can't do it. Oh, Xavier already made... Oh, yes, there we go. This is what's going to happen. So Xavier and Gerardo are going to take care of that. So it's a bit of fun, test your knowledge.
Sorry, this technology is a bit hard and difficult. There's all these buttons and stuff. But let's get this party started. Welcome everybody to our RIPE 87 Newcomers Kahoot quiz. My name is Gerardo Vivier and I am your quiz master. We are broadcasting today from the pineapple on top of a pizza. Can you imagine the audacity? When you sign up, remember to put your registration number in your nickname if you can. So the goal of the quiz is to let you check your knowledge. We know all of this, now we want to see if you know it. Let's see how much you remember from everything that was said. Now, let me tell you how to play the game. I am going to show you a series of questions with 4 possible answers. The person who chooses the right answer the fastest gets the most points. And the person who chooses the right answer the fastest until the end of the quiz gets all the points and, of course, wins. So we have around how many people signed up? Don't be shy. All you need is a mobile phone. Go to the link www.kahoot.it and put in the game pin 9332745 and then just put in a nickname. So we got around 43 people, 45. Some of you still signing up. I will give you 1 more minute and then we will start. Okay, 48 people. I was hoping we would reach 50. 1 more, and then we start. 51, even better. Let's go. The pin number will still be showing there, so if you are not signed up yet, you can still sign up during the game. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Again, remember, I will show you a question, and you have to choose the right answer the fastest. And we start in 3, 2, 1. Who is the RIPE chair? I don't know, this person who's been talking all the time. Is it Hans-Peter Holland? Is it Neil O'Reilly? Is it the RIPE chair team, or is it Mirjam Kühne? It's not a trick question. Who is the RIPE chair? Hans-Peter Holland, Neil, I can never get his name wrong. Neil O'Reilly, or Mirjam Kühne. And the right answer is, of course, Mirjam Kühne. Hans-Peter Holland is the managing director of the RIPE NCC. Scoreboard says Scott at the front, Chris, CDP, Katarina 259, and 466. On to the next one. Question number 2. What does the RIPE PC do? Does it choose the presentations for the working group sessions? Does it select the working group chairs? Does it choose the presentations for the RIPE meeting plenary sessions? Or does it ensure that there are parties and celebrations at each RIPE meeting? So what does the RIPE PC actually do besides doing all these cool things that it does? And the right answer is that it chooses the presentations for the RIPE meeting plenary sessions. When you go to the next session, which is the opening plenary, everything that has been there selected was the work of the RIPE PC. Let's check the scoreboard. Scott still at the front, CDP, Romain, Fabrizio, and SIV. Siv, let's go. Question number 3.
Initiate countdown.
No, we did that already. Who makes RIPE's policies? Is it RIPE? Is it the RIPE NCC? Is it the IETF? Or is it why should I care? The wrong answer. I already gave you one away. Is it RIPE, RIPE NCC, IETF, or why should I care? And I hope to not see any why should I care. Ah, good so. So RIPE creates all the RIPE policies. The RIPE NCC does something else. Scoreboard says CDP at the front, Fabrizio, Romain, Steve, and Ask Selmer 114. Question number 4. Who implements RIPE policies? Is it the RIPE chair? Is it the RIPE NCC? Is it RIPE, or is it everybody? On guard. Who implements RIPE policies? The RIPE chair, everybody, the RIPE NCC, or RIPE? And this is a trick question, isn't it? Yeah! So, and the right answer is, of course, the RIPE NCC. The RIPE NCC takes RIPE policies, implements it, makes it into something workable, and then you guys have to all, of course, follow them. Everybody has to follow them, but the RIPE NCC implements them. So, scoreboard says CDP still at the front, Fabrizio, Siv, Romain, and Christoph 96. This is getting very exciting. Question number 5. You need to become a member to join what? My fan club, of course, the RIPE community, the RIPE meeting, or the RIPE NCC. What do you have to become a member to join? The RIPE community, my fan club, the RIPE NCC, or the RIPE meeting? And the right answer is, of course, the RIPE NCC. To join the RIPE community, all you have to do is join it. There's no procedure or anything formal. My fan club, on the other hand, I will give the details later. CDP still at the front, Fabrizio, Siv, Romain, and Christoph 96. Question number 6. This is true or false. Working groups discuss RIPE policies on mailing lists. Is this true or is this false? So where do working groups discuss RIPE policies? On the mailing list, true or false? Oh, no! The right answer is going to be revealed right now. True. All the RIPE policies are discussed by the working groups on the mailing lists. Of course, at the RIPE meeting, you can talk about them, but the real discussion goes on the mailing lists. Scoreboard says CDP still at the front. Fabrizio coming in really close. Siv, Romain, and Christoph 96. Goodness gracious, this is going to be a really tight race. Which of these is not a RIPE working group? So of these 4 things here, which one of them is not a RIPE working group? Is it the IoT? Is it the DNS? Is it the open source? Or is it the big data? Which one of these? Paf! IoT, DNS, open source, or big data? Take your pick, and the right one is, or the wrong one, is the big data. There is no big data working group. Haha! Now, scoreboard says CDP at the front, Fabrizio, Siv, Romain, and Christoph 96. I think this is going to be the same until the end, unless somebody breaks those fingers. Which of these came first? Was it the Voyager 2 closest to Neptune? Was it the RIPE 1 meeting? Was it the fall of the Berlin Wall? Or was it the first working World Wide Web browser? One of these things came in first.
1.
Number 1.
1.
Exactly. And take your guess. But the first thing that happened, and in 1989, was the RIPE 1 meeting. It happened before any of these other historical things. So RIPE 1, you made history before. Scoreboard says CDP still at the front, Fabrizio, Katarina 259, Christoph 96, and Windows 95. Booting up again. Let's see question number 9. Does RIPE have a secret working group? Oh, now the quizmaster has to die. Oh, yeah! No, I wouldn't think, oh, yeah. So there are no secrets. There's no such working group. If it's a secret, we would never tell. Or what is a working group? That is also a valid question. And the right answer is Boom. If it's a secret, we would never tell because it's a secret. On to the scoreboard. CDP, Fabrizio, Caterina 259, RSC 224, and Christoph 96. I think Windows 95 just stopped. There's 3 more questions and anything can happen. Where can you find the RIPE NCC support desk? On WhatsApp, nowhere, on Facebook, or in the coffee break area. This one was a bit too easy, don't you think? And the right place is, of course, the coffee break area. Nowhere? No, nowhere is nowhere. The coffee break area is somewhere, so you can find them in the coffee break area. Scoreboard says CDP still at the front, Fabrizio, Caterina 259, RSC 224, and Christoph 96. This is going to be a definition of speed. Question number 11. Which organization was the first regional internet registry? So, was it ICANN? Was it RIPE NCC? Was it ARIN? Or was it Internic? Which organization was the first regional internet registry? And if you know your history well, you'll get the answer right. And it was, of course, the RIPE NCC. We said it all along. The RIPE NCC was the first regional internet registry, and later came the rest. Scoreboard says CDP still at the front. RSC 224 coming in fast. Caterina 259, Fabrizio, and Lala. On to the last question. Yeah! And what does the NCC stand for? Is it Nordic Construction Company? Is it Network Carbon Copy? Is it Network Coordination Center? Or is it Nerds Computer Club? It could be all of these because they're all NCC. But what does our NCC stand for? Is it Nordic Construction Company, Network Carbon Copy, Nerds Computer Club, and of course the right answer is Network Coordination Center. And the surprise is who will be on number 1. But of course, we start with first, number 3. Congratulations to CDP. Number 2, Caterina 259. And number 1 is, of course, RSC 224. Unbelievable. Now, thank you, everybody, for playing. We hope you had fun and learned something new. Enjoy RIPE 87. And remember, a day where you did not learn something is a day that was lost.
Thank you so much, Gerardo. This was great fun. I hope you enjoyed that. And I noticed you maybe have to explain some things a bit better next time because some questions, didn't get right. But I hope you got a good impression of, of the RIPE meeting and what the RIPE is, what the RIPE NCC is, and who is who. And I wish you a wonderful week here at the RIPE meeting. Also, those of you who participate remotely, I hope you can participate actively as much as possible and get a little bit of the fun that we're having here in person as well. And now it's lunchtime. There is, as I mentioned earlier, there are 2 lunch rooms, but there will be signs, and there's one lunchroom that's kind of specifically for you today, where you can have lunch together. There will also be some other community members, like some of the RIPE working group chairs and PC members, so you can get to know some other community members as well. And then after that, we'll come back here and we'll start with the opening plenary, and you'll see me again. Sorry. Come in. There's still some space here in front. It's going to be a little cozy, but there's still a lot of chairs I can see here in front, and they're also on the right. Wait a few moments, people can find a seat. Yeah, there's still chairs here in front, kind of scattered around, so don't be shy. He's here, yeah. Right, let's get this started. There's still some people coming in. There's some space. There's a lot of chairs here in the front rows. Please find a seat. But yeah, welcome to RIPE 87. It's great to see so many of you again, or also newcomers, see for the first time. We have quite a good turnout. I'll show you some numbers later. So I'm Mirjam Kühne. I am the chair of the RIPE community. We also have a vice chair, Neil O'Reilly, who is unfortunately not here in person for family reasons, but he is participating remotely. So he's on Matejka, and we'll jump in when necessary. And you might also see him on chat, commenting on questions you might have, or just chatting with you in the background, which is great. This is actually our third meeting in Rome. The first meeting we had here was RIPE 21. I was there, I think. I was relatively fresh still at the time into this community. And we looked at the minutes, and at the minutes it said at that point it was the largest RIPE meeting ever with 110 attendees, which is great. And then the second time we were here in 2010, there was also something interesting happening at the time. I mean, imagine this was 2010, this is some time ago. There was some unscheduled talk that introduced a suggestion of the World IPv6 Day. There was actually Lorenzo at the time who had this idea, and he and that's kind of minuted in the records. You can find that there, and we'll see at the end of the week, what we can record, what the highlights are from this meeting. So we'll see what we'll find in the minutes after this week. So we currently have 966 registrations in total. That's both online and on site. You can see the distribution there. I just heard like almost 500 people have now checked in here on site, or have checked in total, for the meeting. And we should not forget also, just a reminder to myself and to all the other session chairs throughout the week that we do have quite a number of online participations. They're all sitting there behind the screen. On the screen, you can see the queue of people following there. And you can also see online, and Ulka is going to tell you more about this, the platform, the Matejka platform, and how to use it and how to interact also with the online participants. Another thing I think is really exciting is that we also have some local hubs. And what do we mean by that? While we have all these people following remotely, there are some participants who actually took the initiative, and six locations throughout the region to kind of organize themselves and get together in one location in the university or one of the operators' offices, and they basically follow us remotely kind of as a group. So they kind of have a little mini RIPE meeting together so that they don't all have to sit at home alone, and they have a bit of the community feel that we have here also together. So we are kind of experimenting with this. I'm really excited we have so many of them. It kind of started with one, and then the NCC sent out a call, you know, is there anyone else who wants to take that initiative? And so we had all these people organizing themselves. I don't know if you have an opportunity to see them on Matejka right now, but otherwise you might see them throughout the week. And maybe include them a bit in this community meeting. So we'll see how this goes and how this evolves over time. Maybe we'll have that again next time. And obviously, I hope to see many of them also then come to the next RIPE meeting in person. Please come in. There are still some chairs here in front. You don't have to stand in the back. I don't know if you had chairs on the sides, but it's probably not so easy to see through with the pillars there, but there are some chairs here and here also in front. Right, let's just dive into the RIPE meeting plan. You might have seen there's we made a slight change to the schedule and to the outline. We usually had like Monday and Tuesday plenary sessions, and then Wednesday, Thursday working group sessions. We shifted some things around, so this time all the working groups can have 90-minute meeting slots again, and therefore we also allowed for the RIPE NCC Services Working Group and the RIPE NCC's members meeting basically have the entire Wednesday afternoon. Therefore the PC sacrificed, I think, 30 minutes in total. Sorry about that, but in the end we kind of found a good compromise there, and that means we have on Tuesday afternoon we actually have 2 working group sessions that would have otherwise taken place on Wednesday, but therefore they got a longer slot again, like it was in the past, pre-COVID basically. So this is the new schedule for now. See how that goes. There are, looking at the agenda, there are maybe some themes that stand out. I saw a number of topics related to sustainability, and maybe a continuation of the discussion we started last time and also some RIPE meetings ago. And there's also a theme that's probably not, or a topic, that's probably not going to go away. It's related to our engagement with governments and other stakeholders in this community. And so there are a number of presentations on that. And then, of course, a whole bunch of like different technical topics that will be covered and discussed during the week. I'd like to remind you of the RIPE Code of Conduct. I mean, you should all have seen that when you registered. And why is there a red button already? Am I already done my time? Oh my God. Am I already? Is my time already over? Sorry, I'm not done yet, Jan. Okay, I'll speed up. You should have all seen the RIPE Code of Conduct. This is just a short version of it. There's a whole RIPE Code of Conduct when you registered, and you should have all checked that you've seen it. So just as a reminder, please treat each other with respect and tolerance. And this is an open meeting. You have quite a diverse set of people. I would also remind us that sometimes when we speak to each other here in the room and make a comment, or maybe even more so on the mailing lists, it feels like, you're just responding to one person and you have this dialogue with this one person, but obviously there are like hundreds of people listening in the background, and just keep that in mind, when you make a comment. It's not also, especially since we want to attract new people and we don't want to turn them away, they're like, oh, they all know each other, it's kind of intimidating. So keep that in mind, with the tone that you have when you communicate with each other. Should there be something that bothers you, or you think something is violating the code of conduct, you feel you have an experience that you feel uncomfortable with, there's a code of conduct team. I'm really happy to have, we have 2 new volunteers on the team, and not all of them are here in person this time. So it's kind of half are here in person during the week, and the others are following remotely. But you can contact them all there's a contact form on the website, or also send them an email, so you can find their contact detail on the website. this is just you don't have to remember all these people, but they're they are the people who are responsible for the working group sessions that I've mentioned earlier on Tuesday and Wednesday and Thursday. There's some of the working groups have selection processes going on for new co-chairs this week. So at the end of the week, you might see some new pictures, and I'm going to ask you to check the new pictures on the slide. But yeah, thanks to those, we have like agendas for all the working groups during the week. And then there's another group, that's the program committee, that's responsible for the plenary talks. And then the program committee chair will have a more detailed presentation later on. So I'll skip that here. Another highlight, I think, of the meeting is always also the diversity and inclusion session. That's this time on Thursday afternoon. We have a number of lightning talks, and then also continuing discussion on how we can further increase diversity and make sure everybody feels included in our community. So I invite you to participate in that. And what would a RIPE meeting be without social events? So there are a number of social events again this week. There's one this evening here on the site of the hotel in one of the buildings outside in the clubhouse, where we'll have some opportunity to see each other again, welcome the newcomers and have a good time. And then tomorrow there will be a social on the boat, where we'll all go there by bus. And then also on Thursday, the traditional RIPE dinner is in a really beautiful venue that we'll go to together on Thursday evening. And you'll find some more information on the website and also on your badges. The meeting won't be possible without the sponsors, of course, so thanks to the sponsors and to the local host also. And I would also specifically, I don't have a slide here, specifically like to thank the RIPE meeting organizers, and most notably maybe Sandra Geisen, who has kind of took this over halfway through the organization, and then the whole meeting team has done a fantastic job to put this together. And so I hope you all have a great week. Yeah, enjoy the RIPE meeting, and I would like to hand over to Maurizio Goretti, who's going to talk, give an introduction from the local host. So NAMEX is our local host here in Rome, and Maurizio is going to tell you a bit more about that.
Thank you. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Rome. My name is Maurizio Goretti. I am the NAMEX CEO. And yes, this one. Who is the host this year is the local exchange point, NAMEX. This is a little bit of a history. Some of us has been around for a while. This is my photo when I entered for the first time in the office. That was... Okay, yes, we host, we already was a host in 2010. I have to skip this image because I look younger here, so I have to skip it. So today we are a not-for-profit neutral exchange point, and we are an IXP consortium. That means that we are member-based. That means that our member count the same, even if they are big or small. Our main goal is not commercial, is to provide useful services. We use a lot of the Roman Empire communication stuff. So these slides show that we are growing a lot, and that's why we call ourselves the Roman Empire. And this moment we have 232 connected ISs and other stuff that show that we are growing. We are again, we use the Roman Emperor for our data center places. We are in four places: Caesar, August, Tiberius, Claudius. Now we have a problem because one of the next possible name is Nero, but Nero was the guys that burned Rome at that time, and for a data center it's not the best name to give. So it's. We are also present outside Rome. We are present in the south of Italy with a couple of regional exchange points. Yeah, the drill is with us. And we are present in Naples and Bari, and we are also collaborating with the National Research Network of Albania, RUSH, and we manage the local neutral exchange point. How we use our profits, because we have profit at the end of the year, we invest in equipment, new equipment, infrastructure, staff, people, but also training. We have this program, it's been here some years now, very successful. At least in Italy, it's very difficult to find very good training course in our topics like BGP, MPLS, DNS. For this reason, we organize courses. It's free courses for our members. Last year, we trained roughly 150 people at 3-day courses with final test. Then we also support projects. I would like to mention just one, the Keep Crime Connected, because I think it was brought here in the RIPE community. Books, we published 2 books, and well, only 2 books, so it's not so much, but last one is about BGP, is the English version of an Italian version. And 2 of the 3 authors is here at the RIPE meeting. One is our CTO Flavio Luciani, and the other one is Antonio Prado. I think they are here in the audience. Over there, yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So we are 8 people from NAMEX, because it's our, we are those. We've been around for the whole week. We have a desk at the entrance. So if you want to meet us, if you have problem with a Roman taxi driver, they want to like that ask you too much money to you, so and whatever restaurant, whatever, we are there. So let's meet us over there. The T-shirt. I wear this T-shirt. We did this T-shirt. It's Carbonara NAMEX, the spaghetti peering connection. On the back, we realized together with Flavio, fake request for comments is a standard for the preparation of pasta alla carbonara. And I hope that you will have your T-shirt, because we are going to have this afternoon a wonderful pasta buff that will be here in the hotel in the golf club, that is the building close to the main one. So I hope to join you over there, and thank you so much.
Thanks, Maurizio. And next we'll have Ulka Athale from the RIPE NCC, who's going to talk a little bit more about the meeting logistics and Matejka and what the RIPE NCC is doing, and also give you an introduction to, or like an explanation how to vote for the NRO-NC elections this week. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. So good afternoon, everyone. And on behalf of all of my colleagues at the RIPE NCC, a very warm welcome to RIPE 87. In case you missed the newcomers introduction, let me just tell you who the RIPE NCC is and why I'm standing here doing this. The RIPE NCC was formalized in 1992 by the RIPE community. We're a membership organization. It's run by RIPE NCC staff, and we have an executive board whom you can meet this evening at the Pasta Buff, as well as the Meet the RIPE NCC Executive Board event. But more to the point for this presentation, we're the secretariat to the RIPE community and we're the meeting organizers. So let me walk you through some logistics. We're using Meet-Echo as our platform for this event for both online and on-site participants. If you've already registered, you've received the link to Meet-Echo. If you're in the room, you have 2 links to Meet-Echo. One you can use through your laptop, and a lighter version you can use through your phone. If you're following this through the live stream on the RIPE 87 website, and you would like to participate, please keep in mind that you need to register for the meeting. If you're registering online, it's free, and then you'll get a link to Meet-Echo. Please note that we archive the sessions, the video recordings, and also the chat and place it on our website. If you're new to Meet Echo and you would like to share your comments through audio or video, you can request the floor by clicking the mic icon or the video icon. The session chair will grant you the floor at the right moment, and then you can make your comments. You can also use the Q&A to chat, to ask your questions, sorry. And please make sure you state your name and affiliation before making a comment or asking a question. You can also chat with other attendees and use the stenography and follow the stenography. If you look at your badge booklets, you have quite a lot of relevant information for the meeting in there. We have the floor plan for the ground floor. It's a bit of a confusing venue, but you'll get the hang of it. I've been here for a day, so you do eventually figure out where all the rooms are. But there is one update we've made since we printed the badge booklets. We've reassigned some of the rooms on the lower floor. The updated meeting plan, floor plan is on the website. If you would like to go into Rome or to attend the social events, you can take a shuttle bus that's arranged for all of you for free. And the timings are on the website. The timings are also up on the notice board by the reg desk. In case you're a bit camera shy and you prefer not to be photographed, you can go to the registration desk and ask for a yellow lanyard, and our photographer will do their best to avoid photographing you. I would like to remind people who do like to take photos and videos to please be mindful of the people around them and their privacy wishes, and to please respect everyone's choices in this regard. We are here with quite a few staff members from the RIPE NCC. If you have any questions about the meeting organization, you can go to the reg desk. If you have any issues with IT or you'd like to test your presentations, the IT services desk and the tech team can help you. For all members and RIPE NCC related questions, you can go to the RIPE NCC support desk, and so on. I also have quite a few colleagues who are here to collect feedback on our different services, some of whom are doing user testing, some of whom want input for designing our training courses. You can see some of them here on the slide, and you will see them around the meeting venue. So please, this is an invitation. Come talk to us, share your feedback. And with that, how am I doing on time, Jan? Great. I'm going to, in the interest of time, I'm going to say we're at the reg desk, we're at the RIPE NCC services desk. So please come and find us there, and I'm going to move to my next presentation and catch my breath. Great. I apologize in advance. This is some pretty serious admin, but I would like to take you through this. This is for the Number Resource Organization Number Council, which serves as the address supporting organization Address Council. And we have an election at this RIPE meeting. There are 3 seats on the NRONC, 2 of which are filled by election and 1 seat by an executive board appointment. We are having an election during RIPE 87 to fill the seat that was to fill the seat for the term that was originally started by James Kennedy in January this year, but James has stepped down, and we will fill James's seat with this election. There was also an executive board appointment, and Hervé Clément has been appointed by the RIPE NCC executive board. So for this election, we have 3 nominees. You can see their names on the slide. We've placed their bios, motivations, and each of the candidates has submitted a video, which you can watch on our website. In order to be eligible, there are 3 criteria. You must have registered for RIPE 87, and to vote in the election, you must check in for the meeting, even if you're an online attendee, ahead of the deadline, and you must have attended at least one of the previous 8 RIPE meetings. So if you forgot to register to vote, you can go to the registration desk or go to your personal options page. Please note the deadline to register And to check in is tomorrow, Tuesday, 20th of November at 2 p.m. If you have not checked in, please make sure that you check in, particularly for online attendees. If you're here in the room, the registration team should have checked you in when you picked up your badge. But if you would like to confirm that, check the attendee list on RIPE 87. If there's a green tick mark next to your name, you've been checked in. And you must have attended at least one of the previous 8 RIPE meetings. If you are not eligible, you should have received an email from the RIPE NCC, or you will very shortly receive one explaining that you're not eligible. And if you think you are eligible, there's a link to a form and you can ask for a review and we will double check your information. If you're not eligible at this RIPE meeting, we hold an NRO NC election 2 years out of every 3. You might just be eligible next year. The results will be announced during the closing plenary on Friday. So how do you vote? You receive 2 emails. One contains your personalized link. The other contains your one-time voting PIN code. You need both. All you have to do is click on Vote Now. The link is personalized. When you go to, when you click on the voting link, you will go to the voting platform. Voting code 1 is pre-filled unless you're using Safari or a password manager. And in that case, you might need to copy and paste the voting code 1. This is what the email for your one-time PIN code looks like. I can assure you it's not going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That would not be a very good system. So you will need to copy and paste it. Here's what it looks like. In this case, Safari cooperated and voting code 1 was correctly pre-filled. It doesn't always do this. So please be prepared to copy both voting codes into the right fields. Once you've logged in, select the candidate of your choice. You can also choose to abstain. Click on Continue. And please make sure you click on Cast Ballot, because your vote is only registered once you cast your ballot. And a reminder of the final timelines. And with that, I would like to wish our 3 nominees all the very best. And a reminder, here's the link to their bios and videos. And if you have any questions, you can find me at the Reg desk. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ulka. Yeah, this does a little bit of admin, but just to remind you, this is really an important representation of our community to the address supporting organization within ICANN. So it's not nothing. I mean, you might not, see this is, not important, but I think it's actually an important representation of the RIPE community towards ICANN. So thanks for explaining all this, and I hope many of you will vote. I will now hand over to Massimiliano Stucchi, who is the chair of the program committee, who will explain you a little bit what the program committee actually does and who these people are. And then after that, I'll basically hand over to the program committee to run the plenary from then on, and then you won't see me anymore.
Let me lower it down a bit. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Max from the program committee. We are the little group that are responsible for compiling the program. So what you see in the agenda has gone through a decision that has been taken by a group of people. What we do is we work with the presenters in some cases to improve the presentation or change some little details that the program committee feels are not maybe appropriate for the audience, or we help the presenters go through the presentation again and look at it from a different point of view. So there's a little bit of work that goes behind what you see on the agenda. And then we prepare it, which also means juggling between people who say, I will not be here on Friday, so put me on a different day, or someone, I will not be there on Monday. That takes a bit of juggling, and Jan is our juggler, king juggler. So And then what we do is also chair the plenary session. You see a clock there, which is not aligned, and I realized it this morning after I uploaded the slides that these are not really aligned, but that's okay. We'll live with that. So you will see somebody from the program committee sitting in the front throughout almost the whole week and guide people with timing. And I see that Jan hasn't started the time for my presentation. There we go. Thank you, Jan. And this is what we do. We do it in the months before the event. We started early this time. The call for presentations went out early. It was a change from the previous years that was decided at the end of the last meeting. And who are we? So please stand up. Jan and the other components of the program committee, please stand up. You see these people? Thank you. Now you're clapping your hands, but I want to see at the end of the week if you liked the agenda that we chose for you. But thank you for clapping your hands. These people have put in some serious work. The role of the chair is just to herd people towards taking decisions, and we tend to do it collectively. So one of the goals of the program committee for the next meeting, for example, that we decided is to try to be a little bit more transparent, because when you go through the statistics we have, we received 4 different types of submissions. Plenary talks, where we had 35 submissions and 15 were accepted. Some of them were taken and handed over to working groups because we felt they were too maybe specific as a topic for the plenary session. We received 6 submissions of BOFs, which we'll see later today and tomorrow, and we accepted 3 of them. Tutorials, 50% acceptance rate, and then we have lightning talks. 12 submissions, and so far we have accepted 5, but there's an asterisk next to it because we still have 2 slots available for Friday. If you have an idea for a talk that is not 20 minutes, it's not 10, maybe something shorter than that, maybe have a chat with me, Jan, Brian, some other components of the program committee. We can help you submit the idea, and then we'll take a decision, I think, on Wednesday. Usually we do it on Wednesday. When you make a submission, and this is important for everyone, please include slides. One of the biggest issues we get is that we receive presentation proposals without slides, just with an idea, with a few words about it. And sometimes we see that the topic might be interesting, but we can't see what the actual idea is behind the presentation, and that gives us no way to evaluate it. So we tend to reject them pretty quickly. So whenever you submit something, please include a little bit of slides. Then there are PC elections, because we have terms and we have 2 seats up. So if you think you want to be part of this group, the work is not that much. We've only done 3 meetings, 3 calls to decide the agenda for these events. So it doesn't require live interaction. You can evaluate the talks on your own time. Feel free to nominate yourself. You have time until tomorrow around this time. Voting takes place until Thursday, and then Friday we will announce the results. And then last, if you want to know more, let us know. Talk to the current members, check the charter, but also send us an email. We're happy to answer any and all the questions we see that we receive. Having said this, Jan, it's time to get into the heart of our session today. So we have Romain Jacob from ETH in Zurich talking about how we can think of networking a little bit different for the future to come. Yeah, thank you very much.
All right, thank you for the introduction, and thank you everybody. So it's my opportunity to open this technical plenary. And I would like to do that by starting with a question for you all. So what do you think consumes most energy overall? Data centers or telco network? So think about that for a little bit. Take a bit of time. And once you make up your mind, I want you to point one direction, right? This way for data centers and that way for telco. Just be mindful of your neighbors, right? So maybe like more like this way. Come on, don't be shy, don't be shy. Okay, so now I have the impression that everybody's cheating and is showing both ways. So it works much less than I thought it would work. Okay, so let's get the suspense. Last year, estimates are slightly above for telco than data centers. Right? The ballpark is kind of the same with a slight heads up for telco. What I found more interesting is how this evolved over time. So if we look in the 7 years prior to this, telco were already a bit ahead, and we see a somewhat comparable improvement or increase in energy usage by both. What is more interesting, in my opinion, is the increase on useful work done by those systems. If you look at data centers, 300+%, telco network, 600% increase in traffic. What does that really tell us? It tells us that both of those systems have significantly improved their energy efficiency in that time period. However, it also tells us that this increase was not enough because the change in energy is still positive. Now, here's the issue about this. It is fairly easy to keep deploying additional network capacity and to build more data centers. It is a lot harder to keep increasing the energy efficiency with which those systems operate. So here's what is unfortunately likely to happen, that we're going to keep doing those things, and the total energy usage will keep increasing. And that is a problem because as of today, producing energy emits carbon. Even though there have been great uptakes in renewable energy production, as of today, more than half of the worldwide energy production still comes from carbon-intensive sources. So this is why today I would like to pitch two ideas how we should make tomorrow's internet more sustainable in order to reduce its carbon footprint. I will touch about two of the many ideas we've been discussing in my group since a while now. That will pertain about the operational footprint, so the energy usage while the network runs, and its embedded footprint, the carbon, well, I'll introduce that later. So let's start with the operational footprint. 2 decades ago, academics made this somewhat provocative claim that the internet core consumes more energy per byte than wireless LAN. And actually, they made some rough calculation that shows that it can be consuming actually quite a lot more. So how can that be? How can that be true? Well, it's a combination of at least 3 facts. The first one is that network devices are typically always on, okay? The second is that network devices have an energy profile that is essentially independent of the load. That means you pay most of the power costs, or the power cost to put the device on. And then as you keep loading in with more and more traffic, the power does increase, but not that much. Fine. The issue with this profile is that network tends to be underutilized, right? And that is kind of more of a feature than a bug, right? But ISP typically over-provision the network because they want to provision for peak traffic. They want to provide resiliency. So that starts from a good mindset. The problem is that in conjunction with fact number 2, it means we are spending most of our time operating in the least energy efficient region for most devices in our network. Here are some example data from our partner at Switch in Switzerland. If you look at this weather map, colors, and you see the color scale here, it's essentially all blue and green. That means utilization below 20%. Other data sets show the same patterns. Here's a cloud provider in France, similar thing, 18% average over the 2 years of data we've looked at. So essentially, you get the red curve for a typical network device, and what you want for energy efficiency is the proportional line, right? So how can we go from the red to more proportionality? You can do that in essentially 2 ways. The first is to try to run your network more often at high utilization regimes. And the second is to try to reduce the low utilization power usage. Ideally, you would do both.
The basic idea to do this is not rocket science, is turning things off when you don't need them, right? So in a router or in a switch, what could you turn off? Well, the easy things to think about are ports, eventually line cards, if you're lucky, maybe entire devices, but that seems a lot less likely to be possible. But also things that are less obvious. Like if you partition your memory, maybe you don't need all of them, and you can turn some memory banks off, or redundant power supplies, or LEDs, as was discussed at the last RIPE meeting. Things can be also less, abrupt than on or off, right? You could also consider reducing the rate at which you configure your ports. You could downclock your ASIC. You could maybe cache some very useful feed entries and turn off the rest of the memory for some time. As I said, this is nothing new. Like, academics have toyed with those ideas since 15 plus years, and it was discussed by some of your colleagues, 6 months ago at the last RIPE meeting. So what does the theory tell us? The theory tells us that we could save tens of energy % in low utilization networks. I'll let that sink for a second. Like 2 digits, multiple of them, if your average utilization is below 30%, which we've seen to be fairly common in ISPs. How could you do this? Well, essentially, the idea that was suggested by academics was to say, if we tolerate a one-time increase in delay of, say, 10 milliseconds for your traffic, then you could buffer traffic for 10 milliseconds while you put your link off. Then you wake up in, say, 1 millisecond, and then you send your burst of traffic. And if you do things right, you will pay the price for the burst only once in your network. So delay will be kind of bonded for significant energy gains. Now, the trick here is that this is theory. And theory does not align with practice. Right? So the key caveat is that as of today, if you take a transceiver off, it will take seconds to turn it back on. Right? So those are measurements that we've performed in the lab, taking the transceiver we had and the routers we have. So I don't claim generality about the numbers there, but the orders of magnitude are more likely to stay the same whichever transceiver and device you take. So essentially, the transceivers today are 1,000 times slower than what we would need in order to do this buffer and burst strategy and save energy by doing that. So why am I mentioning this? Because I think we can still do this sort of things if we change the time scale. Right? I showed this graph before, and it should not be a surprising looking graph for many of you. We have strongly daily patterns in most ISP networks. It means that we have some change and predictable change in capacity in traffic demand between daytime and nighttime. And on those time scale, it's fine to take 10, 15 seconds to turn something on and off. So we've been toying with this idea and thinking protocol this. And if you play that game, you quickly realize you have essentially 3 questions that kind of you need answering to. How would you play with the control plane, the rest of the control plane, so that you don't trigger reconvergence all the time? Which signal will you use in order to put things to sleep, and more importantly, to wake them back up? And what is the performance cost? So quick answers to those 3 questions. How do you play nice with routing? It's actually not that big of a deal, because we're anyway saying that we cannot do this very fast. So it's going to be a couple of times a day, maybe 1 or twice per hour anyway. The convergence of OSPF is going to be way faster than this, even if you do it, in naive way. So that's not really a problem anymore for this sleeping use case. Which signal can you use? Well, there's many to choose from. We started with the simplest thing possible. Monitoring the link utilization, which is something that is already measured in many networks, and you can collect easily using standardized OSPF extensions, already standardized OSPF extensions. Now, the more interesting is the 3rd one. How much does that affect the traffic? Well, essentially, not that much. I'll try to explain you the intuition why. So this graph here shows a number of TCP flows and when they start and when they end. So we compare the same network and the same traffic demand on cases where we do and we do not put links to sleep. So the green bars show the time the flows start and end, where we have no impact when we do put things to sleep. And the bars turned red in the cases where some flow completion time is increased by the fact that we turn some links to sleep. So there are two things to observe here. The first one is that we actually don't see a lot of red. There is some, it's there, but it's not that much. And it is located in time or we observe some red parts where the flows would normally finish while the network is waking up. That means on those tiny portion of the time during the day where we would be waking up the network, it is possible to see some flow completion time increase. More importantly, and what you don't see on the graph, is that all that happened essentially without any extra packet loss compared to the standard case where you don't put anything to sleep. Why is that? Simply because congestion control is doing its thing. Like if we start building congestion, the congestion control protocols will, scale back and take their fair share and keep the network running. It's not like we're not in a link failure scenario. We are in a slowly increasing congestion scenario. And actually, we had to work quite hard to even see those effects because you need to be, in order to see increasing flow completion time, you need to have the just slight congestion event that are bad enough to see the increase, but not so bad so that you would not have congestion if all your links were awake. So it's actually quite subtle to make those things even happen. In summary, playing this game, turning links to sleep at longer time scales is essentially a traffic engineering problem. Slightly different objectives. It's not just about flows goes where, but also which links do we really need to serve those flows. And we've been solving those for a while. We know how to do this at, say, 5 minutes interval granularity. So here comes the question you might asking yourself, okay, so if we do this, how much can we really save? I'm sorry to tell you that I cannot answer this question as of today, because there are two key things we miss. We lack measurement data and we lack test cases. So one key problem we are facing is that when you buy a switch or a router, the data sheet will only tell you about the max power. But as we discussed, the device is almost never used at under full load, right? So they don't consume the max power, and often enough, very far from this. So what is the typical power usage of a router? Well, we don't really know, but we're trying to figure it out, right? So we are doing the simplest thing you could imagine. You take a power meter, you put it in serial between the power plug and the power supply unit, and you apply different control loads and you see what happens. And we're starting building such models, and they are pretty intuitive, right? There are combinations of terms you would expect. What we call static power, which is independent of the load, but dependent on the device configuration. Then the traffic dependent part, energy per bit, energy per packet, and then things that are indirect consequence of the traffic, fan power and power conversion losses. The point here is that we do have this approach of how we would model this so that we can estimate the effective energy usage, but we need a common understanding of how we would instantiate those models. And it's part of the ongoing work we are trying to do with some IETF folks. So we have an approach, but we don't have the devices that should be measured, right? So what we've been working on is essentially a prototype box that we can send to you, and then so like, here's the Mac that needs access to the public internet. Please plug this device in, and then we'll start collecting data that everybody can access. Eventually, the vision we have is some sort of an extension of RIPE Atlas or RIPE Stat with power data that we currently don't have as far as I know. Second is that we lack test cases. I mean, realistic ones. I showed this slide before that was kind of maybe intricate and complex. It's intricate and complex because in simulation, we can create anything we want, make it things arbitrarily good or bad. But what would happen in practice? For that, we need to know real network topology and real traffic demands, which we don't have. So in summary, I think there are ways to improve the operational footprint of networks by putting things to sleep, but we need your help in order to really quantify whether it's worth it to do it or not. Now, shifting gear a little bit, I want to briefly mention something about embedded footprint of networks. For those of you that are not familiar, the embedded carbon refers to the footprint of products in the rest of the life cycle, excluding their use phase. In consumer devices, this tend to dominate the overall carbon footprint of a device. As you can see here in dark, the embodied footprint versus the use phase. For network devices, it typically tends to be the other way around, right? The use phase operation carbon emission dominates. But this is not because they're better built or because they're better recycled. It is because they are on all the time and they operate all the time in their least efficient operation point. So it's actually, even though the bar looks small because there are far fewer user devices than, there are far more user devices than network devices, we have a real problem there as well in the embodied footprint. How improve this? It's pretty simple. Just keep using your device longer. When I made those slides, the first version of the slide a couple of years back, it was still the standard at 3 to 5 years refresh rate, at least for big networks. I'm glad to see that since then it has starting to improve and people are starting to extend this. Maybe not always for sustainability reasons, but still. But you may wonder, if we were to do this, wouldn't we make the networks like less reliable, less secure, or harder to manage? Not necessarily, I would argue. So it is said that the vast majority of network hardware failure takes place in the first 30 days of installing new hardware. How could this be? Well, it's actually a fairly well understood thing from people studying reliability engineering. And the reason is, as shown on the graph here on the right side. The failure rate of a manufacturing product is a combination of 3 factors. On the red, you see what is known as the burn-in failures. That is essentially all failures that happen when you exercise for the first time a defect in manufacturing. Then you have a plateau of random failures. And eventually you have the wear out effects. So the failures that come from aging of the hardware. But we argue that, or we hypothesize that it's very unlikely that device that run without fault for 3 years is going to start failing soon after. And we see two empirical evidence of this. The first is that most vendors provide a 5-year window of support for any device they sell after they stop selling it. So from day one, they have like at least 7 to 10 years of support. And other and provide unlimited warranties for refurbished hardware they bought secondhand, they are reselling, and they're still confident that it's not going to start failing. So we need to really understand better how network devices age. Essentially, what we need to do is to get data so that we can plot those things and see where or when the aging effect starts to appear. And to do this, we need data that we don't have. We need data from the operators of network. When do they renew hardware? So when do you renew hardware? Why do you do it? Of course, it's not just about aging. Sometimes you need extra capacity, and this is what drives buying new hardware. That's fair, but when does that effectively happen? What type of failures did you see in practice? When do those failures happen? Which failures are they? I don't have time to get into the last 2 points. So I want to wrap up this part. I think it is also possible to reduce the embedded footprint of networks. We have ideas of how to do this. It's simple. You should renew only when we really need it, but it's quite hard to estimate when that is. And we can help you trying to assess when it is really necessary. In summary, we need your help in order to help your network, right? We need data. We need test cases for those energy saving ideas. We need access to measurement of devices in the network that you operate. And we need better information about how networks are being managed, how hardware is being maintained and bought and replaced. Academics have ideas. Operators have the power. They have the power to pay for at the end of the month, and they have the power to change things in the network. So I really, really think that we should be working together in order to make tomorrow's internet more sustainable.
Okay, thank you. Number 2? Yeah. I think we have 2 questions online.
Yeah, we actually have 3 questions online. So The first one is from Niall O'Reilly, and it's domestic networks are very numerous, even if each consumes a small quantity of energy. I have a separate RCB for my home network equipment. Is it worth considering instrumenting this?
The honest answer is I don't know. I'm not in the network operation and management business. It's really hard for me to understand what architecture, what infrastructure is really needed as of today. So I don't want to make up an answer to which I don't know the answer to.
Okay, then the next one is from...
Just a second, I'm cutting the queue. We don't have enough time. Yeah, so okay.
Next one is from Chris Buckridge, curious internet citizen. Are device manufacturers currently prioritizing the development of faster on-off mechanisms? The example is get closer to your theoretical predictions.
I certainly hope so. I've talked with manufacturers, chip manufacturers or assemblers, and the feedback I got was like, it's hard to sell. It's complex numbers, it needs graphs because it's not just full load. And so as of today, it seems still that the optimization point, the selling point is we improve the efficiency at max power. But it's not in the slides, but what you need to remember and understand is that when we start deploying 400 gig transceivers instead of 100 gig transceivers, it increased the power. Yes, it increased also the energy efficiency because you can send so many bytes per second. But if you don't send them, you're losing, right?
Yeah, please.
Benedikt Stockebrand, Stepladder IT. Two things. You want to distinguish between send and receive power consumption, because from what other area I've been involved with some time ago, they have very different behavior. You can turn off a sender but not receive, or there are. That's also effects. The other thing is you want to make a distinction between device failure and the service failure. If you have proper redundancy, that's an important thing. I can run hardware until it falls apart and nobody cares except management, because I can tell them we'll keep running that hardware, and the write-off is like 3 or 5 years, but we run them for 10. That means for the last 3 to 7 years, we really make money out of it. That can really help until the hardware is so obsolete that it's just too inefficient because your stuff is available. That really makes a difference, and you sometimes get the management on your side, but you have to build your stuff for that, and not at the device level, but at the service level and the entire setup. Thank you.
So in interest of time, please be brief. 3 minutes we have.
Yes, Tim Attenberg, DKX. Short question regarding your energy consumption model. I'm not sure what exactly you are doing or trying to build, obviously, but just to put it out, might it be interesting? I mean, power consumption is metered already. I mean, we have to pay for it. Does that data, would that data help in any way as well? So would that be an option?
Yes, it would help.
Okay, then.
Maria, developer of BIRD, routing daemon. I'd like to ask whether you considered measuring IPv4 and IPv6 separately, and notably whether you were accounting for example, CGNet as a consumption or the big IPv4 versus smaller IPv6 routing table. Thank you.
That's a good question. The answer is easy. We don't, because we can't. Because doing this difference would require having even more fine-grained data that will tell you what's in the packet header. And we already struggle getting packet counters in association with power data. So going that level of granularity is beyond what we can dream of as of right now.
Please.
So Alexander Major for Blokzijl. We are a cloud service provider, and we are playing with some power saving ideas in our app. First of all, about these connection times, did you try it with auto negotiation off, or this data? Yeah, because we have times way under a second in our app with some tweaking, so we may discuss this later. And we are ready to provide some power data if you need it.
I'll be happy to talk with you later. Yeah.
Hello, János Zsakko from EST, Hungary. I have a question. I understand that you recommend somehow to use older equipment for a longer time, which would be beneficial. But my thought is that newer equipment has lower power usage. How do you compare these two things?
I was starting to get desperate that somebody would mention this. Yeah, you're totally right. That's something to take into account. Newer hardware comes with usually better energy efficiency, and that's something one needs to trade off. So when you're making a decision of, is it now worth to renew? It's not just like a one-off investment. You need also to compare what you have to pay to keep using old versus buying new that has additional embodied carbon. There are ways to quantify those things, actually not that hard. Once you get a better understanding of what's the embodied footprint of device A versus device B and what is their operational footprint, you can take those two things together, and then you have a crossover point where, okay, now it's no longer worth it to keep running this old equipment because it consumes so much more, and now we should upgrade. This is what I meant to say, although it was brief, about rational update.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anything online?
We have one comment from
Okay.
Rudolf van der Berg, with on the same lines. How do you explain that EU telcos report a decreasing energy use in fixed networks, and that in mobile networks the energy consumption rises proportional with the number of sites? And additionally, what do you think of DECIX and AMSIX stating that their new switches consume 50% and 85% less energy, and that AMSIX used their gear for 12 years?
So I will follow up with Rudolf because there are many discussion points to be had there. But one comment is that we need to differentiate fixed versus mobile networks. They are very different beasts, and they behave differently. The energy efficiency has been improved and pushed a lot more for mobile because the end user device that takes for a big part of it needs to be battery powered, so it has been energy optimized a lot more than in core networks. So those differences to be they should not be combined and say, oh, mobile is so much better. It's kind of two different topics.
Okay, I guess it's something for the BOF.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes, I hope to see many of you later tonight.
Okay.
Okay, thank
Tomorrow.
you.
Sit down.
Thank you.
So, should we talk about who we are as an RIR? Randy, should we? About the social contract. Thank you.
So now, boopity boop. So now we have the example of running on older equipment. Okay, so this is not going to be a technical academic talk. Going back thousands of years, there's the concept of the social contract. And that's the idea of what's the relationship of we, the populace, with our governmental or political or whatever organizations. And it's the question of the authority and legitimacy and communication and so on and so forth. And so I asked, people were trying to talk to me about the AFRINIC and the APNIC and the so on situation. And I found myself not feeling that I was standing on ground I understood, because I didn't understand the model underneath it. So I thought about this for a while, and I realized that what is the contract that we as the members, we as the operators, and so on and so forth have with the RIR system and with our other internet organizational functions. What do we expect from them? What do they expect for us? And oops, who are we? Okay. Surprise, I know this is different than you're thinking, but RIPE is just not about IP allocation. And it's not because we're running out of it. It's because RIPE was formed for the cooperation of running the European coordinating the running of the European Internet. Okay, and here are our founders. Oops. Okay, and Daniel's still here with us. I'm not sure who else is. I don't think so. But this is from the founding document, RIPE 001. Okay, you do not see allocation there. Okay, the objective is to ensure administrative and technical coordination between the operators who are actually running the network. And the basic concept under this is that we all feel the same, and I'm going to use the word physics. We are all conscious of the speed of light. We are all conscious of the power our devices are consuming, or more becoming that, right? We are conscious of allocating resources, of coordinating between us, of keeping traffic local, etc. Okay, so how do we coordinate this? Okay, so RIPE is the forum for the exchange, and it's promoting the coordination and the agreements and the services. Okay, nowheres in RIPE 1 is IP allocation mentioned. When what it really was is that it set up the NCC as the secretariat of the community. The NCC is part of the community, but it is the community operational function. They don't operate the network, they operate the agreements. Okay? And what this talk isn't about the bureaucracy. It isn't about ICP2, and that's the document that says how registries are created. And it's not that that's not important, it's that these are the thoughts that occurred to me as I wanted to think about these things and what I had to put under it. Okay? So, the bureaucratic contract should derive from and be based on the social contract. So I wanted to first understand the social contract. And that's what this talk is about. And what do we expect from the RIR system? But who are we? And it's not just us geeks or us sellers of IP address space, or even our direct customers and users. It's civil society, the governments, and our great-grandchildren, if the climate doesn't wipe them out. Okay, so there's a basic, in the late 80s, I think, or about 1990, I saw on the side of a bus, www.foo.com, and I said, uh-oh, we're in trouble. They have found us. And in the long run, they're going to want a stake. And the internet has become critical infrastructure. The government and civil society will play more and more of a role. And they have to, because what we have built is critical. Okay? And they are justifiably worried, and they are responsible. Right? Routing security isn't just an interesting thing for silly people like me, right? Your government is scared as hell, and they are right to be. But just as we formed the RIPE community because we felt of common physics, and we perceived the same technical and operational problems in the network, and we have a common goal, those packets have to move. Okay, the BGP has to work all the way from Los Angeles, well, maybe not Los Angeles, from San Francisco to Moscow, right? Just as that has to work, we have common goals, common language, common understanding. Our governments don't. Our governments, damn them, are at high tension with each other. So government is not monolithic, right? It's a bit more better here where you have cooperation of many national governments. The rest of the world tends not to be this way. So when we talk about dealing with the government, and it's not dealing in an adversarial role, we are responsible for understanding their perception of need, educating them as to what is technically achievable. And the problem is that there is no government we can talk to. Each of us have our own, well, not this many governments, but close. We each have to go home and help our governments, okay? And it's going to get more and more serious. The governments have a role to play. And instead of it's us and them, it's we're in this together. We are one humanity. And so see John Curran's NANOG keynote talk on internet governance, okay? But what are the attributes I want to discuss that we as the community want from just our own level, from RIPE and from the RIRs? And I'm going to discuss these various pieces a little more quickly, I hope. Okay, we want fairness and openness, okay? RIPE is pretty good, but Aaron has been very bad and is improving. When I first looked at these numbers like 10 years ago, Aaron had 17% of the resource holders were members. 17%. That's horrifying. Okay, they're now 40% and 60%, 7% of the address space. And what happened is an adversarial lawyer, right? What we call in American litigators, the people who go to court and fight with the lawyer they had instead of problem-solving lawyers, right? There are two flavors of lawyers. Somewhere in this room, I think, is Athina, and she is a problem, and her team are problem-solving lawyers. Listen to them, okay? So until very recently, APNIC, and I have conflicting input on this, is actually not a really open membership organization, okay? We want transparent, pardon? Yes? Well, we won't ask you to prove it here. We want transparency, both in terms of finance, in terms of policy, and in terms of decision making. Okay? We want civility. Believe it or not, I'm a known troublemaker, so to try to keep me from making trouble, they put me on this code of conduct committee. So I have to try to be civil. And it's how we treat each other and how we treat others outside. So we kind of expect nowadays, it's modern, but 5 years ago, and even just a few years ago, the idea of a code of conduct and how we deal with it was socially difficult in our culture. And still people today worry about that it's the thought police. And I assure you, as somebody working inside the committee, it's not. We'd rather not have any issues and not do anything. So be nice out there so we don't have to. We're lazy. Help us. Okay. We want diversity. Gender, race, religion, et cetera, but I want diversity of opinion. We don't have to agree. We have to discuss civilly, but we don't have to agree. If we all agreed, it would be very boring. We could do it with computers, right? So the thing is to be constructive. Okay, we want representation, and this word stakeholders has turned funny on us, at the people playing at layer 10. But operators have the different flavors: academic versus commercial, the education sector, the government, the users, civil society. All these things should be represented well in our culture. Okay. We expect competence. We want, especially the pressures on the NCC, to operate efficiently, correctly. One of the hot buttons for me, and I've spoken about this for over 20 years, is inter-IRR, interoperability, right? Why do the 5 RIRs, if you're a big network, you have to deal differently with each one, right? And then this last item, to me, is just a hot button and a joke. Why do I need a course to use the RIR's product? If I were a commercial service, if I had to give a course in how to buy and use my product, I wouldn't be in business very long, right? A monopoly has the luxury of being confusing, but maybe some efficiency could be gained by making it a little easier to use, okay? We want the governance to be representative of us, but not just the meetings and the general thingy, you know, to be able to go to the membership meeting and vote and stuff like that, but across the boards and committees, right? This is part of the transparency thing that I want to, I'm on the code of conduct team. If you have input to how we're perceived, how we should be organized, and how we should act, please tell us. We have 2 ears and 1 mouth. Okay? So, we as a community, and we expect of the RIR to act in a social responsible fashion, right? And this, I think, is being perceived more and more than it was 20 years ago. And this is good. Okay, we just had a talk on sustainability. Decolonialization is a hot button of mine, but ethics and justice are also important. Okay, we have a community that feels a common physics, as I said. We are the stewards of a critical resource. We have different subcultures. We have the DNS cabal. We have the BGP people. We have, hey, I confess. We have the security peoples, which I also confess, etc. But there's a Venn diagram of this, and at the operational level, we're cooperative. But this weird incident happened 20-something years ago at ICANN, is when it was founded, it was driven by adversarial lawyers. And so it is, in its cultural base, competition and conflict between the different constituencies. This is badly broken. We should not fall into that trap here, right? We are all dealing with the same common physics. We're all responsible for running a service and an internet for the world. And we have to cooperate to do it, not because we're forced to, though there is the force, but because we perceive a common problem and a common physics, and we cooperate every day to make it work. Okay? I want the RIRs to also be capture resistant, and we've had some failures. And, you know, Afrinic's notorious and unfortunate, but just as an example, Aaron was, again, had an adversarial lawyer at its founding and had barriers placed. In Aaron, you couldn't run for board election unless the nominating committee approved you, and they didn't approve everybody. There was 3 or 4 years in Aaron where unless you were Canadian and liked poutine, you couldn't get on the board. Okay? And AP-NIC has had its problems. AFRINIC, of course, is notorious, and we know it. But so when we think of the RIPE NCC Executive Committee, we should think of having it be diverse, having it be representative, and be capture resistant. Okay, we do this survey every year or two. I don't know why. Somewhere's, probably as a child, I was taught to hate surveys. But how we evaluate and look at ourselves and how we hold up a mirror to ourselves, I think is important. And maybe we can be a little more creative in that area. We do think the community should be nonprofit and financially transparent. Okay, we should be prudent and not fancy. Maybe we should stop holding the dinners at castles, right? Maybe we don't need so much marketing literature to sell us on the NCC. I mean, it is a monopoly. They don't have to market to us. We don't have a choice but to use them. So when we sit here and we complain about how expensive it is and, oh, the fee structure and all that, well, maybe we should ask for less fancy. Maybe we shouldn't ask for all the free booze. Maybe we shouldn't ask for castles. Okay? But we should ask for coffee. Okay? Right? And maybe we need a coffee task force or, you know, something to have stability in this area. And I'm sure you have some other feelings and ideas too. And I'd be interested in hearing them, and so would other people here, especially people like my friend Mirjam. But let's not reinvent the wheel and discuss the same thing again. And let's not empire build, gatekeep, and all these nasty things. So what do you do if you care about this stuff? Okay, who do you call? This is one forum, the RIRs, the ASO, which is likely to be drafting a new policy, okay? And I will confess that I believe that when I talked about dealing with the governments, we have had for years some people who are in our governments within the RIPE community. We should be using them to deal with this stuff. They are actually, I move packets, they move policy, strategy, etc. Okay, so I nominated a government person for the ASO election because that's how I felt. So we've reached the end.
Thank you, Randy. This
No
was
extra charge.
refreshing.
No extra charge.
No extra charge, thank you. Okay. Do you have anyone online? No?
No.
There is no queue. Oh, Rudiger is in the queue, but let's go to the mic first.
Let's hold a task force on how to choose from the queue.
Yes, this is getting more and more complicated. We have 3 queues now, 4. Okay, in the back.
Hervé Clément, chair of the ISO Address Council this year. Thank you, Randy, to have given this higher view of our system, of internet governance system, etc. Very, very interesting. And so you mentioned the ISO. So the ISO is comprised of 2 legs. So the ISO Address Council first, and so Nicole, so the vice chair, is there. From,
wait, we can't hear you here. So you have to get your microphone better.
Eat the microphone.
Yeah, okay, sorry. No, sorry. So just for information, so you mentioned the ICP2, who defines criteria for the creation of a new regional registry. And we were asked by John Curran, who is this year the chair of the NREC, so the group of the 4 CEOs of the regions. So to work on that, so to implement this criteria, because it so the ICP2 defines criteria, but we don't know how to use it for the creation and the ongoing activities of a regional registry first. And then it's another task, a parallel one, longer perhaps, to strengthen the ICP2. So for the first task, the NREC will give us some first guidance, etc. And we will see in 2024 how we will work on that. Thank you.
I have been a frenemy of John Curran for more than 30 years.
Okay.
I would only have one difference with what you said. It is not John Curran. It is we, the community, who ask you as the ASO to deal with making the RIR documents more current and modern.
Of course, I have absolutely no problem. So the mail came from John Curran per se, but of course there will be discussion, ongoing discussion with the community in 2024. It will be inequality. No problem.
No. And power to you.
Thank you.
Okay, we are cutting the queues. Whoever is in the queue can ask the question. Dima?
Is it on? Okay,
yes.
Mitchell, I've been to Erin NOMCOM, and I can confirm the statement that yes, you have to be allowed to be voted on. It's a bit of the cabal in Erin. And I've been on NRONC or ASIC, and I would say there were just, 15 people? And I don't think these delegates should be the only ones, or especially the 4 CO, because Upper Nick South, been the only people making such a decision. And I do agree, okay, maybe the snake pit is a bit too harsh, but see, I got this t-shirt from ICANN, not because I like ICANN, but because it's cold outside. I would say, yeah, we don't need a hand-me-down from ICANN to give us our new policy, our new guidance. Maybe we need ICT3 or whatever we call it, sure. But we should start bottom up, and I agree with you. Now, as of the dissolution of RIR, because you put there specifically, right? Did you have something in mind, or just an idea that it's good to have a way to create things as well as destroy them? Right. Just wanted to point this out. Thanks for your statement, though. No big questions, except that what do you think the next step should be after this great presentation is our lovely Comic Sans?
I think the next step is, for me, personally, is I am, now that I have some feeling about how our cult culture works, is to think about what I want for ICTP3. I do not have a problem with ICANN or the ASO, because if I feel that they are acting in other than our best interest, I will tell them and I will act. And until then, whining about them being there doesn't get me anything.
Okay.
Okay, I know we will cut into the break, but please be brief. Do we have anything online?
We have one. It is a comment from Maria, who's also in the room. We as a community shall congratulate ourselves for delivering a product everybody really needs. I would call it great success. There comes a lot of responsibility with that power indeed, and I'm happy that we are opening, discussing, and moving the social responsibility topics. Thank you. Anyway, do you think that it's enough what we do? Everyone is thirsty.
No. I always think there's more work to do. I'm a workaholic.
So that I would say, let's go from one to another. Rudiger, we're running into the break, huh?
Yeah, sure. One short, simple question regarding your pointers to transparency is the fact that the members meeting is essentially closed to a certain group, fitting your transparency demands.
Interesting point.
Sander.
Hi, Sander Stefan, NRO-NC member. And as you said, NRO-NC performs the function of the ASO-AC, which is an ICANN function. So yeah, the feedback I got, first of all, I want to thank Randy a lot, because while this ASO-AC is very close to ICANN, I'm starting to see all the politics and all the bureaucracy going on there. And I'm pushing really hard to make sure this is a bottom-up process. And so are the others, by the way. I mean, it's not, I'm not claiming credit here. But it's really important that the discussion you started here has to be the foundation of whatever happens to ICP2 and all the work we do. So thank you very much. If anybody has any feedback, there's a couple of NRO-NC people here in the room. Please contact us, because your input is crucial in this. Thank you.
Tobias.
Tobias Silich, Max Planck Institute for Informatics, speaking for myself. I would like to challenge your point that we need blanket more ability to disagree, because I think we also need strong values and a framework for things where there is no opinions and no disagreement on, and where there cannot be multiple positions, which is personal freedom, like that diversity, accepting everyone as they are, and like being a place where people can be themselves. Things that are often also ensured by the code of conduct we do have in place. But I think that is needed as an additional framework to ensure that on matters where one can have different positions, we can actually do that as you propose.
Thank you. In the back.
Hi, Ignacio Castro from Queen Mary University of London. I think that you are spot on quite a few of the things that you said, in particular how to engage stakeholders, including government and civil society. And I would like to hear more about it. I was at the Internet Global Forum and I saw one guy on a t-shirt. He was from RIPE. There were many people in suits, and I haven't seen any suits here. Those were from the government. I heard many people complaining how the technical community is impenetrable, very difficult and very complicated. And I was telling them, but it's open, all the data is out there. And they told me, well, open doesn't mean accessible, just that you are transparent doesn't mean that we can understand what the heck you are doing, guys.
We're not doing a good job educating. We're really not. And part of it is, indeed, it's a little complex. And part of it is we're not trained as educators. So I think we need to step up there. But I think that's why I think we should put more weight on the people who come from the upper layers, who are already in our community and do understand it and do have an ear for the technology, but also understand the governmental side, to use them to make the transition. And I think this interface between us, civil society, the government, and humanity is going to become more and more critical and more work over the next few years if they don't blow us all up in the meantime.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Raise the talks.
Before we go into the break, Jan, come. There's one last thing we need to do. We have to take a selfie.
Everybody say hi. Turn around.
Everybody say hi. Hello. Yep.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay. Please rate the talks and we will be back.
Shall we bring them back?
Find your seat. Find your seat. We would like to start.
Yeah, I'm like German Rail. Oh no, that would be 20. Bring me on German Rail, I would be standing outside. Oh, fair point. For my union rep to. Fair point.
Find your seat. The session is about to start.
Du bist im MetaMouse drin, du machst das.
Okay, welcome back from the coffee break. I think there's still people coming in. It's a bit of a walk between here and the coffee break, but I'd like to start, and this is going to be a really interesting short session here. This with a short introduction and reminding those of you who don't remember Rob Blokzijl, who was the chair of the RIPE community from RIPE 1 to RIPE 65, I believe. So he was the chair basically for like pretty much 25 years, and he really, kind of formed this community very much. And I still often think of him, and he's kind of a guidance in the back of my head often, you know, since now I'm the chair. And so unfortunately he passed away, actually this week, Friday, it was 8 years ago that he died. And so in his honor, after he died, we founded the Rob Blokzijl Foundation in his name, in his honor, and basically to award people every roughly 2 years. And I'm just going to read a little bit from the objectives and how to recognize individuals who have made substantial and sustained technical and operational contributions to the development of the internet, support or enable others with the development of the internet in this region. So just to give you a little bit of background, and so this year there was a committee formed. I think we've announced that last time, and they have had nominations, and they will introduce this year's winner of this particular award, this Rob Blokzijl Award. So I'll hand it over to the committee members to introduce the winner.
Hello, everybody. My name is Jan George. This is Franziska Lichtblau from the Rob Blokzijl Award Committee. And let's see if this works. So in this year award committee, it was Maria Hall, Yulf, Franziska, Desiree, Karsten, Mike, and myself. And thank you for all the work. I must say that when we had the first call, and when the chair of the committee asked, okay, let's do the round of thinking what we think. In the first round, the decision was unanimous. The same name came up. So without a further ado, please.
Dear community, the awardee of this year's edition of the Rob Blokzijl Award is very well known, but we will try to be as cryptic about it for as long as we can. Although, once we start talking about his impact on the internet and our community as a whole, many of you will immediately recognize the character. We have all met him on various RIPE and other IRR meetings, IETF, NOx. The list would be just too long for this format. And we all experienced his direct way of interacting with people, in person, as a speaker, and over the microphone. To quote the nominator who put him up for consideration for this award, he is a genuine personality, always professional and never personal. The duels on the microphone with other veterans and dazzling birds of paradise of the RIPE community are epic and have helped a whole generation of RIPE members to question things more critically.
So, our awardee is a measurement person. So we went back into the RIPE mailing list archives and found that he contributed 1,280 emails, it's a measurement, to various discussions spanning across many working groups and task forces. Almost all of them are very short and to the point. Despite or because of this, his input carries weight in every discussion, and he takes that responsibility very seriously. While not all comments are straightforward to everyone, they nurture a diversity of ideas. Monica Emmert for Heise Online did an extensive interview with him in June this year, and the introduction she wrote is fantastic. We couldn't say it better, so we will use it now. Thank you, Monica, for your kind permission. Wired named him an unrepentant hippie and world networker. The Internet Society introduced him into their Internet Hall of Fame the year it was opened. South Africa's Rhodes University conferred him an honorary doctorate for the contributions he made to connecting countries in Africa, which he accepted together with South African legendary leader Nelson Mandela. His story goes back far beyond the beginning of the Internet to the days of punch cards and mainframe computers. Coming with a background in computing, the hippie contributed to shaping the start of the networking in the Pacific Northwest, the US and globally, sometimes from the periphery, as he notes. He is wary of organizations and governments, perhaps a legacy of his political activism in the 1960s in the US peace movement. Bringing people to the Internet was done by the people, not so much by organizations, he said in a talk on connecting the developing world last year.
The person we are honoring today is known for his direct yet constructive way of criticism to battle one-way thinking with the goal of getting things done with a pragmatic mindset. But most of all, he is admired for his willingness to speak out uncomfortable truth and serve as a constant reminder to ask the hard questions to further our common goal of a reliable, open and free internet. He made great contributions to the internet as we know it today and actively shaped it, not just in the RIPE region where most of us know him from, but also globally. While being a clear thinking, technical mind, he has never lost sight of the big picture and the impact technology can have. He played a key role in bringing the internet to South Africa in the middle of the apartheid regime, while always keeping mindful of potential implications and the implications that techno-colonialism can have. You should really read up on that piece of history. It was truly insightful for me. He himself loosely quantifies the number of internet drafts and RFC he authored or co-authored as too many. We will leave you with that. There is still hope for the research world though, because he refers to the number of TPCs and conferences he served on only as many. And even after so many years, he is still continuously active within our community, sharing his views and raising relevant questions in presentations, serving on the RIPE Code of Conduct team, and on actually last year's edition of the Blokzijl Award Committee are only a few examples of his recent community activities. Over the last decades, he has been a dedicated mentor, helping new minds find their way into our community, always speaking the honest, sometimes even brutal truth, while putting up a challenge to let people grow irrespective of their background, may it be academia, industry, or somewhere in between. And in doing so, he made one of the largest possible contributions to our community, namely ensuring its sustainability by passing on its knowledge and values.
Even for a measurement person, numbers aren't everything. What counts is what they represent. So we don't even need to list all the RFCs, discussions, or supporting documents he authored and facilitated in the RPKI world. We can summarize his contributions there very shortly. The word RPKI is so strongly entangled with his name, and work that it surely would not be the same without him, and with that one routing ecosystem way less secure. Being the eternal fighter for the RPKI deployment and routing hygiene, he was standing strong, sailing through fierce debates and discussions. The middle button. Where was I? Therefore, and now for something completely different, we think a limerick might be in order, right? A technical whiz kid named Randy was in cyberspace really quite handy. He worked night and day, and we are happy to say that the internet's now fine and dandy. Ladies and gentlemen, Randy Bush. Thank you.
The Blokzijl Foundation Board and the committee have asked me to do the honors and to hand this beautiful piece of artwork over to you. And it's a great pleasure for me. And Randy has been a great mentor and friend for many, many years. And I'm sure also Rob would very much approve of this decision. So we need to do some photos, Randy.
So those of you who know me will realize that I find this a little embarrassing. Those of us who know me well will know that I find it very embarrassing. Yes, like many of you, I have imposter syndrome. The good side of that is I know that at least I'm not a sociopath. But this occasion shouldn't be about me. This occasion should be about Rob. And Rob is who I wanted to grow up to be, if I had to grow up. He was a leader from behind instead of out front. He was not looking for glory or for personal recognition. He was another old hippie, as was another of our progenitors, John Postel. Let's hear it for the old hippies. Rob spoke simply and honestly and had humility and humor and integrity. And those are qualities that I really admire. I think many of us here really miss Rob. He was for the community over divisiveness, and he wanted cooperation over power. And I think those are qualities we should keep in mind and do our best to pass on to the next generations. You will notice that Franziska and Jan kept using the word he. This is the third old white male to get this award. I think this is a bug, not a feature. I think there are a couple of women in this room who've been around longer, though they're not older. Mirjam, nobody here probably remembers Carol Orange. Also at the very early ripe NCC. And then the new women who have stepped up, and I, by the way, I was raised by 5 women, so I know how to follow orders. Well, you know, you Germans give a little too specific orders. But Franziska and Constanza and we have strong women in this culture, and we should be promoting them and other diverse groups. But I've said too much already. You've already had to listen to me too long. This is quite the honor, because I really, as I said, I always wanted to grow up to be like Rob if I had to grow up. So this is very much an honor. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, Plenary. I'll be chairing this session together with Doris and Wolfgang, and me and Doris, we both serve on the program committee. And if you also would like to chair a session, please put your name forward. There is a pre-C election, and you still have time to volunteer. So the first talk today will by Silvan Gebhardt. And where's my notes? Silvan Gebhardt is going to talk about how to run an IP transit network, a transit provider network using IXPmanager. Silvan, the stage is yours.
Hello, everyone. Today's talk is going to be feature abuse. I think a lot of us people love feature abuse. I was using a tool and I had 24 hours to replace the tool, so this is what came out of it. First, shortly about me, people who know me, I moved to Finland in 2020. I wanted to escape the heat over here, and I didn't want to go to swim in the sea during COVID. Since 2014, we run a couple of networks. Some people might recognize some of those. 41051 is one of those, also known as free transit. So what's this talk going to be about? Well, a topic which we spoke about on the last RIPE meeting a lot, the private research and education networks and the big growth of them. I think we all noticed there's over hundreds of them suddenly popping up. And obviously we're one of the tunnel networks, or at least it's one of the projects I have done. This well, it grew out because I needed a lab environment for myself. I didn't have a direct connection. I was like, oh, let's do GRE tunnel. And then a friend came along and it was like, oh, can I have another GRE tunnel? And then there was 10 GRE tunnels. And I was like, oh, maybe this isn't that great. Maybe I should move this to a bit more isolated network. Well, what is it today? Well, we hand out IP transit for non-profits. So if you're doing like server hosting or VPS hosting, you're not going to get anything from us, that's for sure. Mostly also we give out IPv6 blocks. I have had decades of experience now with other network engineers, probably 15 to 20 years now. And I noticed that in order to get IPv6 ahead, the only way to do that is try and get the next generation who will not get IPv4 at all, their hands onto IPv6. So when you're working in a university environment, when you're working in a school environment, you want your students to get some connectivity. They're not going to get IPv4 space, but they can get their own IPv6. Some of them want an ASN, they want to participate, they want to build their infrastructure, they maybe want to build their Anycast network, learn how it works. And since there was also a bit of that topic, yes, we do not see that free transit sponsoring it for free. That again goes a bit to the last discussion from last RIPE. We do charge our members. We don't give out resources for free. So how does that happen when someone requests a tunnel? Well, it normally comes in as a ticket. So you have this ticket, you start looking at it like, someone's requesting a transit tunnel for a German coax network. Back in the day, I think it was the successor name of Tele Columbus. Legit, absolutely legit. So obviously we normally ask them, hey, could you change your import export? So we see that the person who requests a tunnel actually does have access to the resources, actually does have authority. If we don't trust it, we might even ask them to do a little remark in the description to make sure they actually do what they say. We let them choose a tunnel node on latency because all those tunnels really wreak havoc on latency and MTU today. I mean, nowadays you see people who run tunnels over tunnels over tunnels because there's MPLS underneath that's a tunnel as well. Next thing, we normally ask them to send us a list of prefixes. It's very funny what you see. You see people who have a /40 and then they degrade it fully into /48. You ask them why you're doing that, and they're like, well, because I have so many pops. Well, how many? Well, 3. So why do you deaggregate? Who here has already noticed that we're going to go across almost 200,000 prefixes on V6? It's insane. What happened recently? Obviously, you then set up the BGP session, you document, and you end up with support. This is a lot of manual labor if you do it manual. So what is our issue? Well, we're growing very fast. And then we had back in the day, we used YOS. Now, YOS is a basic system. They often needed a reboot. Something went out of whack. The config loading went out of whack. You did a commit. It took 15, 20 minutes, I kid you not. And at one point, we upgraded to version 1.3.2 because our config again didn't work. Our config again did lose parts of it. I think it's when your config grows over 10,000 lines of configuration, which for prefix filtering is not that much. And it broke. And again, route leaks everywhere. People were shut down on IXP. Our stuff broke. It was not nice. So I had to decide overnight, okay, let me start from scratch a new platform. So what do you do? Well, Debian as a basis is very nice, but well, with so many interfaces, systemd starts to really behave weirdly. So I decided no systemd here. It was a great decision. It boots in 5 seconds. And guess what? If you actually shut it down, it also shuts down. It doesn't stop forever. And we ended up with a script to pull the config from IXPmanager. Who here has configured IXPmanager? A handful of people. Okay, good. So basically, you have a script which pulls the config every 15 minutes. In my case, I pull the config. I check if birdc can load it. Yes, we run on bird. If it loads it, we will then restart and move the config file over. No interruption for everyone. Tunnels we still do by hand. All the IXP feeds, all we do is we treat other IXPs as if it's our IXP. So if there's a member who wants transit on, for example, ClearX or LogX, we just create LogX in our infrastructure as well in IXPmanager. So it's a double infrastructure. We give the peer in and we define it as a route server peer, except that our route server has a different IP addresses. And guess what? Well, the filter updates come in and they actually come in fairly handy. So since we switched over to IXPmanager as a route network, as in a transit network config generation, no more route leaks. Not like the old days when we broke Cloudflare on DKIX at one point because of it. I still love that ticket. This was hilarious. There's another talk about that. So for the people who don't know what IXPmanager is or never had to deal with it, well, it is orchestration for an IXP. It's, I would say, quite a standard tool. It's quite large. It's quite massive. Nice thing, it is open source. You can look at what it is behind, and you can really, really nicely template it. And at that time, I was just spending time re-templating some other configuration for assisted peering service at another workplace I was. So I was like, hey, let's use the tools we know. Feature abuse, use the tools what you know. So actually, all you have to do is you change the template. It's not an route server peer anymore. It's just a regular eBGP peer. That's all. Even for a route server, it's a eBGP peer. You add a few local routings. You have include files. That's all you need to do. And obviously, you should be filtering. You mark learned routes, and you do mark them with communities. Do never ever think that a static export list is going to do you well. Everyone who's doing static export filter list, you're evil. Stop providing transit. Never do that again. And the nice thing is if a downstream of ours is on an IXP or on a shared layer 2 networks, hey, there's no annual work. We import you, we create you as a peer, we add your IP address, never to be touched again. It's always updated. So how does that look like? Well, you add a member, you populate it here, you set up your v4 and v6 macro, you choose a peering policy. And then the IRDB source. Well, that's a very nice one, because if you mess up the IRDB source and you accept altdb, who here accepts altdb prefixes? Nobody? Well, we have to accept part of it with exceptions because of one little use case, people with 44 subnets, people who have no RADB access, and they have this 44 subnet, well, they might not be in it. So instead of having the route servers in your router list, you actually have actual router list. It's awesome. So you just add all your tunnel nodes into it, one for v4, one for v6, and it's working. You create switches. Yeah, the switches are funny. The switches are actually just Linux machines. It's just standard Debian machines with Linux. So it works. Port statistics don't really work. Traffic statistics don't really work. It's an unknown model, but hey, it's a switch, depending on how you want to see it. And then it gets a bit wonky because, well, you need to start creating tunnel interfaces. And since the GRE tunnel interfaces, they are all configured by hand in etc network interfaces.d, you start generating a couple of thousand ports eventually. So that's the tunnel interface. The rest is by hand. And you start adding IP addresses. Now, IPv4 abuse. We wanted to avoid that anyone who gets a tunnel from us uses the v4 address in the tunnel if they come with v4 space in order to create abuse. So there's this lovely thing with the 169.254 network. Yes, it's APIPA, but it's also link local addresses. So let's use a link local address space. I love this dual use for this. So, well, nobody can do any abuse on those. It's not routed globally anywhere. I have not seen anywhere traffic coming in from this network source. Or as you can see, IXP IP addresses. So you basically have to manually add all the downstream IP addresses once. So you need to readdress every time an IXP readdresses. This is the only painful time. And then you create a virtual interface. So again, manual. It's the same thing as with resold ports. So for people who use IXPmanager and you have resold ports, this is exactly the same setup with virtual. Virtual switches, virtual ports, no port statistics. One of the things I noticed in IXPmanager is that the max BGP prefixes somehow doesn't get updated by peeringDB. This was still something that is nice to be fixed at one point. And well, IRDB filtering. In this case, I do not allow more specifics. Again, I'm not trying not to pollute the v6 routing table. Well, let's talk briefly about AS sets. Well, as everyone knows, it's the definition of your cone, and out of this, your upstream and route servers, they should generate the filters. And The lovely thing that they have is they can be stacked and included and included and included many, many times, and you actually have no control. When you once you accept an AS set, well, you're doomed. You're completely doomed because of the recursions. So we've had downstreams which found it very funny to include their upstreams into it, including large ASNs. That was interesting when someone included Cloudflare in this case. Cloudflare and my YOS config broke because the config commit was, when the config gets too long, at one point it just cuts off and the config stops, and you're on exit deny is suddenly not there anymore when you copy paste to restore the config. And also very interesting, if you have a too large AS set and you generate a large ACL. Sometimes people with hardware routers have limited ACL, and suddenly you get at 1:30 in the morning a call, hey, could you fix your AS set? You're just breaking our optimization and the routers ran out of TCAM space. Very nice thing for DDoS. So AS sets are fairly broken in our case. So yeah, we ran YOS. We had no more on exit discard. So we accidentally leaked the full table to a route server on DKIX Munich. Was that? It was a funny ticket. It was a funny ticket. And I only noticed the ticket because suddenly I got 5 gigabits of inbound traffic on a 1 gig rate limited port. And I didn't notice that, but I noticed that the software flow daemon started using 50% of the CPU because it got so much traffic. And that led to traffic issues. And then Salesforce sent me a funny ticket. Hey guys, you break us. And yeah, this was a nice self-inflicted DDoS. And unfortunately, the AS path I leaked contained Hurricane, and Hurricane never sets the do not go through route server flag. So Hurricane gets passed through, so you can accidentally upstream Hurricane on a route server if you're unlucky. Well, yeah. So what do we do about this? So, well, you could do more, filter more intelligence. You can try and detect mistakes. Well, there is the potential in machine learning if you do it properly. And there was a master thesis from one of my colleagues on this. Can you use machine learning in order to work on getting garbage out of AS sets? Well, that's one of the things. You can use AI and machine learning. Well, does that work or not is questionable. You can use static filters. You can blacklist only to have the next big large ASN that you accidentally upstream, so that's not great. You can use other systems. Yes, I know there's at least 2 other systems, but they're actually not really in use. None of those others are in use, or at least globally. I know RPKI will not help here, or we just stop using it. So in order to make our tunnel network a bit less shitty, we stopped accepting AS sets altogether because we got a lot of more tunnel requests and we cannot manually check all of them. This is also interesting because we noticed that quite a few of our downstreams had the great idea, hey, let's become a transit provider as well. So we have people who get transit from tunnels in order to reshare it over tunnel, potentially routing said tunnel over the tunnel. Well, you know, it's like instead of it's turtles all the way down, it's actually tunnels all the way down. And it starts with VPLS and MPLS and everything anyway. Because the MTU is bad, you have scenic routing, if a tunnel over tunnels, it's really hard to debugging, and yeah, so no more AS sets on our side. So when we switched over to IXPmanager, well, we got really nice shareholder value, shorter time to deployment. The automated and better filter updates works. You don't have to document because, hey, it's all there. It's living documentation. You see who's your downstream. It's everything in there. And it's a centralized configuration. So a few numbers, they're not 100% up to date, but still. It's grown in the meantime. So we have about 320 ASNs in our AS set. That's quite large. We're like 0.5% of the global V6 table from time to time. It goes up and down. I still see this considerable, and with the recent growth, it might be more. Why is it only 0.5% of the global IPv6 table? That's because a lot of the end users are fairly sloppy and lazy to maintain their tunnels. Otherwise, we would be like, I don't know, 5%. And it took us quite long to rework one of the last nodes. For whoever is interested, what we actually had to do in order to make this, again, feature abuse work, well, you delete 2 line items. RS client needs to be gone, and the source address, because you obviously don't source it from the route server's IP address, but from the individual tunnel interfaces, because it's eBGP session on an individual. That's it. You add all the protocols direct, and that's it. So it's seriously 5 lines, and IXPmanager works as a transit network. The config block, I don't know why this is cut off. Yeah, basically you have the interfaces. It's a standard ETC network interfaces. We have 1 file per tunnel. So yeah, if someone's interested in looking at how to abuse a tool not made for the point or needs tunnels, this is pretty much it. You can contact us on the website. You can send us an email. You can reach us on social media. Are there any questions or remarks or comments?
Thank you. Are there any questions? I see massive amount of people rushing to the microphones. Daniel.
Daniel Karenberg, co-founder of RIPE and current RIPE NCC staff member. Everybody deserves at least one question. Do you get any pushback from people because you don't accept AS sets? Do they say we have to use AS sets?
Some, but very rarely. Most people just accept because it's a fairly solid like no-go policy. We're like, guys, no point in resharing your transit and reducing the MTU more. Just get proper. Just tell your friends to come and request a tunnel as well. And most of the time it is accepted. It actually is also nice because it avoids that someone then resells the tunnel transit commercially again.
Yeah. But it's not like you get sort of, we lose that customer if you don't.
No, it's again, it's a sponsored thing. It's a lot of take it or leave it from our position. We get more pushback on, hey, all those private ASNs are useless. People should stop doing those hobby ASN. I think that pushback we're getting is significantly larger. But we're not handing out any 16-bit ASNs for years. That was one of the things that got the complaints in the beginning.
Okay, thank you.
One question from me. You're using IXPmanager. Did you also look into Peering Manager, which is also open source software for configuring routers?
I have been thinking about it, but I was literally the same months involved in a project fairly close to you, where I was so heavily invested into templating IXPmanager for a certain product. I was just totally in the mindset for it. It is actually a byproduct from maps.
One more question.
It's not a question, but since nobody is here, my name is Urban Sogodolnik. Thank you so much for providing this service, because it has enabled me to experiment with AS and BGP, which is usually out of reach. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Silvan. Next talk will be Alexander Azimov from Yandex, and he's talking about egress monitoring at scale. Alexander.
Hi everyone. My name is Alexander Azimov. I'm working for Yango. And today I'm going to share with you our experience in building multi-layer monitoring system for external connectivity. Let's start from the common ground. There are outages. And sometimes these outages are affecting services that we are responsible for. And if our services are affected, it's all about time. Time to prove that network is innocent or prove the opposite. And if we're speaking about external connectivity, things became way more complicated. Why? Because in case of outages at the external connectivity, we need a timely health checks of numerous systems that we are not operating. However, your top managers, we will be expecting you to fix it. We have a nice job. Let's speak about systems that can be useful if we are facing such outages. During this report, I will cover 3 systems that we are using on the daily basis. And the first one is network error logging, or NEL. It's an awesome tool if you are a content provider. How it works? It turns a browser into a monitoring agent by adding several fields in the HTTP response. You are getting an opportunity to instruct the browser to what and where to report. And in a situation when the browser fails to load a selected page, it will not just send you information about unavailability. It will also report about what happened. So in this particular example, it will report about what a link was unavailable, what IP address was used during DNS resolution, and also provide the error code. Here are a few examples. Wait. Not before the examples. The support, it's very important. NEL, there is no IETF document. There is no IANA codes, but NEL is supported by the majority of browsers. To enable NEL, you just need to configure your web server and reporting server. So I hope now there will be examples. On this slide, you can see a spike of connection timeouts that were detected with NEL. And because NEL also provides the IP address that was used by the user, you can also map it to the autonomous systems. At this particular scenario, we were able to detect the failing peering partner that were responsible for this outage, contacted technical support, and finally resolved the issue. Here is another example. As you can see, here is an increasing number of TCP timeouts. But this time, network was innocent because the reason of this outage was the change in the TCP timeouts. They were too aggressive. So let's make a summarization about NEL. NEL is an awesome tool for content providers. It's a great first line of diagnostics because it can help you to distinguish between DNS, TLS, or other connection errors. But it has limitations. If you are not a content provider, and unfortunately not of you are content providers, it has a limited way to use. It's hard to distinguish between egress and ingress anomalies, and still we need some network diagnostics to distinguish between TCP errors and network issues. So what is the most classical way to monitor network? Of course, it's remote probing, and there are many services available to achieve this goal. Many of them are paid services. Some of them are even semi-free, like RIPE Atlas. Ripe Atlas has thousands of probes, but is it enough? In reality, to have a full coverage of your traffic, you need hundreds of thousands of probes, maybe even millions. And unfortunately, there is no such a service in the market. So remote probing is a nice tool for one-time measurements, or if you are lucky to have probes in a network that you want to check. Of course, remote probing don't have enough coverage, and it's hard to detect a failing links with such a tool. What can we do? I hope you remember this shot. It's in Latin, so you should know, you should read it. But for those who don't know what is written there, it's can be translated in English as "know thyself." So if you try to understand the world outside, you should start with understanding yourself, understanding how you are operating in this world. And so let's think about the remote probing. In the simplest scenario, remote probing is work as follows. Remote probes are sending ICMP echo requests to your network and waiting for the response. What if we invert it? What if instead of waiting for the requests, we will be generating them? So we will use other networks as probes and place the generator inside our network. So let's see how it works, because we deployed it several years ago. So first, we decided to find what is our coverage. We used S-flow data to rank autonomous systems, to find with which autonomous systems we are really interacting. We don't need all of them, but we found that we need 1,500 autonomous systems to cover 95% of our traffic. After that, we used ZMap to find stable IPs that are answering ICMP and TCP. From this point, we've got more than 1 million of IPs that were eligible for our monitor. And after that, we installed several monitors, agents in key points of our network. And each of these agents is pinging these IPs on a 1-minute interval. Let's see how it works. This is an example of an outage in a network of our peering partner. And the system was able to instantly detect it. So such a system requires naming. In our company, we have a custom. So we try to name our services with humble and precise names. That's why the system responsible for controlling servers is called Skynet. Or another system that is responsible for performance testing is called Fatality. We had how to name a system that's pinging million IPs on 1-minute interval. We had no other choice. So, speaking about megaping, it was a significant step forward. We were able to distinguish between TCP anomalies and network anomalies, but it had its own limitations. It was hardly applicable to IPv6, and still, it was really hard to distinguish which links are failing. Because, for example, if you have several routes to a selected autonomous system, if they're all affected or a subset is affected, what is about alternative paths? So we decided to create a yet another monitoring system. But first, let's take a look how the traffic flows from DC to the users. Our DCs are IPv6 only. The problem is that not all our users are IPv6 only. And to solve the problem, we utilized tunneling. So The server encapsulates the egress traffic with IP encapsulation, and it goes to our DPDK platform. It's called Yanata. By the way, it was recently open sourced, where the IPv6 header is removed. And after that, the packet travels to the border where IP lookup is performed. So we want to map TCP information and prefix information, the routes. The server knows all about TCP, but knows nothing about the routing table. The border knows everything about routes, but has zero information about TCP. And in the middle is almighty DPDK platform that knows nothing about both TCP and routes. So you may guess what follows. First, we decided to bring the TCP data to our DPDK platform. Many knows that there is an option field in the TCP header. Not many knows that there is a secret level that's called experimental TCP options that can be used inside your administrative domain without writing IETF document, without notifying IANA. And using these experimental options, we delivered to our DPDK platform information about the number of ACT packets, the number of retransmitted packets, and the RTT measured by the host. The second part was even harder. We need to bring the lookup from border to some device in the middle, so some middle box. To achieve, okay, let's skip this slide. Okay, to achieve these, first we place each link in its own virtual routing table. And we also utilize MPLS over UDP to instruct the border to use a selected table. So we, by using MPLS over UDP, we were making border to use a specific link. There was just nearly no lookup except for some specific situations in IXS. And now our DPDK platform was able to both collect TCP statistics and make lookups in the routing table and encapsulate the packet that is sent to the user into MPLS over UDP, and the border is left with only a decapsulation function. So let's see how it works. For IPv6, nothing really changes. It applies both for IPv4 and for IPv6. And here is an example. There is a well-known operator, ISP. It's called China Telecom. And from time to time, networks are experiencing troubles working with them. We do not have a direct link with China Telecom. We see them through multiple routes, through our IP transit providers. And unfortunately, not all of them are the same. As you can see, one of our IP transit providers have regular spikes of packet loss, up to 40%. And of course, we changed our routing policy to improve user experience. But our system is capable not to monitor only the best paths. It's capable to monitor all alternative paths because we see all the routes that are coming through all directions. All policies applied on not at the border router, but at the DPDK platform in the middle. And so we're seeing the alternative path. We are seeing how the issue is progressing. And for now, it was not resolved. And we're still in touch with our IP transit provider. There is another example. I hope you still remember the example from the beginning of the presentation about the megaping. There was an outage. It took 10 minutes, and after that, it was resolved. This is the whole story. The megaping was showing 10% of packet loss. In reality, it was one of two links to our peering partner that was affected. On the failing link, the packet loss was 20%. Our duty engineers using this monitoring system changed the routing policy in 10 minutes or something about. But we still had an eye on the incident. So as you can see from this slide, so the peering partner fixed the problem. It took about 8 hours. So it's a significant difference from the 10 minutes that it took us to react to the incident and the time it takes for the resolution at the network of our peering partner that we are not operating. So we again need to name our system. And we called it Dr. Egress, the system that is responsible for both monitoring and engineering egress traffic. What Dr. Egress can do? It can detect failing links, and it can detect it not only at the link level, it can detect it on the autonomous system level, and if you need it, even at the prefix level. It works both for IPv4 and IPv6. It's not easy to deploy, but it gave us an opportunity to detect dozens of incidents each week, which makes it worthy of the cost of deployment. There are some limitations. The biggest limitation is what happens if we have a problem with ingress traffic? Because if we have a problem with ingress traffic, Dr. Egress is just monitoring what we are delivering to user. In case if there is an outage with traffic in the ingress direction, we will see nothing. And that's why we have adopted a multi-layer approach. We are using simultaneously three systems: NEL, Megaping, and Dr. Egress. And correlation between these systems helps us in the most complicated scenarios. For example, if Megaping and NEL detects an outage and Dr. Egress sees nothing, then it's an ingress traffic. And we should look at what's happening with traffic coming to our network. If, for example, there is a problem with NEL and no alarms in both Megaping and Dr. Egress, there is something strange with DPI in the network of our peering partner. So I hope this experience can be applied in your networks. And please take in the mind that all these systems are using no thyself approach. There is no third party involved. We are getting all the data from our own system. Thank you for the listening. I will be glad to answer your questions.
Are there any questions? Randy, take your time.
Randy Bush, hi, Jay Narcus. Open source?
Which part? So it's partially open source. As I was telling, the DPTK platform, its foundation was open sourced a month ago. The Megaping is based on open sourced ZMap. So we haven't open sourced the code of Megaping, but it's not that hard to make it again. Maybe we will also at some point of time open source our egress engineering calculations.
There's a tool chain from ZMap to Megaping.
Yes, I do agree. We will consider option to open source it too. Thank you for your question.
Any more questions? Are there any questions online? Okay. Okay. Thank you, Alexander. The third talk today will be a lightning talk. This is from Sheikh Seum, and it's about high quality, affordable internet for the bottom of the pyramid.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Sheikh MD Seum, Network and System Architect Engineer, Janata Wi-Fi Bangladesh. I would like to express my gratitude to RIPE for this wonderful opportunity to present today. Now let's dive into what we have been up to at Janata Wi-Fi and how our initiatives are shaping and improving the life of people and internet community of Bangladesh. It's been quite a journey since 2019, and I'm excited to share our progress since my last talk at RIPE 83. Thanks to the awesome support from RIPE EPNIC grant, we rolled out our public Wi-Fi hotspot. Guess what? They're making real difference in rural areas, boosting their local economies. And hey, for those small ISPs, we have opened up a new routes to connect with people. It's all about making sure that everyone gets a piece of the internet pie. So far, we have set up more than 20 plus Wi-Fi zones and served more than 17,000 people. That's a lot of happy surfers. You know how the internet works, right? It's all about ads. Facebook, Google, Twitter, they keep the server humming. We thought, why not use the same idea to give folks free internet? Here's the deal. People will watch free ads, and in return, they will be able to access the internet. Let's face it, telecom internet bills are sky high, and the installation charge of broadband internet, don't get me started, where people lives majority in below the poverty line. Luckily, our journey got a cloud credit boost from Microsoft. They have been amazing in helping us to deploy these networks in their cloud. Now let's talk about the problems we faced during these deployment phases. First up, the ever familiar new kids on the block challenges. You know how it goes. Technical glitches in the wireless networks and the headaches with the placement and the configuration of the routers. It's like solving a puzzle blindfolded. We then attempted to make things smoother by shipping pre-configured devices, but you guessed it, not everything goes according to plan. And there's the classic power outage drama. You're all set to bring internet to people, and suddenly lights goes out. Murphy's Law, right? To tackle some of the issues, we implemented a couple of solutions. Firstly, we introduced power backups or UPS systems to address the recurring power outage issues. No more interruptions when people decide, when electricity decides to play hide and seek. Additionally, we have developed a sophisticated software solution which monitors our Wi-Fi quality and networks. This way, we can keep a close eye on the performance and ensure the smooth surfing experience for everyone. While addressing these challenges, we stumbled upon a groundbreaking solution, the neural Wi-Fi cloud concept. We developed an innovative app that provides us data from the last mile diagnostics, allowing us to pinpoint connectivity issues where they're happening. This led us to the realm of comprehensive end-to-end problem analysis. Our breakthrough caught the eye of our partner ISPs, who were eager to co-pilot our solution within their networks. Collaborating with our partner ISPs not only allowed us to gather valuable information for diagnostics, but also unveiled the opportunity. We found that while many known vendors are selling the similar last mile diagnostic solutions at a high sky prices, we have a different approach in mind. During this period, the AI boom took place, opening doors to previously impossible things. It presented us with exciting opportunities where everyone is essentially starting with a blank canvas. Our data collection strategy is comprehensive. We gather information from multiple sources. We ensure that data can be collected from any endpoint, be it OLT, bus, co-router, networking devices, CPE, and even from user devices. Our approach to cast a wildest net possible, trapping various APIs from those devices into a wealth of data. We firmly believe that the more API we integrate from these devices, the richer our data repositories become. Now let's dive into what type of data we collect. We keep a close eye on the health of our devices, ensuring they are operating at prime. Detailed statistics on interface help us to gauge performance and identify any performance bottleneck. By capturing metadata from traffic stream, we gain valuable insights about the data pattern and the user trends. Monitoring uplink congestion allows us to proactively address networking congestion. We track the status of user connection, ensuring seamless experience for everyone in our network. Finding skilled networking engineer for level 1 support remains a global challenge, especially in a region like Bangladesh. This leads to heavy dependencies on upper level supports, costing increased time and financial costs. To address this, our app stores all the collected data in a centralized warehouse. This data then presented to level 1 supports, more user-friendly and explanatory formats. Additionally, certain previously inaccessible data due to security policies now is available to them. Our AI bot steps in to provide explanation regarding problems and possible solutions, a role typically fulfilled by level 2 and level 3 supports. This reduces explanation regarding problems and potential resolution, ultimately increasing customer satisfaction. Now let's have a look at the dashboard of our software. As you can see, we present the device health, how much bandwidth is being pulled, and etc., etc. But wait, our innovation journey doesn't stop there. We are pushing boundaries by exploring unconventional data collection methods, aiming to visualize more resourcefully. Our next step involves integrating more AI, which will automate anomaly detection within the network, enabling us to pinpoint root cause with greater efficiencies. That's not all. We are also developing solutions to address these issues swiftly and actively using AI. Thanks for your attention. If anyone has any questions, feel free to ask.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Sheikh. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. Okay. Oh, sorry. Was there one question? All right. Sorry. One question. Please state your name and affiliation.
Hello.
Is this on? Yeah. Hey, Silvan Gebhardt from Openfactory. I have one question. How do we as an internet community, with what I'm hearing here, ensure that the bottom of the pyramid still deserves privacy and is not exploited by big tech on all their private data? I see what you're trying to do, but this is a very two-sided sword, in my opinion.
That's a that's a great question. I have this similar concern, and as of today, the data we collect it with user consent, firstly, and secondly, only the ISPs can see it, and we don't pinpoint the exact users. So it's collected in a greater way, so you cannot pinpoint individually, and still the privacy part remains in a question. It's the ethics of the company. So we are trying our best, as long as I can say, rest assured. Thank you. Any other questions?
Okay, next question, please.
Yes, I would have a question. János Zsakó from IST Hungary. I would like to ask you, how many people have access to internet this way? So what is the size of the network that you operate or plan to operate? I don't know exactly. So do you have an estimate of this? So
well, till now, we have served more than 17,000 to 20,000, but about the concurrent user, it's a difficult question because in some nodes we have 10 or 20 daily users, but in some others it depends. So we have around 20 nodes. It's basically we cannot deploy it because the areas are quite rural, and there are some issues with finance and other stuff. But we are working to expand the networks as soon as possible, and we really need help from the community, especially community of Bangladesh and any other nations who is trying to set these things up and provide internet to the rural communities. We are looking for that. So
thank you very much. I think it is a very good initiative, and I wish you good luck.
And in fact, our goal is to use the hotspot portal not to monetize it. Ultimate goal is to provide educational contents to the third world countries where the ads might be like, hey, do you know how to use the Google? Maybe you can learn these stuff, maybe some videos about you can say these things in English. So the ultimate plan is to make sure everyone gets educated with internet, because what I've seen, I was in Bangladesh 1 year ago, but after coming to Italy, I've discovered that everyone here is familiar with Googling things, which lacks in our part of the world. So if you can teach people how to Google, it changes their life. And as a community, it makes people, it really helps in their life. That's all I want to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, a couple of announcements. There are two BOFs tonight. One is the BCOP, the Best Current Operational Practices BOF. This is at 6 o'clock here in this room. And there is a BOF about sustainable networks. That's in the side room, also at 6 o'clock. And at 7 o'clock, there is the reception, and that takes place in the clubhouse. And according to the plan, this should be outside to the right and straight ahead. But it's signposted, so don't follow what I say, follow the signs. Okay, thank you. Enjoy the coffee break.
Okay. The BCOP task force is about to begin. Can you please find your seat? Hello. Joao. Okay, welcome to the BCOP task force. Let's have a look at the agenda today. So first is me, probably, opening. Then we will hear from Shane. I thought that the thing that we heard from the last time, and then we had a conversation at the ITF with Shane, the recommendations for the DNS resolver for the DNS4 EU, and he showed me all these recommendations, technical recommendations that you need to fulfill if you want to run a resolver or maybe the authoritative server even. I had an idea that we could make that into the best kind of operational practice for the technical requirements. That will be Shane. Then we have Andrei Robachevsky, that I don't see him in the room yet. Where is Andrei? Andrei? No, not yet. Maybe he'll be the last one. Talk about manner sections. And then we'll have the larger part of conversation with Elena about the project activity that we started last time, about documenting the best practices to survival natural disasters or war. And she will give the report, and we will discuss about how this thing is going, and if we maybe need to change something or restructure or make it in a different way. And then we have open mic for the ideas, and that should be it. So Shane, thank you.
Do I get clicker? Cool. Hi, everyone. My name is Shane Kerr, and I am the chair of the RIPE DNS Resolver Recommendations Task Force. Well, Jan already gave the title. This is a quick overview. I'm going to give a very short, hopefully, history of why we're doing this and what it is, a very quick summary of what's in the current draft, and then hopefully a discussion with all of you about whether or not it makes sense to create this as a BCOP document or how that would look and what changes we would need and things like that. Yeah, so the origin of all this work is that public DNS resolvers were getting more and more popular a few years ago. And these were all basically based outside of Europe, outside of the EU, mostly American companies. And this was worrying for the EU because you don't want a large portion of the people living in your countries to be using systems outside of your control for critical infrastructure. It's worrying. It's not necessarily a problem, but it's something that you should consider that as a potential problem. So the EU did what the EU does. They created a request for proposals to make a EU-run DNS public resolver. Now, we kind of found out about this through the cooperation working group and other means, and discussion happened within the RIPE community about what we should do about this. And one possibility would have been we could have tried to figure out how to answer this RFP with our own response or things like that. We ultimately decided not to do that, and basically the response instead was to say, let's do things the way that RIPE does them. We come up with a consensus about the right way to do things, we document it, and we try to work collaboratively to get more DNS resolution in place. So that was the idea. Right, so that's kind of why we did it. At the end of that, we created a task force, people got together, we wrote stuff down, and now we have a draft document. So I have 4 different slides of what's currently in the draft. I'm not going to go through everything in detail because we would be here for hours and hours, but basically we start off and say, who is it for? And the answer for that is anyone operating a DNS resolver. We break it down into recommendations that are for anyone and recommendations that are for people running a public DNS resolver. I always use the term public DNS resolver to contrast it with, say, an open DNS resolver. An open DNS resolver is one that you might have misconfigured. You didn't mean for people on the internet to query it. A public is one that you stand up with the intention of the public using it. So those are the people it's for. It's also for any users or maybe people configuring resolvers for a company or a university or whatever. If they want to choose a resolver operator, this is a list of how you could maybe evaluate how good of a job the resolver operators are doing. What is it not? And this is pertinent for tonight's conversation, is that it's not a checklist of this A, B, C, D you have to do. It's also not really something that can be used for certification to say, this is a resolver that meets the standards that RIPE has recommended. So that was the first part of the document, explaining what the document itself is. And then we get into the actual recommendations. You can see on this slide, we have recommendations about the systems and the networks that the resolver has that sits in. We have a whole section on different network considerations. For example, IPv4, IPv6. Originally, we were going to say IPv6 is required, and then someone pointed out that not everyone in the world has IPv6, so the current recommendation is IPv6 is required if you can. So we talked about anycasting, which is a very common use in the DNS world for providing service in multiple physical locations. Talk about filtering constraints, how to handle denial of service attacks and distributed denial of service attacks. What you should do as far as using RPKI to secure your routing infrastructure. We talk about how you plan for capacity, how you size these things, how you organize the system in a way that's resilient and diverse, how you manage your security, and possibly if you want to certify it, ISO certification or Athale or things like that. We go into details for some small detail for all of these. We have a whole bunch of DNS knobs that you can tweak, and we have recommendations on everything you see here about what we think is probably the best way to configure it. And we also talk about things which are more organizational and related to the privacy of your users and things like that. So the logging here is not like what the best logging software to use is. It's how to store your logs, what information to put in there that will respect local laws and things like that. And also in the context here, filtering again is what we recommend in terms of which addresses to filter, or not which addresses, whether or not you should filter at all, and if you do, how you should do it. Transparency, statements about how you run your practice so that users can evaluate that and compare you, decide if you're right for them. Again, more standard stuff. And then finally, a section on human rights considerations. So that's all the stuff that's in there now. We posted it to the RIPE DNS working group on Sunday, and also a link to that from the cooperation working group. You can read the full text there. Eventually, the intention is for it to become a RIPE document. And for those of you that you don't know, a RIPE document, it's basically a document that the RIPE community has said, here's something that we officially stamp, we give it a number, and then it's similar somewhat to an IETF RFC, and it lives on in perpetuity, and isn't supposed to be changed. It's not exactly the same. We don't have the same process for publishing a RIPE document as we do for publishing an IETF RFC, but you can kind of think about it similarly to that. And because this comes from a task force and not a working group, there's slightly different rules about how it works. It gives us actually a little bit more flexibility. With the task force, we basically can just declare our work done and we're done. We don't have to go through consensus process or things like that. Although I am explicitly asking you to please read the document and give me feedback for things that I screwed up. All right, so one more thing. I'm going to go through a couple of examples just to give you a little better feel for when I talked about all these topics and things that we had in there. This is the first example you can see here. This one is about fragmentation. Fragmentation is a problem in DNS because it's UDP based, and fragmented packets don't always make it through networks and things like that. So there's techniques that we have to reduce these problems. So the way it works is we give a title of the section, and then we put in bold the specific recommendation, and then we say who that recommendation is for, give a little more explanation about why we said it, what this is all about. And then we usually try to give a link to a document which has a lot more detail and can give you much clearer recommendations about exactly what to do. So that's one style, and we have a whole bunch of recommendations like this throughout the document. Another style is like this example, which is a lot more broad, and it doesn't give a specific exact thing to do. So in this case, it's about transparency. It mentions that some operators publish transparency reports. It mentions that there can be legal implications for this. You might not be allowed to do that, and things like that. And it goes into it a little more. So you can compare the two examples, and one is a lot sharper, let's say, and the other one is a lot more broad. In both cases, we don't, for example, in this, even with the packet fragmentation one, which is meant to be very specific, we don't say you must configure your servers to have packets of this length and so on and so forth, which is a possibility, but that's not the approach we took. Anyway, so that's the style of the document. All those earlier sections, all those bullet points are usually one of these two approaches. So anyway, that brings us to kind of the final section here, which is what do we want to do in terms of a best common operational practice document? Now, as it says on the slide here, this is an aspirational document. That means this is kind of our vision of how we think the best way to run things is, but it's not actually a common operational practice, because I don't think Google or Cloudflare are running their resolvers following these practices. Maybe they are, I don't know. I don't have access to their systems. So the reason I mention that is because, for example, in the early days of DNSSEC, we created documents which were intended to help people run their DNSSEC properly, but we couldn't really make BCPs out of them because no one was running it that way yet. And I feel like maybe we're at this stage for this document. The other thing is that the current draft has a lot of explanation and things like that, which I think can be appropriate for a BCP or a BCOP document, but I'm not really sure. Maybe that's not the right way to frame it. Maybe it needs to be something else. And like I said in the very beginning, in the introduction, it's not a checklist. It's not something that you can use as a certification to say this is properly run. So I don't know if those are required for a BCOP, but in my mind, it seems like that could be something that's useful there. And then I guess the question is, if we do think this is something that makes sense for a BCOP document, what exactly is that? Do we take the current draft or the final output of the task force and then iterate on that and turn it into a BCOP document? Do we create a second document which references it? Do we make more than one document? I don't know. Do we just say, this is interesting and we recognize that we would like to make it a BCOP, but we're not ready yet, or something else? So that's kind of it. This is my last slide, and I have a lot of questions and no real answers.
Thank you, Sheikh.
Yeah.
Thank you. Please go on the mic. This is a task force. Let's keep it light.
So, in my opinion, the reason for Cloud DNS and Google DNS and even Yandex DNS to be so common nowadays is the easy IP addresses that are easy to remember, and most of the firewalls are using these IP addresses as a DNS just because they have to set up an address without having a resolver in the first place. What do you think about this?
We actually have a section in there where we mention that you don't need an easy to remember address. So maybe, I don't know. Yeah, maybe everyone should run 10.10.10.10 in their own network, and we can be done. I don't know.
Thank you.
Yeah, sorry.
Any other suggestions, comments? Do we need a BCOP like this? I think the whole explanation thing, it needs to be, I think it needs to be short and to the point document.
Yeah, so not
for the techies, not for politicians.
Right. So you want something not with less explanation about how the world works, and
we can link that to the other one.
Okay.
Anyone else? Tom, are you walking to the mic?
It's a maze.
Hi there. Sorry for the delay. Tom Hill, BT. To the gentleman's point just now, that people are using open resolvers because they have memorable addresses. Perhaps some of that is true, but I think in many ways, what we are seeing is a lot of new ISPs, a lot of small startup ISPs who just about know how to put fiber in the ground and get IP on the end of it. They don't know how to run DNS resolvers, or they don't understand that they need to run DNS resolvers locally in their networks. And that's for a whole bunch of reasons, which I won't go into. So on that basis, do we have a set of texts in there that explain why this is important for you to run, so, good, wholesome, well-built resolvers?
We don't actually. This is, as of right now, the draft is very much a how document, not a why document. But we can definitely add a section explaining, encouraging people, trying to sell itself, if we think that's useful. I mean, you mentioning that this is something where we're going to have smaller ISPs running DNS and not experts at it. Now I worry that the document has too much and it could be off-putting. It's like, oh, I just want to run a service. I don't want to have to learn all this crap. So I don't know.
On why versus how, if there was a portion of how that involved examples of configuration, I don't know. That's probably a bit too far for a BCOP, but I think we could potentially have a series of references here. Here's a document that explains why. Here's a document that gives you some idea of practicality.
It's possible. Unfortunately, it would involve not just, for example, not just a bind configuration or not DNS configuration or something like that. It might also have to involve router configurations and firewall configurations and all this kind of thing. So,
well, for all of us in the industry, it's handy for us to be able to refer to these references. So I still think that this is a really important work. I'm kind of wondering how we capture the folks that don't already know how to do it, don't already pay to do it, don't already employ people to do it.
Yeah, that is a good question.
I think that's where, in some ways, probably for a lot of users of public resolvers, that's what's happening. So.
Thank you. I'm cutting the queue. Please.
Look at it?
Yeah. You're in.
John Amazekinik. So I don't understand yet what these fancy numbers actually get to people. Mainly because when we measure who uses it, what we see in the patterns is that either an ISP will direct all of their customers to one of them, whatever they heard when they configured it. And that usually happens in economies that have bigger challenges than trying to run as many services for their customers as they can. But then in sort of the more developed world, what we think or call the more developed world, what we see is a weekly pattern where these resolvers get more usage Monday to Friday than they do over the weekend. And to me, what that says is this is our offices and shops.
Yeah.
Places that have a smallish, medium-sized perhaps network, and probably someone who comes in as a consultant and installs it, or someone in-house that takes care of it. And if there is some sort of person like that, I don't know how much the fancy number actually matters.
Right.
You know?
Right.
So unlike in situations like there was in one of the NATO countries not so many years ago, where people were spraying numbers on walls and there were tutorials actually published online to go for, these situations are rare. So I don't know that having an easy to remember number actually makes any difference in practical terms.
Yeah, please.
Jeff Osborne, ISC. I'm curious, given the pending EU required recursive resolver that DNS for EU is sort of thinking of, does that make this like a blow against the empire and a more important thing for the independence of users? Or has this become something that you're worried might be kind of viewed poorly, or maybe that's the same question? I'm just curious if you think that'll have any impact on how much people care about running their own recursive servers.
I think there's at least two strands going on here. One is that I think we have to be realistic and recognize that the big public resolvers aren't going anywhere. They are a successful service and people like them. But I think if we are able to make a statement about saying, this is what we think a well-run public resolver should have, that would hopefully encourage these big operators to answer that and explain how they meet all these different requirements. Maybe not exactly, but at least take it into mind. And I think that would help everyone. The other part is about working against the whole concept of centralized public resolvers. I think within the task force, that was definitely something that many of the participants were in favor of, is having people not use centralized services and have ISPs run high quality resolvers, or businesses have access to a resolver that they could run themselves, which would meet their need without having to type in a public resolver and send all their traffic to somewhere else and have who knows what happened to it at that point. So I think, yeah, it is in some sense an effort to work against the increased centralization of the internet.
Okay, thank you, Shane. I hope you got the feedback.
Yeah.
So before we go to Andre, I hear that we have Benno on the Matejka. Benno, would you like to say hello? Here's my co-chair.
Let's see. Yeah. Do you hear me, Jan? No sound?
Yep, we can hear you now.
Excellent, excellent. Well, good to see that all is going well, and I like the presentation by Shane. So good plans for the future. Thanks.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry you can't be with us, but
Next
live.
time. Yeah, next time.
Okay. Where is Andre?
Cheers.
Here. Okay. So Andre, well, let's see what we have new in manners.
Hi everyone. Andrei Rubachevsky, Internet Society. And well, this is not really a proposal, it's just an idea that came to mind, and I asked Benno and Jan if there was a slot on the agenda, and they kindly said yes, you are the winner of the last slot. So just to set the context, you probably heard of this initiative which is called Mutually Agreed Norms for Routing Security. It has been running for almost 10 years. Well, next year will be 10 years. And there are few, well, here we sort of consolidated multiple programs for network operators, for IXPs and others. But here we consolidated basic sort of requirements, groups of requirements that, well, primarily network operators ask for. So things like that I would like to concentrate in this proposal is filtering, which is how you build filters, anti-spoofing and routing information, in particular how you register all the stuff in IRR system or RPKI. And the thing is, the menace itself, it sets sort of the requirements, it looks for the outcomes, it doesn't say how you're going to accomplish this. And we, and by we I mean the community, and this community in particular, we create a menace implementation guide, but still people come and ask for sort of simple guidance how they can do those things. And there are a lot, right? If you look around, there are a lot of guidance out there. It's not that we're inventing something new, and that's not what I'm proposing here. There's an excellent document that gives the whole overview of all routing security controls you can deploy. While I mentioned menace implementation guide as well, there are various BCOPs, which are maybe 20 years old, peer lock, full bogons, you name it. But I think that's also a problem. That's not a problem for experts, real network architects, sort of spending their life doing this stuff, but smaller networks, they don't really know how to do that. And in many cases that don't do this well, or that's a very expensive exercise for them. So What is the workflow for filtering, for instance, right? We know, oh yeah, this configuration example for filtering, but what is the sort of the architecture of the system? How you build this workflow? One of the best ones I saw is the one, and this is IXP, this is DKIX, and this is very small, and that's not intended to just, you know, explain this workflow, but this is just an example, right? And that's a URL, which actually brings everything together. How you build your routing filtering architecture, how you integrate RPKI filtering, route origin validation, and also IRR filtering, how you integrate various sort of exceptions into the system. This is a nice workflow. How to implement anti-spoofing? Where would you go if you want to know how to implement anti-spoofing? Don't tell me it's BCP 38. Because BCP 38, it's a seminal thing, but it gives you zero guidance how to do things. Well, basically, it says you can build an ACL and use this ACL to do anti-spoofing, right? But there are many more things, right? So, for instance, again, Manus implementation guide. There was RIPE anti-spoofing task force that produced great recommendations there. And there also, we have another program in Manus, which is called Manus Vendor Program. And it sort of outlines scenarios and different configurations that you can use for different vendors that participate in Manus to perform certain actions, in particular anti-spoofing. But still, well, it requires time to actually read through this and understand. If you read through this and understood, I think you will implement a very good system, maybe even a unique system in this. But is it really necessary? So there are more questions that we're getting, and where we're getting them. When people submit an application, we at Manus, we check if what they claimed is really implemented. In some cases, it's just a measurement system that tells us, or there might be a problem, or that's okay. And in some cases, it's their description, right? So those are questions we are also getting. How to expand the asset from a customer? What are the sort of rules? Where should you look? Where should you pick up this asset? How to migrate? Well, we know ISAT has a lot of problems, right? And there are also hierarchical assets, hierarchical names for assets that have less problems. But the problem is how do you migrate? If you used all the time just simple IS customers, how do you migrate to your IS column IS customers? I talked a little bit about architectural filtering, strict and loose filtering. In some cases, you can really, in simple cases, you should filter everything, right? But if your customer cone is like, you know, 100,000 customers, how do you, or prefixes, how do you build this list? It's maybe not manageable and your equipment cannot support that. Which IRR to use? So the thing is, what I'm sort of thinking about is not sort of a best current practice that would explain the rationale and look at, you know, oh, you can do this, or you can do this way, or consider this, have you looked at this, which is a great thing, but requires time, right? But something different. It's like, you know, when I had to program in Python, and instead of sort of buying a book and learning Python from the beginning, I was just Googling, and they're like, how do you do in Python this thing, right? And it gives you one page, that's how I did this. Maybe it's not perfect, but that's how someone did it. It worked, and it works. Right, so I'm thinking about this kind of BCops that answers those simple questions in simple terms, but also modular. So, for instance, in Manus implementation guide, rather than sort of incorporating all this knowledge in one implementation guide, we can refer to those backups which have wide review, right? So they do not sort of spread around and say, well, you can do this or you can do this. Much simpler, much more black and white. And they would say, in this scenario, do this, right? In this scenario, do this. It doesn't preclude you to do something different, read a lot of literature and do your own stuff, but for sort of like to bootstrap of this thing and do pretty good quality stuff, I think that would be okay. And it's easy to manage, easy to update, easy to reference. Right? And maybe NetOp actions that I showed on my first slide that can provide a good structure for the series of BCOPs, or maybe integrated BCOP, I don't know. That's why I'm coming here, basically asking questions rather than providing any answers. And I'm conscious of this paradox of spreading standards, right? When we have 14 standards and, oh, that's awful, let's create another one encompassing, and we have 15 standards. So I'm not suggesting to replace anything that exists. I'm suggesting a slightly different narrative, a slightly different way to reach to people and create a very simple BCOP of those kind of stories, to how to implement stuff that people face sort of in their daily job. That's it.
Cool. Thank you, Andrei. Come on. Comments, questions, suggestions? Should we do it? Ignas.
A comment, not that in a sense of a criticism, but just thinking aloud. So you had this analogy of software engineering comparing to network engineering. Programming language is just a tool, nothing more. What is important is how you use that tool. And to look up something, yes, certainly you can go and query and you will find a patch. However, if you build a system out of patches, it's an open question whether you would spend eventually much more time and effort and resources supporting all of that. Any practical software engineering without understanding the fundamentals of software engineering itself, it's mostly doomed. I would see quite many parallels in network engineering too. One thing is basically to look up, okay, I need to type in this command and something works. You patch on top of a patch on top of a patch, and then what?
Yeah, well, that's a good point. I think maybe I sort of used the wrong analogy here, just to maybe highlight the difference. I'm not suggesting sort of, you know, snippets of configuration that you can plug in your favorite router and be done. I'm more suggesting sort of, you know, particular scenarios, right? Like what I showed in DKIC's workflow, how you can set up a filtering system, how you can migrate those kind of steps, but not in many options, but just present one, a good enough option for people to implement. So it's not patchy. I totally agree with you. If we go down that road, that probably not successful at all, and maybe more damaging than not. But I'm just thinking simple architectural things, answering questions, not so much sort of thinking in general.
Possibly, but then this brings another topic. Provided that your network looks like mine, we can probably use the same patches. Do we have such a luxury? Most probably not. And it's not that I'm expecting an answer from you here, right? That's just initiation of a discussion.
Would you like to help them with a draft?
Maybe no.
I tried.
Okay, well, I guess that's useful feedback. No real feedback, so people do not feel that there is a need for this. Maybe because all of you are experts, I think. That's why. But anyway.
Anyone else? Yes.
Hi. I have a question, and the question would be, what exactly is so what exactly would be the group you want to access those questions? Because you say these are like some operational things, and here are sitting a lot of experts. So who would like to search it up? Because thinking about the group that would read it would make the whole trying to get a draft done easier. And I think if you say it's like for educational purposes to get something running and then look more into it, it sounds really good to me as a young person trying to become good in these things. But I think it's also really important and people take a deeper look into it if they run it on a daily basis in a bigger network. Or
Can you say your name?
Oh, my name is Melody. Thanks.
Yeah, and the thing is, we have questions, we don't have answers. And if this community, sort of, we can start with sort of questions and people can provide answers. And it's more than just education, right? It's how you bootstrap your network in a good way, not just, you know, as Igna said, by patching. No, that's not what I'm suggesting. So we accumulated many questions, and maybe your help desk also accumulated a lot of questions. So we can compile questions like this, how you do this and how you do that, and create this kind of BCOP out of those questions. And this community can review. It will be wide review. It will be maintained by RIPE. It will have good visibility. It will be modular, and we can refer this in various works of where we sort of want to refer those BCOPs.
Okay, so it's for anyone, you
Yeah.
say. Okay, good, thanks.
I'm closing the queue, time-wise.
Hello, Christoph Chen here for Allianz Technology. Being a representative of an enterprise here, I would say at least my colleagues would appreciate, yeah, if we would get a list of questions, you know, because we probably don't even know what we don't know. So I'm all for it.
Hello, I'm Moin. With all my hats off, I would like to say, like a long time ago in one of the APNIC conference or Senate conference, I actually had a long discussion with one of the ISOC officials about what are the possibilities about creating a proof of concept, maybe some Ansible scripts or some other network automation tools to create this sort of a network environment, which will actually help understand the smaller scale ISP providers or network operators to bootstrap their network. But in the end, like the conversation actually ended like something like it will actually bring much more complexity into the game. So what's your opinion on that?
There might be. Look, I think what I didn't do, I didn't come up with a draft. And maybe if I would start working on the draft, it will be, oh, that's Manus implementation guide, what you created, because life is more complex than just one yes or no answer to that question. So you may be absolutely right. Yeah, I don't know. Just my hope that, for instance, when we discuss this with applicants in Manus, we provide some answers, right? And we refer to something, but we refer to something that is not a BCOP. It would be great to be able to say, hey, this is actually what had been reviewed by operations community. That's a good way of setting up your filtering. That's a good way of doing anti-spoofing. When you use URPF, when you use ACLs, right? When you go to, you know, loose filtering, like filtering bogons, you know, filtering or PLOC, and where you do and build ACLs or prefix list for your whole customer cone. How deep should you go there? You know, this kind of stuff.
Okay, time-wise, we are very behind, but I see Benno there. You have Q&A?
Yeah, I have two questions or comments.
You're muted.
Yeah, I made it. Good evening, Andrei. I have two comments. One by Dmitry Sebulov. Comment, we have to think about an open infrastructure where it will be impossible to do something similar to what was done with SSL, where control is almost completely taken by large corporations. And the other comment is by Brian Story. It's not a question, but just wanted to register support for the ID. Makes sense to look at this further. That's it.
Thank you, Benno. Any response to that?
No, really.
Comments?
Yeah.
Thank you, Andrei.
Thank you.
How are you, Alena? You good?
So, hello everyone. I am Malena Muravska, RIPE NCC staff, and I'm here presenting on behalf of the RIPE NCC's capacity as the secretariat for the community, because this is a community work that I'm going to report on. So, and the subject is, if you've been to the RIPE meeting in Rotterdam, is identifying and documenting best practices to survive natural disaster or war. And this is intermediate report, and I would like to have some discussion on how we will move further. A bit of the background, as I said, this was an initiative that we started at the last RIPE meeting. And yeah, why we have started it actually. So at that time, there are two things that were obvious for us, is that during that long time of war, Ukrainian community have gained a very valuable experience, and they were very willing to share it as a broader community. But also because of urgent priorities and the challenges that they deal with daily, preventing them from making actually a document of. So we asked for help. So we called the community for action. And as a result, we had this group of volunteers that came together. And this is actually not quite a report I hoped I would give today when we started that group in May this year. And I personally think the main reason for that is timing. I could come to that a bit later. But now I just want to give you a bit of the timeline of the events so you can see how things were developing in the community to bring you to that point. And I will use RIPE meetings as a reference because I think RIPE meetings is a very good representation of what is happening in the community. However, of course, there are many other platforms than where this subject was discussed. So 24th of February 2022, Russia invaded Ukraine. And remarkably, already in the second week of March, just think about that, guys from Keep Ukraine Connected already made their first drop at the border, this equipment. So I just want you all to think about that and maybe give them an applause for their work. So the speed of that response is just, yeah, remarkable, as I said. Then in May 2022, the war was discussed by the community, like different aspects. So we had like the first research on the resiliency of the internet in Ukraine. It was already clear that it can withstand very difficult conditions. Also, Renee presented on the work that they are doing as you Keep Ukraine Connected. Dmitry Kokhmanyuk is now here in this room. He presented the case of .ua, like it's like a study case of the resilience, how you keep the company running in these circumstances. Also, Hans Petter, our managing director, gave an update, a RIPE NCC update. There we also touched on the subject because different administrative matters were also raising questions in the community. Half a year later, again, another case of the internet resilience given by Svetlana Tkachenko from Ukraine. It's a colleague of Dmitry. Also, we had presentations of different research about the impact of the war on routing and latency. And my colleague Athina, she gave an update on what are the ways to protect resources which are of members that are affected by occupation or war. Half a year later, another RIPE meeting. Again, we see a presenter from the Ukrainian community telling about the success stories that happening yeah, in the country. At that time, the voluntary transfer log policy was already, the discussion was already going on. And this is when we actually initiated this work. So you can see a bit of the pattern which was repeating in each meeting. So in every meeting we had discussions about those cases that actually they're very speaking, and we thought, okay, let's turn them into best practices so we have one community document. So we started this group. We are like this 10 people. It's a solid group of volunteers with different backgrounds. So we have engineers, we have managers, we have researchers. Half of the people are from Ukraine, so they have also links to different operators in Ukraine. We have RIPE NCC support on different aspects, like also legal support and comms support. We have defined the scope of the group, like what actually we want to do, how we will communicate. You might think by putting that on the slide, but to be honest, I thought that will be the moment that we will not move further, but we managed to agree on communications channels, and we agreed to report at the next RIPE meeting, so today. We also defined document layout. You see it on this slide. I'm not going into detail about that. And we all agreed that the best method to collect the data for the document will be interviews with people who actually have this experience. So it's not theoretical, but really very practical, because in the end, it's best current operational practices working group. Because of the interviews, it's like a sensitive form of collecting data. We also thought about the legal aspects. Again, this support from the RIPE&CC legal team. And some members of our group thought it would be very useful to have interview questions, because not everyone is very open to have like a free conversation, but it proved to be challenging for some. So actually we decided, let's have interviews and then see, maybe we can create questions that will help us to have maybe like a questionnaire to do more interviews than you can just do in person. So why interviews? As I said, because we wanted to talk to people who really had that experience. And we knew that we have these people in the community. We had those people already presenting at RIPE&CC meetings and at the events that we had organized as RIPE&CC, like our open houses. And these people also expressed their willingness to do so. But if you look at the date, it's the beginning of 2023. And unfortunately, we didn't move very fast with this interview. So we had only one. I hope we'll have more, and this report will be more on the content side, but this is still on the process side. Here on the slide, you see the topics that are discussed. I'm not going into these topics because I think I don't have enough data yet to present on the content. So what we believe was the issue, why after such a good start and after having so much response at the beginning, also from the Ukrainian community, we got a bit stuck with interviews. So I believe we were a bit late starting this group, maybe 1 year too late. Even if you look at the timeline, there was always a response from the community on the war that is still going on in Ukraine. But we kind of were not anticipating how long it will take, but also how much impact it has on people that are on the ground. So how it does affect their mental state, their resources. And we knew that they don't have time to sit and write a document. They knew that. That's why we wanted to have help from the community who is in the better circumstances. However, like even having those interviews proved to be not very feasible at this moment. So the question that we ask ourselves in the group, and we ask it also to our Ukrainian colleagues, do we still believe that this is what we started is valuable? Do they still think that it will help the broader community if we manage to produce this document? And in the group, we decided that yes, we don't want to drop it. We want to continue. But the question is how? So we had discussed it with our Ukrainian colleagues who are also on the group, and they just said, like, give us a bit of more time. It is always a hope that it will be more easier. It will be easier, maybe in a month, maybe in half a year. They just told us, hold on, we will be there. So we are not changing our minds. So please, like, be kind and supportive to those people. Also, if you see them presenting at this event or other event, just know how much effort it takes for them to do anything else than, you know, maintaining their daily lives and daily operations. So we also were thinking what alternative sources of data and maybe of methods to collect data we can think about. And we don't want to be very theoretical because we know there are a lot of articles, research about resilience of the internet in Ukraine. There is a lot of written, there is a lot of data being provided about that. We still want to keep it more practical. Like one of the ideas we had, the Keep Ukraine Connected, they have a lot of experience in like what equipment is needed, what equipment they provide, because they don't just collect old equipment and send it. They really ask, what do you need? And based on them, you can also like make some best practices recommendations. So basically, the questions are open, and on behalf of the group, I'll be happy to collect your ideas and feedback that we will further discuss. And
thank you, Elena. Okay. Do you need any more volunteers?
I don't think we need more volunteers. We have like 10 people, but that's also up to the group. Because as at the moment, maybe when we have too many people to interview, but we don't have many at this moment. And maybe at the stage when we will need to put it in a nice writing, maybe then, but we will ask then.
Okay, Randy.
Randy Bush, IAJ Anarchist. Do you have input from, for example, Sudan, Palestine, etc.? And slide 12, don't bother going back, omits DNS, and particularly as the folk doing secondary for some of these stressed zones are trying to figure out how to detect DNS sabotage for those zones and know and coordinate how to roll back.
Yeah, I think unfortunately we have more experience now in the community, so it's of course welcome.
Okay. Any other comment, suggestion, how this group should move forward?
Hi, this is Anwar from Palestine. I just want to ask, how can we benefit from this during war to keep Gaza connected, for example, and even the West Bank?
I don't know the specifics, and I'm also not a technical person. So the goal for this document, the purpose of this document was to collect experience and turn into best practices. Yes. So that's already, so you don't have to invent, and maybe like you already have someone else's experience to hand. It might be not exactly the same what someone else will be going through, but that will be some experience and some methods maybe.
I know that they have different situations, but sometimes you can just benefit from other experiences and just to see what can help.
Yes.
Thank you.
So we were hoping that will speed up the response in the need situations from for other community members.
Okay. Any other comments? Dima. And yeah, while he's walking to the mic, I think we can share some information from Keep Ukraine Connected project, what kind of requests we are receiving. They're heartbreaking, but it's data.
Yeah, no, I wasn't on the call. I just wanted to let other people speak because, you know, incumbents always feel like they know more. I think our group failed to deliver fast, and I guess there are a few reasons. Like, speaking of my own efforts to contact people, some of them were like willing to share information. When approaching them later, one of them said, "Oh, we just went to the army," or "I can't make time right now." So some of these people, let's say, they live in their own set of priorities, and you know, everybody has the things. And say Kushnirko was here presenting, she wasn't even able to come to this meeting because of her things that she have to take care of. I guess My point is that we have this moment, and I'm not saying all is lost, but I guess it was easier to do things back then when things were more like in a crisis mode. When a lot of events happen, it's like having a baby, right? You know, your first moment is like, oh, what to do with this? Then in 6 months, you're either a successful parent or something horrible happened, right? So when the crisis is over, you feel like you know how to do it, and your memory is erasing the old events when the new routine sets in. I'm not saying that everybody in Ukraine forget what to have, what they have to do, but more like the past of pre-war does not exist for them, and the new normal takes its place. Therefore, it's hard for them to think what's old thing and what's new. It's like blends together. So like I myself live abroad, and even I sometimes feel like I'm a bit out of touch with my Ukrainian colleagues on the ground because their reality is different from mine. So I'm not trying to blame anybody. I blame myself for not being as fast and efficient. But I don't know if increasing the group size is worth it, but maybe revisiting people who are group members to ask them specifically, do they want to continue or not? It's good. But I wouldn't say we should not let anybody else join the group right now. No, not at all. I think that would be helpful. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Timo.
Okay, Benno, I see your hand.
Yes, there's one question from the Q&A. Dmitry Sebelov. So war is when all your telecom infrastructures turn into ruins, like in Gaza, Iraq, Libya. And how many infrastructure was destroyed in these 2 years inside Ukraine? And what prevents them from working? So what is the Ukrainian, what is the Ukrainian experience? Sorry. Yeah.
I'm not quite sure I understand the question, sorry.
So I think that the question is, so how many internet infrastructure was destroyed in these 2 years inside Ukraine, and what prevented it to work? Yeah, so maybe it's more for the keep Ukraine connected people.
Yeah, I don't have the data. Yeah, I don't see like the link. What prevent it? No, sorry, I don't have the data about what was destroyed. I think this is maybe also not be completed because it's difficult to keep this data up to date when the war is still ongoing, and then there are still daily attacks, so of that size. And I would like to respond to what Dima was saying. So yeah, this is what we experience. Also the fact that if you don't document it right away, people really forget what they did, because it could be such a shock that you go through, and this is such a big a task to keep everything going, that the moment you've done this task, just your brain don't want to know about that anymore. That's like a psychological effect. And if you put it in a bigger picture, not just only about this situation, and then think about what is good response, what is timely response, and how we as a community should maybe in some cases take more time and think, and in some cases maybe just go and like the guys from Keep Ukraine Connected did, and just drive a truck to the border and drop something there. So
I forgot to suggest one more thing. I think we should just schedule internally some milestones and meetings, at least maybe one every couple of months. And I think that should be very helpful, and that's probably enough. Oh yeah, and I agree with what you said about losing information. Also answering Ben's question. Okay, it's not like something was destroyed or something wasn't. Some ISPs are more affected because they're retail, like the deal is individual, let's say fiber to the home. Let's say some of ISPs are more, let's say mobile ISPs have mobile tower, and then they have links, and then they have some, other equipment, right? And it also depends where, because Ukraine is a country of 40 million people. Some areas are more affected, some areas are less affected, and ISP may be present in all these areas. So I guess getting bigger players on board, let's say Getting a small SP would give us one perspective. Getting, let's say, a mobile telco like Kyivstar or one of these Vodafone and LifeCell would give us totally different perspective. Unfortunately, we don't have connections with the bigger companies. So that's something maybe in our to-do list, get a bigger players as well. We mentioned that already, but I think we should emphasize that. The more people we interview, maybe we'll get more data, and then we get a second thought how we should do it right. Like, you know. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, thanks, Jörg.
Thank you very much. I think we have few seconds for open mic. Does anyone have anything to say, any idea for the new BCOP, any volunteers to do the work? I don't see people running to the mic. That means, Benno, would you like to close it?
I think it's better you close it, but I was happy to be, well, to participate in this way. Good to see all the energy and the people contributing to the BCOP task force. And I like to thank you, actually, Jan, before you close. Thank you for running the BCOP task force on your own. And you did a great job. Thanks a lot.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Now, I think it's a social event somewhere. Don't follow my instructions. I don't have any. And see you at the next RIPE meeting. Cheers.
Cheers. Bye-bye.